Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Very excited to come back to here today playing a great map from the FHeroes2 server. This is going to be Moucheron Quipet's map, Peasant Revolt. Peasant Revolt! How bad could this be? Come on, guys, it's peasants. The worst unit in the game. Are you telling me that the peasants are revolting and somehow that might possibly pose a threat to us? The answer is no. I can't possibly see how this could be. I just can't be. And so, what has he done to make the worst unit in the game that good? We're going to have to wait and find out. So with that being said, chat's filling up nicely. Thank you very much to everybody here. Raidsy's Math Obsessed. We got, holy cow, we got a whole ton of people. Oh my gosh, a lot of people to disappoint today. Roman's in the chat, Sante Paulus, to everybody here now and everybody that'll catch us later. Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure to have you always. Bearded Man as well. Perfect. Okay. So with that being said, let's dive right in. We're going to be playing here in New Game, Standard Game. I don't know exactly what size of map this is, so I think I just have to scroll down and find it. You'd think I would already have this loaded up, but I do not. So here's the map. It's a two-player map. Now that's kind of interesting. It's been a minute since we had a two-player map, because usually we're used to playing against like 5 other enemies, something crazy like that. If it's just a me versus other player type of map, there might be some difficulties here that we are not ready for. Santipaulus asks, aren't you the one that'll lead the revolt? Maybe, I don't know, I've never played this map before. But it looks like it is denoted as being an expert difficulty map, 2 players, medium sized. And this is interesting, victory condition, we gotta capture a specific town. So maybe we are the ones leading the revolt. Maybe we have to go and defeat the lord and liege of the land. Peasants, rise up. I don't know whether to be on the side of the peasants yet or not. We will find out. We do have a lost condition. We cannot run out of time. We will find out how much time we have in just a moment, I'm sure. And the description reads as such. The Lord of the Valley looks down on his peasants. Relu, the farmer, leads a revolt. Oh, that's wonderful. If you've followed The Great Return and The Great Pursuit, you will know that there is a French Heroes of Might and Magic 2 player that's a friend of Moucheron Quipet's, and Sir Relu, he believes that peasants are one of the all-time greatest. It's nice to see that he is going to get the time with his merry band of men to try and overthrow the Lord of the Land. So, we're going to be this blue player. Impossible difficulty against a red enemy. Whew, shake it out. Gotta get ready. Gotta get pumped up. Gotta get hyped. Okay, are we hyped? Are we good? We good? Let's go. The Lord of these lands announced that he is starting today. Starting today, he'll refuse to use peasants for his army. They are completely useless, he said. Relu the farmer is furious. What a humiliation. And to make it worse, he increased taxes. At this rate, every peasant will have to pay a gold coin each day. Imagine that. That couldn't possibly be a nod to future Heroes of Might and Magic games. Fed up with all of this, Relu decided to lead a revolt. We are leading the revolt. Thanks to his incredible charisma and his flawless mustache, he convinced the farmers of his village to take their sickles for the battle. But to defeat the Lord, a few farmers won't be enough. You'll have to rally all peasants of the valley and gather powerful artifacts and spells from the old peasants of the past. So we start off here with Relu the Knight. Fantastic mustache indeed. We got 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge, level 1 hero with 30 peasants, of course. We got basic logistics, basic pathfinding, basic wisdom, leadership, luck, ballistics, mysticism, and eagle eye. Interesting that we start off with a full set of skills. That means that there's not going to be a lot of RNG from map to map. Right, you are set with these secondary skills, and therefore I believe that the map has likely been balanced around this. We do have a crystal ball, which is very interesting, so that way we can pick our fights most appropriately. We're going to get information about monsters, heroes, castles, and that way we're not going to accidentally mess up and fight a fight we ought not to. Oh, but wait, what is this? We do have a tax lien, 250 gold pieces per day. And we have a town. We have no gold. As far as gold goes, we have no gold, and that feels kind of bad. But we do have a spell book, but with no spells. Maybe we're going to find shrines along our way. I do see some boots to the north. I see peasants guarding 2 more peasant huts, windmills, observation towers, stables. And is there anything in here, folks? The most important building in all of Heroes of Might and Magic, the farm. Giving us an additional 8. I'm sorry, I couldn't. I tried to keep a straight face and I still can't. I still can't keep a straight face. The farm is not my favorite building in the world, but okay, we have it. And can we upgrade this town to a castle? We may not. We do have peasants. It looks like it's going to be a significant amount, 22 per week, yay! And with no gold coming in, we're just going to have to suffer and let them stay in the hovel. We do see, it looks like this is the portrait of Corligan the Knight from the campaigns. He's going to be our red enemy, that'll be our lord, and then the barkeep indicates that the truth is out there. Okay, very good, very good. So we got an awful lot to do and not a lot of time to do it because according to the information, we have to win by month 3, week 1, day 1, and we must capture the castle Stardew. So with that being said, let's go check it out and see where we're at. So Santipolis, you were right. We are the ones to lead the revolt, and that is quite a difference though. And Math Obsessed, the time limit, so it is 3 months. So we got about 3 months or something. Santipolis says they are immune to curse. That's something. Of course, when you're discussing the peasants being immune to curse, I mean, you're going to do 1 damage every instance you can get. So yeah, immune to curse, that is a glass half full sort of a situation there. I appreciate that. So good stuff. Oh, and there's a medieval monastic fair near you. Gonna attend that tomorrow. That sounds like a really good weekend. I'm glad you're gonna be doing that. Very good. I don't know how we feel about like Ren fairs and stuff around here. I kind of like the idea of dressing up and going and, you know, having a jousting arena and having people dress up in their frilly clothes and talking all fine and proper, you know, the Queen's English as it were. But I always love it when at the Ren Fair, people show up dressed as Star Trek characters. So that way they can pretend like they're just contacting this uncontacted tribe. And one of my favorite things I heard was an individual that then went through and said, "Oh, pray thee, my lords, may I speak to thee? Your clothes are all off and weird, and let's discuss this." And they pull them aside and they pull out a Star Command badge and they go, "What are you doing? You're contacting this uncontacted tribe. That's not okay. Star Command will hear about this." And they pretended like they were actually an undercover sort of person from the Star Trek universe. People are great. People are great. People are creative. People are fun. And people make me laugh all the time. So the more that people do that, the happier I am. Folks, there's a lot of symmetry in this map. Have you noticed? Whether you go left or whether you go right, it looks like there's just an awful lot of symmetry. Eventually we can get a Xanadu. To the north, we got these traveler's boots. We've got enemies to deal with, golems and zombies and dwarves and such. And there's peasant hovels up here, not to mention some +1s up here. Knowledge. Shrine of the First Circle. I think that I need to key in on the Shrine of the First Circle. I don't know what the spell is, but if it's a haste or something, if we go from a 2-speed creature up to a 4-speed creature, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Oh, and there's 2. There's 1 and 2. Okay, interesting. And then to the right, there's a jail. Oh boy, we're gonna need to probably go through some archers at some point. Archers are the last thing I want to go through. If you're just using peasants, archers are the very last thing that you want to go through. That is horrible. Okay, maybe the very last thing is dragons, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So that's bad. Don't do that. And then to this, well, clearly this direction looks much more inviting. A pack of steel golems versus archers. Yeah, I think that for sure we're going to try and go in this direction. It's just a shame because I don't necessarily see a jail to the west like we do to the east. And then to the south, through some black dragons, there's another jail. Druids, yeah, I want to stay away from anything ranged. With peasants, I can sometimes manipulate the turn order a little bit. I can use single stacks to get in the way. Very difficult when you're going up against ranged creatures. So we've gotten the stables. We picked up this nice observation tower, and I think it behooves me to try and pick up additional forces. But I think that I want to get some spells before I do so. And I think that these 9 zombies against 30 peasants? That's way too much. It's way too much. What am I to do? What am I to do? Roman says immune to the curse, automatically blessed, never need to be cured. You can resurrect dozens of them with a few spell power. So what you're telling me is that you are in the same camp as Sorelu the Knight. Roman believes, like Santipolis is saying, that maybe the peasant is not as bad as we're giving it credit for. Is that what you're thinking? I think so. McFall's in the chat. Hello, McFall. Nice to have you there. Hi there. Welcome. Pleasure to have you here. Twitch notifications are back on. Awesome. Good luck with the revolt. I appreciate that. And Steeson's in the chat. Hello, Steeson. It's a pleasure to have you here. As always, Steeson. Lovely, and I hope things are going well for you. You're having a nice garden party. And I shall not play as a necromancer? Okay. I shall not play as a necromancer, sir. Thank you for stopping in to say hi. I appreciate that. Okay. I don't have enough forces to take any of these fights. If you think about this, this is 180 hit points, whereas I have 30 hit points. There's no possible way that I can win this fight. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So I feel obligated to try and figure out the 1 or 2 fights I can win. 8 skeletons, I can beat 8 skeletons. Pack of goblins, too tough to deal with. 8 skeletons, pick up some more peasants in the hut. I think that you have to be smart about where you go in this fight. Amongst all this, I think you'd want to go here, 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 to pick up the stats. Here, maybe back to here. At some point you want to pick up these peasants and get the traveler's boots. I think for sure that I want to go here first, and then I'll figure it out from there. I'm going to ignore resources. I don't see any reason why I'm going to need them, except if I'm going to trade them at the trading post. So for now, folks, let's just head on our way, and let's hope that we can make this happen. Let's stick our big stack of peasants right about... Tell you what, let's do it just like this, and let's go on group formation. No, let's go right here and go on group formation. I just want to make sure that the skeletons don't get the big first stack of damage off of these peasants. We'll do it just like this. And we'll hope for the best. Let's make it happen, Captain. Oh, that's so costly. Okay, let's see if we can do any better. Let's see, Borisher's in chat, and hello, Borisher. Thank you so much for the resubscription. It's a pleasure to have you here. How's it going? Oh man, it's going so good. It's so good to see you. It's always a pleasure to have you here. I always appreciate your constant, steady hand in making sure that Phixfox doesn't do anything silly. Because I don't know if you folks know this. And in fact, maybe I'm saying too much. But I am prone to being quite a bit silly, and that can cause you problems. Yeah, you can have some real problems if you're a little too silly. Bad things happen to you and to your peasants. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that this group of skeletons is going to attack here, and then this big group is going to get a big shot off on me right here. I don't think I can stop it. It's like 6 peasants potentially when they attack me. Worse actually, because they've got better attack skill. I just don't think I can stop it. So we're going to just take our lumps. We're going to skip a couple of times and let them wash over us. In fact, I'm going to step up to here. Okay, that's actually good. Perfect. That's actually better than the alternative. And then we retaliate against 1. Not too bad. We'll kill 2 here. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Oh, he's a madman. Okay, folks, that was not a small thing. That just saved us a massive amount of peasants. I love this. Early game fights are some of my very favorite things because the impact of morale is actually huge. The luck, that was not that big of a deal. I think we all know that wasn't that big of a deal. But the morale, that actually mattered an awful lot. And that saved us, what, 18 peasants? That feels meaningful. That feels like a lot. So, off to a great start. Happy for it. Let's try and use that strategy again in just a moment or two. Folks, there's a sign, and if there's a sign, we must step on the sign. It says the east is District 3. So District 3 is over here. We shall keep that in mind. We're going to take our prize and some more peasants, and we are going to go from month 1, week 1, day 1 into day 2. An old farmer from your village told you that peasants from his time mastered unsuspected powers, and their secrets are locked in the shrines all around the valley. One of these shrines is to the north, and its power should allow you to defeat the guards to the west. But be careful, every shrine will be guarded. Okay, I think Moucheron Quipet has made a little bit of a puzzle for us, and I'm A-okay with that. Between gold and experience, I think that we're just going to take the experience. I think that levels are just going to be that important, especially when leadership is one of the things. We just saw how valuable leadership can be. Folks, let's go for the leadership. We'll pick up a little bit of ore, 10 ore, and then how many peasants do we get? A group of peasants with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? Yes, I do. We're up to 57 peasants. I feel rich with peasants. I feel great. That feels wonderful. Let's do that again, and again, and again, and again, and that's a lot of peasants lost. Ooh, for the first time in this game, we do have an opportunity, though, to play around with terrain. In fact, I think we might just want to step up to here. We'll step to right here, and then just to right here. I will just hope that these Skelly-Boys can't just absolutely overwhelm us. I'm gonna step up to here because both these groups should die. And then this guy's gonna have to go all the way around. This looks like this is actually gonna work out pretty well for us. Okay, yeah, and we'll attack in this direction. Good morale, good morale, good morale. That's okay. We can't have everything. You can't have everything you want. But if you try sometime, you just might find that you get what you need. 9 peasants goes down. Oof. Oof. And then because of the terrain, we're gonna lose one more peasant here. We're just gonna accept that loss, and that's gonna set us up for a nice attack right here. It's gonna be 9, 10, 11, 12 peasants goes down. 48 experience. Not too bad. Not too bad. We're pretty okay with that. By the way, Sante Paul says, yeah, there is an old monastery or abbey near you, and you're really looking for this event. So it should be a lot of interesting stuff. I'm excited for that. That should be good then. Yeah, especially if there's like historical type of stuff here. Like, that's just cool. I have to share something with you folks. Oh, I have to share something with you just because you said that. 45 peasants up to 69. Nice. And a glint of golden light catches your eye. Upon further investigation, you find a golden helm hidden under a bush. That's +1 defense. And then through the clearing, you observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it's guarded by a nearby genie. Do you want to fight the genie? No. We really could have used that +1 to the attack skill. It's not going to happen. So long as there's a genie there, it's not going to happen. I'm not even going to consider that. That'd be too silly. Okay, and as we're pathing in this direction to figure out where we should go next, I'm going to step on the well because sure, why not? And so you mentioned the monastery, the abbey. All right, I got to do something. It's going to be loud because it's going to go back to my full face. I'm going to have to turn off the sound. 1 sec. Yeah, okay. Folks, very exciting. Very exciting here. In my library, there's currently a zoo. Yes, a zoo. A zoo. Phixfox, what do you mean? There's a zoo? Yeah, I mean that there's an actual zoo in my library. Of course, it is taxidermied animals that are from all around the world. And maybe if we get some time, I will pick up my laptop and I will take you around and show you all the fun little animals that we have here in North America, because there's some pretty fun animals. Oh, what's this? What do we see just outside? It's an ibex. Yeah, full-on taxidermied animals are here in my library today, and so I'm enjoying very, very much that the kids are wandering around. They're petting the animals. They're not allowed to ride the animals, but it's still pretty cool that the kids are having a great time enjoying these wonderful animals. Yeah, animal on stream, McFall. That's, yeah, you didn't know that you were in for that kind of a treat today, but yep, that's what you get. That's what you get for being here. You get to see the animals. So we might go on a zoo trip later, just because I think that that'd be pretty fun. Day 3. And Steeson says that this is a beautiful map. I agree, Steeson. It's a beautiful map. And hopefully I am the main hero that you think that I am. Hopefully I'd never let you down. For now, though, I think it might happen, because there's an awful lot of things happening in this map. What do we think, folks? What do we think? 100 peasants? I think we can go through the windmills to get here without having to fight the unicorns. I think. And if that's the case, is 70 peasants, a little bit of stats, and Phixfox's clever positioning, is that enough to win this fight? The answer is only if there's some terrain. We just saw how valuable the terrain can be. If there's terrain, I think we can win. Do we risk it? I mean, are you better off fighting the pack of goblins before you go here? I think you might be, especially since there's some stats. Unfortunately, I am going to go in this direction first. We're going to get a little bit closer so we can figure out which goblin stack is easier. The 11 goblins are easier. Let's test our mettle here, and then we will consider this big stack of peasants. If we can get up to even numbers of peasants, I think that we'll be able to duke it out. We'll take the boots, and we'll be happy from there. So, on we go. We're going to fight this fight. Let's make sure we got our splits appropriate. And I don't actually know, now that we're thinking about it, is this group formation actually doing good for me? I think so, because then I can get in front of my big stack of peasants. I'm going to continue to do this, but I recognize that it might not work very well for every fight. So let's find this out. Glorious victory. Let's see if we can do even better. And Sante Paulus agrees, though. It's a beautiful map. Yes, beautiful map. That's how we like it. And I agree. Totally beautiful map. Peasants will join? Math Obsessed, you think so? I'm hoping that the big 100 stack peasants will join. Oh, I don't know. And if they do join, then we're good. We're golden. If they don't join, we're in trouble. So I don't really know the best thing to do there. I should probably hope for the best, but plan for the worst. It's not very fun to plan for the worst, but in this case, as we play these maps as a one-shot, it might be the very best thing for us. Okay, so we do have one countermeasure peasant to help us out here. We're gonna just step them up to, I don't think it matters. Let's see, because we're gonna want to kill this big stack of 3. Yeah, it's not really gonna matter. I'm gonna keep them alive because maybe they can step in front of somewhere, but folks, 2 peasants goes down, another 5 peasants, another 2 peasants. A lot of variability in this fight. We're gonna kill 3 more goblins. And we're going to get out of here with, it looks like 11, 12, 13, 14 peasants lost. Yeah, I think that was ultimately worth it. Hoping that we get some more peasants here in just a moment. Sandra the Peasant Killer's in the chat. Hello, Sandra the Peasant Killer. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Always a pleasure. Expert leadership. We're doing it. We are totally doing it. The name of this map drove me here in the first place, and I must say it's pretty gorgeous so far, only in its interface. I like the map. It looks very nice. It's very fun to play so far. And the only thing that I feel bad about is that I questioned in the Twitch notification, I said, is this going to be a map that we are able to have necromancy on? And the answer is no. So I'm sorry. For you, Sandra the Peasant Killer, I'm sure that that was exactly what you were looking for. I'm very sorry to disappoint you that there is no necromancy here on this map with all these peasants. But I'm glad you're here all the same, so thank you very much. Yeah, and let's see. With this little bit of terrain, can we really use it to our advantage? I don't really think so. I could probably go, I don't know, I could step up to here and then here, but then an enemy could attack me there. I don't think that we've got a strategy. Let's just continue to stick with it. It works. Maybe not the very best, but it does work. And unfortunately, these enemies are just gonna wash over us in just a moment. We can't help it. There goes one loss. We're gonna retaliate against 4 goblins there. So we're gonna take out 4. We'll take out another 4 in just a second. I'm gonna send this stack of goblins to, the stack of peasants to here. One stack of 4 goes there. And folks, where I come from, we call this a slobber knocker. We call this a knockdown, drag out fight. We call this just putting your dukes up and just duking it out with the enemy. There is no chance of a very strategy defining type of victory there. It's all going to come down to brute force. 21 peasants lost. Not my favorite fight. Not my favorite fight. But the prize is hopefully worth it. 51 up to 27 peasants there. We're up to 78 peasants. We lost as many peasants as we got there. But we did pick up +1 attack skill. During a sudden thunderstorm, a bolt of lightning strikes a tree, splitting it. Inside the tree, you find a mysterious mace. And we also encounter the infamous Black Knight. After a grueling duel ending in a draw, the Knight, out of respect, offers you a pair of armored gauntlets. That was +1 attack, +1 defense. We're up to 2, 4, 2, and 1. 78 peasants plus all of these stats. I think that we're ready. 7 dwarves. I still think that's too much. I think we got to get these 2 peasant stacks. And I'm worried. Folks, I'm starting to worry. Are we in the position where we are failing ourselves? If these peasants don't join us, have we taken far too many losses already and we just don't know it? That's my concern. That's my concern. I have no idea. I have no idea. You go, peasants. Perfect morale. Yeah, Santipolis. Absolutely, positively. Boyster, a bit of silliness is actually good. Nice. I appreciate that very much. And Bearded Man says, I have a picture of the specific central area of the map with my army size words and their equivalent amounts. No clue where I found it. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, please tell me. I have no idea. Somebody else is going to have to tell you, folks. We're going to do this fight. We're going to hope that these peasants join us. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're going to do our very, very best. Sandy Paula says, if you want to share it with us, it's a great idea to have a little trip around the library. We will take a look. We will see if that happens. These losses look great. I don't know if I can do any better. Let's try it, though. Yeah, I think we'll plan on doing a little trip at some point. Maybe at one of the breaks. We'll do a little bit of a break and a little bit of a trip around just to see how things go. Because I like animals. I make no apologies for it. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I love animals. It's what I love. I enjoy them. They're fun. They're cute. Oh, and they're wonderful in every which way. 1, 2, 1, 2. And so my hope is that I get to share the things here when we're spending time together. I hope I get to share the things with you that matter to me. It's pretty much always my goal. Is this guy gonna go first? Oh gosh, I hope so. Whew, that worked out well. I think I'd rather than attack here. If I attack here, this guy's gonna go 1, 2, and he's gonna attack me. I think he actually wants to step away. He attacks up. This guy's gonna step up and make sure that this guy can't reach next time. I think. I might be messing this up, but I've got good morale and they don't. So this should work. I hope this will work. Baby, I hope that this works. Yeah, this works. Look, 1, 2. Yeah, so this guy can't reach us. We're about to lose one single peasant. Just a moment there. Hiya! And now I think I'm going to end up... Oh, that's sweet. That is perfect. 1, 2. We got to step to here. Yeah, okay, good, good. And no, we are going to end up taking one big shot. It's going to be 26 peasants goes down. I probably could have backed off to have avoided that loss, and I really should have. I should have not been so. As you could tell with the terrain, we had the opportunity to split the stacks again and again and again. We could have, we should have. I got impatient and I just said, hey, let's do it. And not the right decision. So we are sad for our failures, but we are happy for having still a meaningful stack of peasants and the opportunity to get much more, and the opportunity to get some nice, beautifully beaded leather boots made from the finest and softest leather. We shall thank the anonymous donor and add the boots to our inventory. We're going to be super fast as we cruise around this big, beautiful map. Okay, this is going to be 30, 40 peasants. That was 40 peasants right there. That was another 30 peasants right there. Very good. Is that enough to take out zombies or dwarves? I think we're going to have to do our very best. Unicorns, I don't know what's going to be like to defeat these unicorns, but eventually we will have to get there, but I'm not going to do that until I get some spell power. So, folks, so far, so good. It's working out. It's working out. But Sanctipaulus does wonder, I don't know if 2 big stacks and three single peasants isn't better, though. I think in that fight it definitely would have been. I think I definitely agree with you that there was an opportunity that we should have taken and we did not. But you're saying that we should do it like this, and then just have single stack, single stack. How many zombies is it? 9? Assuming that there's 5 stacks, there's going to be 40 hit points worth of... Tell you what, assuming that there's... Okay, zombies have 2 defense, we have 3 attack. So we have 4 attack against our 2 defense. So we can actually have like multiple stacks of 39 peasants. Like we can actually look at this in that kind of regard. Because you only need about this many to actually bring your enemies down. And so we'll have actually 3 big stacks and then a couple of single stacks like that. Sounds weird, but because I'm anticipating that the zombies are not going to be in one big stack, we're going to do it like this and hope for the best. Let's see what happens. Hey, oh, mutant zombies. That actually ruins everything. Mutant zombies just had to ruin my day. Look at these 4-speed creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need somebody to step up right there. Sir, you are about to die. It's so sad because I can see the writing on the wall. My little peasant friend, I don't think he gets it. I don't think he understands what's about to happen, but I do. I do. You do. We see what's about to happen. Does anybody else see it? Goodbye. For the greater glory of the kingdom, these things must happen. 2 mutant zombies goes down. Lovely. And then, again, we have an opportunity for terrain. I'm going to do this time what I didn't do last time. And we're going to try and get one group to go that way and a couple other groups to go this other way. Let's see. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just going to do this. I'm going to let these bottom ones eat this one peasant and let the rest of my peasants go up in this direction. So 1, 2, 1, 2. This isn't quite what I wanted. 1, 2, skip. And I don't want to be the one to take the first hit, but there's a chance I might get good morale. There's a chance I might get good morale. Do I risk it? You got 3 chances for good morale. You've got blood morale on these troops. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it and hope that I get good morale. Wasn't there? Let's move to here just in case this guy's not blocked off. Didn't get it. We didn't get the good morale. 9 peasants goes down. But you see what I was thinking about. You see that I can tell that I was trying to do something nifty. It just didn't work. And that's okay. If I move up to here, then these zombies are going to move to right here and then go down. We'll skip. Whoa. No, that's the sound that vampires make. Vampires go blah. But we took one big swipe. That's okay. That's ultimately acceptable. Losing 11 peasants, that's ultimately acceptable. And that gives us a little bit of experience. We're getting pretty okay. Level 4, 3, 4, and 2. We're getting somewhere. And more importantly, we are picking up a Shrine of the First Circle. I do not know what this spell is, but whatever it is, it has to be worth it. It has to be good. Because if it's not, I don't know how we defeat some of these upper level creatures. By the way, it's day 6. Week after week, creatures get bigger in their stacks. I'm a little bit worried. What if 2 unicorns turns into 3? What if 1 paladin turns into 2? I'm a little bit scared. Folks, what spell is it? Cast your votes right now. No! That's not the spell I wanted. What if this is the haste? What if you got to go through unicorns to get the haste? Tell you what though, now that you got the, hold on, by picking up the curse, I actually feel like you can fight these unicorns much better. It saves you 7 peasants, 7 to 14 damage. Okay, we got to pick up the knowledge because we're right here. We're going to ignore these golems. I kind of want to fight these dwarves. Pick up this spell and then fight the unicorns before the new week. Because again, if you go from 2 unicorns into 3, you're having a real bad time. Real bad time. Can we get there? 1, 2, I don't think we can get all this cleared out and get the unicorns before day 1, but I kind of want to try. Oh, but I kind of want to try. So we'll get to here. We are going to fight these dwarves. We're going to consider 3, 4. Unlike with the zombies, you actually have to have more than 39 peasants in these stacks. So tell you what, let's do it just like this. We'll go into 2 stacks, and then we'll split single stacks off here. 1, 1, and 1. Just because dwarves have more defense, and so I don't think that we're going to have enough attack skill to do anything but even damage. So 7 dwarves. Let's hope that there's 1 stack of battle dwarves, so that way we can actually obliterate them a little bit easier. 1 and 4. This is great. This is fine. We're good. We're going to take this. We're going to take this. 1 and 4. I'd like to fight the fight just for funsies, but this looks perfectly reasonable. We're going to take this. And we're going to go on to day 7. A very important day 7 because we do want to deal with these unicorns. 500 gold. We're going to pick up 1,000 experience. That's going to give us the pathfinding. I see some swamp here. Swamp to the south. Stone skin. Folks, what do you think about stone skin? What do we think about stone skin? I want everybody to let me know. What do you think about stone skin? Let me know while I get caught up on chat. And then 7 dwarves. Where's Snow White? I'm Snow White with my big beautiful mustache. Can't you tell? That is the Snow White with the fair skin and the dark hair and the bushy mustache. That is the Snow White of lore, Roman. Perfect. Math Obsessed says, damn, peasants do not respect their revolt leader Bible Thump. Yeah. One big Bible Thump? Is that a reference to a cartoon, or is that a reference I'm not understanding? Please help me, let me know. Haste? Yeah, Haste would have been awesome. Oh my gosh. And Stone Skin and Curse, are they bad? No, they're not really bad, but you know, with the Stone Skin though, I think that you might want to change your strategy. Before we were talking about having multiple stacks. I think we might just want to have 1 big stack of peasants now. Curse the unicorns, Stone Skin the peasants, and then go from there. I think so. I think so. How many creature stats do you have memorized? I mean, I have no idea about the damage range of unicorns. Oh, yeah, because unicorns are 7 to 14. How many do I have memorized? Tell you what, it depends. If you ask me, I might know. And if you don't ask me, we will never know if I know. Very useful. Ah, the Stone Skin's very useful. We will see about that. Bobble Thump is a Twitch icon. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Hopefully the peasants do recognize that, hey, I don't mean you any harm, but I do need you to pay attention. Pay attention, peasants. And then, yeah, Ketz is back in chat. Hello. Nice to have you here. Peasants can take a hit, even with the Stone Skin. I agree. Like, the Stone Skin, is it really going to help? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, but here's something. I think that because we have the movement points, I'm going to go through these rogues, maybe pick up 1 more peasant hut, and then we'll fight these unicorns. The gold, the peasants can't be bad. And I think we do want to have the 2... I think we want to have the stacks like this. 1 big stack isn't going to work because the rogues have no retaliation. Yeah, let's fight this fight. Yeah, these losses don't look great, and there's no good terrain. There's a little bit of terrain down here. Maybe we can mosey on down there. Let's see about it. Anyway. Okay, 53 peasants there. Let's have 1 peasant step up. Let's skip, step up, step up. There's 1 peasant down, 2 peasants down, and do they slip in? They do get the first hit off there. There's 3 peasants at a time. So we're losing 3 peasants at a time there. We're gonna kill 3 rogues. 1 stack of 2 here, and then we're just gonna take our lumps. That's another 5 peasants, another 2 peasants, another 4 peasants. Nice to know that there is some RNG as far as how much damage we take from these rogues. And at this point, those rogues are super dead. And now we shall destroy these rogues. In fact, because there's no retaliation, I liked the idea of having the single stacks to take that first salvo of damage, but maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have had multiple stacks of Peasants, because then I could have actually saved myself an additional round of damage. Yeah, if I had multiple stacks of Peasants that were able to kill 2 to 3 rogues, which is not that much, like a couple stacks of 8. Yeah, I should have done 5 even stacks right there. So that way we could have mitigated the special ability with no retaliation, and we could have just ended the fight much sooner. I think that would have saved me more troops than sacrificing 1, 1, and 1 Peasants, and then duking out with the 2 big stacks. So, you know, stuff happens. Stuff happens, and that's okay. Stuff does happen, and we are A-okay with that. Stoneskin is such a blessing, Bearded Man says. I appreciate that. Santipala says, you don't see it because you need global Twitch emotes extension. I definitely don't have that. If there's something to know about Twitch, trust me, folks, I don't know it. If there's something where people are like, Phixfox, why don't you do this thing that everybody knows how to do? Trust me, whatever that thing is, I don't know how to do it. I need somebody to like learn me good on how to do Twitch. Learn me good, folks, please. And then Pixo's in the chat. Hello, Pixo. Nice to have you here. They're subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you very much, Pixo. Pleasure to have you. If you have not checked it out, go check out the Pixo's tier rankings in English for the Tier 5 creatures and the Tier 6 creatures. I was honored and very pleased to be able to appear in the Pixo's wonderful YouTube video discussing and ranking the Tier 5 and Tier 6 creatures that you find in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Always a friend of the channel. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so very much. Hello to you, Pixo. Hello to everyone else. And so he says, hello, my friend, aka best American streamer in the world. You're gonna make me blush. You're gonna make me blush. I hope you're doing fine. As I promised, here's your brand new French tongue twister in the English phonetic. By the way, you're not gonna make me say anything that's gonna get me in trouble, right? I'm trusting you. I'm trusting that I'm not gonna say anything bad. Il était une fois une dame qui vendait du foie dans la ville du foie. Il se dit, ma foi, c'est la plus moi toi à la dernière fois que je vends du foie dans la ville d'un foie. Okay, if you did not know what that was, that is Pixo giving me a French tongue twister. I did one prior, and he said I did an okay job, but he did have to spell it out phonetically for me in English. I appreciate very, very much that we are able to continue to have a great time with these phonetic spellings, and I'm very glad for your continued friendship. I'm looking forward to whichever one comes next. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure having you here. I recognize you can't maybe stay all the time, but it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. Santipala says Pixo. Is that a good Pixo or a bad Pixo? Is that like Pixo ... like, or is that like a good, I don't know what that is, but I need to know. Folks, look at this train. This is lovely. I wish I'd done this a little bit differently. Watch this. We're gonna do something fun. Uh-oh, no we can't. Yes we can. Okay, so we're gonna go to here. We're gonna step away. Step away. Oh, this was a single stack. Dang it. I thought it was a single stack. Oh yeah, because it's all single stacks except for that big stack. Oof. This group is gonna get right into here. I thought that this was a double stack for some reason. Oh, good grief, that feels good. That feels great. That feels lovely. Everything that just happened there, I'm a fan of. Okay. Oh, perfect, look at this. So we're gonna step to here. We're gonna say goodbye to the horse. We're gonna step to here. Can you go all the way around? I sure hope you can't. You can, no! I should have cursed you. We lost 14 peasants. But these peasants are starting to get pretty tough. I mean, we're fighting some good fights here. Like, the losses are not too bad. We're doing okay. An inscription is written on the shrine. Use your legs to run. You want me to use my cattle legs? My legs are the Cadillac of cattle legs. The idea had never crossed my mind, but indeed, your peasants are running twice as fast while running. Folks, there it is. There's the haste. Math Obsessed had wanted the haste before. Math Obsessed, you got it now. There's our haste spell, and we're feeling much better about our chances. Now, even though it's day 7, can we reach anywhere else? We cannot, so we're going to have to make one final decision. Do we want to head in this direction first, or do we want to head in this direction first? I'm going to hope that the Paladins and the Iron Golem stacks stay relatively low. We're going to pick up all of this. Does it matter which way we go? Whichever way we go here, we're going to remember that we're going to swing back the other way. So because we don't want to go here, we don't want to go here, because then we'll go, if we go west, we're going to bounce back to the east, and then we'll put ourselves in this general vicinity. we want to go here first so that after we clear all this out, we bounce back this direction and this way. See what I'm saying? So we're going to go this way. We're going to call it a month 1, week 1, day 7, and we're going to bid this week 1 adieu. And astrologers will proclaim this to be the week of the squirrel. Lovely. Okay. Bearded Man says you can take the stone out of your peasants, stone skin, and use it to supplement your ore. Could you imagine? I stone skin a peasant and I just like throw them off the battlements and then they break into a million pieces and I'm like, look, we're going to use them to build an armory. And all the swordsmen are just mortified, absolutely disgusted at their leader. That would absolutely be a sinister Phixfox moment. Yeah, in case you're unfamiliar with it, Phixfox has a sinister side, and occasionally I am doing things like using Elemental Storm when it will hurt my own troops, just to make the enemy hurt even more. It's definitely like that scene out of Braveheart, you know, the movie with Mel Gibson, where the English shoot the whole armies, the 2 armies are fighting, and the commander says, won't the arrows hit our own troops, sir? He says, yeah, I don't care. It's kind of my sinister Phixfox moment there. It would be a sinister Phixfox moment to use the peasants for ore. There you go. The Lord of the Valley heard about your revolt and called for an army of reinforcement. It will arrive at the beginning of the 3rd month. You need to capture the Lord's castle before they arrive. Okie day, we will do it. 1, 3, okay, perfect. No groups of creatures got big or terrifying, but we simply must yet again do our single stacks. Thankfully, this one paladin's not going to have a chance against us. We're going to make this work just fine, I do believe. Okay, glorious victory. 59! You're telling me? No, can't, nope. No. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. What we do need to do is we do need to hide our big peasant here, but yet again, we're going to let the enemies crash against our walls. And so long as they don't get the good morale, we're gonna be fine. Let's see. No, we don't need to lose another single peasant. We're just gonna skip and do 63 damage. I wasn't sure for a second if I needed to take the enemy's retaliation, but clearly we're gonna kill this one paladin. 1 peasant for 1 paladin, sir. Was that your plan the whole time? Was that your plan the whole time, to defeat a whole stack of peasants? Doesn't work. It kind of reminds me of the beginning of the map Thunk, because if you can take your main commander off the little spit of land, you can go through a legion of peasants if you want to, but there's a lot of RNG as far as being able to do it successfully and make it worthwhile. But if you do it, then you can steal yourself a gold mine for the entire rest of the game. It's totally worth it. You should totally do it. But anyway, peasants, paladins, sometimes the peasants win. The soldiers living in the fort teach us a few new defensive tricks. +1 defense. We're also going to take the +1 from the standing stones. You've found a group of druids worshipping at one of their strange stone edifices. Silently, they teach you new ways to cast spells. And then, as we path our way through in this direction, we will pick up, it looks like, another 53 peasants. Very good. The stack continues to climb. And because of this upcoming stack, let's see, 3 iron golems, I'm just going to do it just like this. We're going to do 3 stacks like so. And this shouldn't be too big of a deal. 6, 4, and with terrain, maybe we get off even easier there. We'll see. Fukity's in the chat. Hello, Fukity. So nice to have you here. As usual, it's great to be here with all of you. Thanks to the real Phixfox. I hope you're doing great. Folks, okay. We got slowed down for a second. My appreciation for all of you, I'm looking right at you. All of my appreciation for you knows no bounds. Thank you for spending the time. Like, thank you for spending the time. Last week, we didn't get to stream because I was with family and I was spending quality time where it was needed over there, and that is important. That's critically important for me. But I totally missed spending time with you last week. And I'm never gonna get over how grateful I am that people want to spend the time here, playing Heroes of Might and Magic, having a fun time, just like living life and enjoying stuff. I mean, heck, we're gonna go on a zoo trip later. Yeah. I appreciate you all very, very much, and there's no amount of words that will adequately capture my good vibes I have for all of you. So thank you very much. If you can hear the sound of my voice here on Twitch, on YouTube later, wherever you catch this, thank you. I appreciate you all. If you think that your day goes better, just imagine how much better my day goes when I get to spend the time with all of you. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm not going to be able to use the terrain much better. But these single stacks are going to lure in these big iron golems. And so I'm excited for that. That was not me, by the way, saying, by the way, everybody should totally resubscribe. That's not what I was saying. Although, Vammy, I just heard Vammy with a resubscription for 3 months of tier 1. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna skip. One of my favorite videos I've ever seen, it was a guy who does, I think it was, he does something like, he does like wood carvings, and he does Twitch. And the very first time somebody subscribed to him, he was like, oh, bro, you don't got to do that. He's like a nice, like, Maori or New Zealand kind of a guy. He's just like, oh, bro, you don't got to do that. How do I refund you? Like, I really appreciate that vibe of just like, hey, we're all here to have fun and hang out. And so I appreciate when people want to support the channel. I'm grateful I get the opportunity to provide you with that way. But yeah, we're just here to have fun. So, Vammy, thank you so very, very much for the subscription. It's really a pleasure to have you here. And thank you again as a Twitch mod for me. Without you, I would be under a lot of stress all the time, trying to make sure that nothing bad happened in the chat. Because I don't think anything bad's gonna happen in my chat. I think that we've got a really good group here. But all the same, it's just nice to have that knowledge that if something horrible happens, you're gonna help make sure things go well. So thank you to you, and thank you to Lord Shadowing for your help. Being fantastic, wonderful mods. Okay, 12 sprites. Remember we talked about the rogues here having no retaliation, and we wish that we had had 5 stacks. We're going to do the same thing here. These 12 sprites, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to have to take a hit. It's going to suck. You can't help it. You know, maybe you can. Hold on. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. Let's do 2 stacks like this. And then we're just going to do a couple of single stacks because we're still going to stay on group formation. This is going to make it so that these 2 spots in the recess of the hexagonal line, these ones are going to be able to only be attacked by 1 sprite at a time. And so that is going to save us a little bit of damage, actually. So let's actually, I'm glad we slowed it down. I'm glad that we reconsidered. Let me show you what I mean here. So because of 2 big stacks are in the back, we're not going to clear out these sprites as quickly as we would like. But it looks like we're only going to eat the damage from 3 sprites instead of 4. So maybe that's good. I don't know. Maybe I should have just done multiple stacks. Maybe I outfoxed myself. Then again, the great equalizer is good morale. At least the good morale kicked in and did some good stuff for us. Very nice. Okay. Was that better or worse? 12 peasants it is. So be it. Let it be written, let it be done. We've come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics again. Didn't we do that once before? Well, they've allowed us to train with them, and we are much better for it, which we always appreciate. We've definitely done this one. This Orcish Witch Doctor, yeah, we've already done that at least once. Okay, so let's take stock of where we're at. We've currently got a grand total of 262 peasants, 15 spell points, so we do want to pick up this magic well. We do have 4 attack, 6 defense, 3 spell power, 4 knowledge. We have picked up a couple of nice spells. We got the Haste, Stun Skin, Curse. I suppose I could have hasted one of the stacks of peasants. In fact, I should have. That would have saved like 3 or 4 peasants against those sprites. And with this, I think that we can actually take some pretty nifty fights. We can go in this direction. We don't want to go through the archers. No way. That's, no. No. But steel golems, doable. In fact, we're going to be faster than the steel golems. Hold on. Yeah, steel golems are 3 speed, so we're not going to be faster than zombies or skeletons or goblins or dwarves. Definitely not faster than wolves, but we're going to be faster than a pack of steel golems. I think we're going to have 1 big stack when we attack there. We got 2,500 gold. We can't upgrade our castle, but we do have another 34 peasants over here. I don't think I'm going to stop by some of these other peasant huts. Like this one over here is going to have just a couple. So I'm going to let those stack up for a little bit. We are going to go back. And we're going to try and pick up a couple of these peasants from the Relu farm and then go west. And that'll be very, very nice. Very, very soon. Okay, let me get caught up on chat. Santa Paul says, said it like a real baguette muncher. Is that offensive? I don't know. I don't think that Moucheron Quipet or Zapixo or any of our nice friends. McFall, I believe, is also French. Maybe? Maybe not. I don't think any of our French friends really take offense at that. Although, let me know if you do, because the best I can do is just know for the future. We're up to 40 spell points here, and I will still do the single stacks, but again, knowing that we got the haste, life is going to be much better in just a moment or two. Wow. Losses look bad. With the terrain, we're going to make this really awesome. All 3 golems are not going to go in the same direction. So whichever one, there we go, whichever one goes in that direction is going to be better for us. So let's just take some steps, little quiet steps, little itty bitty baby quiet steps. And then we pounce with our haste. Because we now have the 3 spell power, this haste is going to last for 3 turns. That's lovely. That's big. Because now, that should help us win this whole fight. I don't think we're going to have any problems. We might need to haste one more time. I should have had... let's see. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to set this guy to here. One steel golem's going to go up, the other one's going to go the other way. One peasant is going to die. That's very sad. I can't help it. Oh, he went that direction? Really? That was not anticipated. Haste lasts for 1 more turn. So tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to haste that one right there. We're going to go right here. We're going to skip and skip. That means we still can haste this stack. Oh, it's not going to work the way I'd hoped. Darn. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Just go right here. Here. I hope that they actually attack the fast peasant. Looks like they don't. 1, 2, 3. If I'd known I was going to get the good morale, I would have done things differently, of course. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's no good way of doing this. Alright. Alright. You know what? Last time I'd mentioned that I had the opportunity to split their forces, and I didn't take it in a previous fight. I'm going to do it this time. I'm going to do it this time. Right about there. Okay, skip. The haste wore off. Oh, Phixfox. Phixfox, what have you done? Phixfox, for all of your smarts, for all of the good vibes you have, for knowing that unicorns do between 7 to 14 damage, you cannot count how long a spell will last for. It remains my biggest bane. That and forgetting to turn off grouped formation, but you know, these things happen. So 35 peasants goes down. I got greedy. I tried to make sure I lost no peasants. Didn't work. Okay, so be it. Folks, pathfinding, I think that that's going to be worthwhile. Eventually we are going to have to take this castle, right? Castle Stardew, but for now, I think we're going to accept the fact that eventually it'll be useful, but now, not so much. Do you think we needed this enchanted hourglass to make our spells last 2 turns longer just a second ago? Oh gosh, that's so sad. We don't need to go back to this magic well because there's one over here. But let's take our free peasants. 257 up to nearly 300. Back up to 40 spell points, and then up to 342 peasants. And let's figure out where we should go from here, and then just carry on. 18 battle dwarves, 46 goblins, 21 mutant zombies, 39 skeletons, 10 wolves. Lots to be done here. Lots to be done. Pixel says that's so clipped. So clipped, so clipped. Moucheron Quipet's in the chat. Hello, Moucheron Quipet. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. And then Moucheron Quipet says, run acquired, like the Terminator. Wow, I am so far behind on chat. Run is acquired. The ancient wisdom of running. Ah, very good. I missed the clip like a fool. I will have to wait for the mod. That's okay. We'll catch the clip later. No worries. I'm such a newbie at Twitch. Hey, I don't know what's even going on with Twitch. I'm on Twitch, but do I know what's going on? The answer is still no. Still no. Let's do this first. This fight is still going to be better for us than any others. Although we are going to do 2 stacks. Yeah, I think 2 peasant stacks is actually going to be better for us in this case, as we're fighting these fights, especially with this terrain. Let's do that. Roman says, so maybe everything is perfectly calculated, and on the end we will have an epic fight with like 10k peasants and several dragons with 1 peasant left at the end. If that's the case, we're going to get absolutely obliterated, and I'm going to be very, very sad. Like, there's not going to be anything we can do at that point. There's nothing we can do at that point. So if it happens, so be it. If it doesn't happen, great. I wish I knew. I wish I could properly inform you, but I cannot. I might have made a mistake here. Hasting that stack of peasants actually might not be the best thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might not be the best thing to have done that, because now they're about to go. Oh no, thankfully the goblins did go first. 1, 2, 3, 4. What if I, hold on. No, I can't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna take a hit from these goblins one way or the other, unless we like run for a little bit longer. Although if we do, maybe these goblins go back the other way. Let's give that a try. They do not. Understandable. Have a nice day. But that means that this big stack of peasants here can actually attack there, which they do. We will use single stacks to prevent major issues over yonder. And this big stack is about to go, can't help it. So let's just do a quick stone skin, step up to there, take our damage, 17 peasants goes down, and we'll get out of this fight. Yeah, there's got to be a better way. I'm sure that Moucheron Quipet, who's in the chat, is going to be able to let us know, hey, Phixfox, these are all the peasant tactics that Sir Relu has taught me over the years. You missed out on an opportunity. And I will be grateful for it. I believe that one of my favorite things is that Moucheron Quipet's maps generally tend to teach me things and remind me of things that will make me a better Heroes Might and Magic player for the rest of my life. And so if you're interested in being a better Heroes Might and Magic player, go play Moucheron Quipet's maps, The Great Return and The Great Pursuit, and now apparently Peasant Revolt. A surprise turn in the landscape finds you in the midst of a grisly scene. Vultures, picking at the aftermath of a terrible battle. Your cursory search of the remains turns up an enchanted hourglass. So now our haste are going to last for 6 turns. That's lovely. That's great. Now let's see if we can pick up one more stat here from this gazebo and this old knight. Looks like we are not close enough. Another 100 experience to go before we hit level 8. We don't have diplomacy. So this Xanadu is not really in the works for us. Not until we're at least level 10. Okay, there's another Shrine of the First Circle, critically important. Let's actually consider this. How many dwarves? 18? Let's consider it to be 5 stacks of 3 to 4. So you're gonna want at least 80 peasants in a stack. Let's just consider it to be 80 peasants in a stack. I think that our attack skill is now just barely not good enough to do full damage to the dwarves. So we're gonna do 10% reduced damage, so you probably want like 90. So you probably want 3 stacks of 90. If that's the case, you might as well just do it like this. Yeah, and if you're gonna do it like this, you might as well do it like that. Okay. Alright, let's go fight these battle dwarves. Oof, looks pretty bad. Thankfully, we got some spells to make this better. Skur's in the chat. Hello, Skur. Nice to have you here. Welcome back. We are playing some Peasant Revolt here from the FHeroes2 lobby. FHeroes2 server, as it were. It's very great. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aha. And I'm having a really dandy time. Hopefully everybody here is having a really nice Friday. Part of the reason I've mentioned before that I like to stream at 11 o'clock my time is because then it gives me the opportunity to hear from all of you wherever you may be near and far. It means that I get to catch you at the end of your day, which I think is always a really nice thing. For the folks that are overseas in Europe, near and far, wherever you might be. Curse. I don't have a curse. We're just gonna have to take the damage from 4 battle dwarves, unless we don't have to take the damage from 4 battle dwarves if our blood morale comes in absolutely clutch, which it has. 2 peasants lost. Folks, I think Phixfox is getting better. Either that or I'm getting luckier. Either way, I'm not gonna complain. We're gonna take the advanced wisdom. But that was +1 attack skill, bloodlust. +3 attack skill. That might matter. That might actually matter. Tell you what though would matter the very most for me. You've got the haste. You know what I think the second best level 1 spell is at this point? I'm gonna let you guess. What do you think that the second best level 1 spell is for this particular scenario? You put your guess in the chat. I'll get caught up on chat, and then we'll see if we agree on that. Santipaul says -3 morale by turning peasants into ore. Yeah, kind of gross. Kind of gross. Don't do that. We talked about throwing them off the battlement and using them as resources. It's not okay. Hey Fix, hey Fahmy, nice to have you here, thank you so much. And Roman says, yeah, to the -3 morale, absolutely. Spixo is doing some nice lurking, very good. And don't spoil the map for yourself, yeah. Lovely and wonderful, and thank you so much for being here, Pixo. It's always a pleasure. We'll catch you whenever we catch you. No obligation to be here and say, I appreciate people saying hello. The other day, oh, I was watching Winnie Maru, and I said hello, and it was nice to say hello to everybody. I realized that I always worry. I don't know what protocol is. I don't know what the etiquette is. Is it good or is it bad to pop into a stream and say hello? I don't know the answer. Because if you do pop in and say hello, if they're deep in thought, they might lose track of what they're doing and they might not appreciate that. But on the other hand, is it rude not to say hello? Like I do want to say hello as often as I can. And ultimately what I've decided is it's never a bad thing to just be friendly and say hello. So if you're ever wondering, does Phixfox want to hear from me or not? The answer is yes. Even if all you just say is, hey, then that way I just could be like, hey, how you doing? So you don't have to be chatting every 2 seconds if you don't want to, but I'm always happy to hear from you and just say hello back to you. Roman says, 1 peasant for 1 canned peasant. Ew. Canned peasants? What is this? Are we rationing peasants? Are we eating the peasants? Are we? Oh, okay. We're gonna move away from that thought. That paladin being jumped at by a horde of peasants after he swung at the human shielded peasants was pretty good. I really enjoyed that one. That one made me very, very happy. Bammy, by the way, says, I was moving out to my student house last week, so it sort of worked out for me. The last week was good. Very good. I'm glad that your student housing is coming online. For those of you that are getting back into school, I hope that your upcoming school studies are going very well for you. I hope that you are reinvigorated after a wonderful summer. I think that a lot of growth happens during the summer, not just during the school years, and you really need that time to take a break and rest and relax and get ready for a new year. Bammy, I hope that your upcoming studies, I hope that your course load is something that you're looking forward to, that you can deal with it. You know, if it's too much of a struggle, I don't want that for you, but I do want you to still learn and push yourself. So hoping for the best. Had a nice week, so I'm celebrating also by supporting your Heroes of Might and Magic streaming effort. Thank you so much, Bammy. Again, always a pleasure. Moucheron Quipet says, I actually didn't think of that strat against the sprites. Could be useful in other situations. We will think about it. Math Obsessed, I did forget the stables. I don't think that we got the stables. My bad. Ooh, my bad. Roman says, I am excited to jest about that and a bit scared. Heh. Oh, hear about that. A bit scared. Gotcha. Okay. If they attack the enemy at range instead of going around, sure. Some of these fights were a little bit tough to kind of try to manage, right? But using the peasant shield wall has been very successful so far, and I feel no regrets about that. And of course, we're just running around everywhere we go. Moucheron Quipet says to this map, do you hate peasants? Yes. Well, I'm here to tell you that you don't hate them enough. Moucheron Quipet's goal in this map is to make sure that you hate peasants as much as you ought to, which I love very, very much. That's very cool. Stone Skin or Curse, what would be better for the goblin fight? I think that we used... I do think that Stone Skins... It depends on the number of goblins. 1 to 2 damage. Goblins do 1 to 2 damage. Do you want them to do minimum damage, or do you want to just have... Or do you want them to do 30% less damage? I think you actually get a higher effect size by using the curse. I think you're right, Roman. I think I used the Stone Skin. I think erroneously I used the Stone Skin. I think I should use the curse. Unless you're getting attacked by all the goblins at once. Birdfine says, a pathfinding problem here. We can pick the artifact with the fight, without the fight. Oh, I'm gonna have to actually take a look. Which artifact? This one? Through the clearing, you observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it's guarded by nearby Cyclopes. This is +1 attack. This is +1/+1 for a Cyclopes. We're doing it. This guy's not gonna know what hit him. Oh wait, double hex attack. Double hex attack. We can still make this work. Although we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna go just like this. Peasants to the bottom. We're probably gonna need to haste some of these top ones. We're gonna make this work, but we're not gonna lose 32 peasants, especially with this terrain. Is that passable terrain? It's gotta be, right? Yeah, that is passable. For a second, I wasn't sure. But I'm still gonna come back to the question about what is the best thing for us, my folks. We will talk very shortly about what the best first tier spell will be, other than the haste. Okay, there we go. That worked out perfectly. Lovely. Just like that one paladin, that one Cyclopes did not know what hit him, and we will take the +1/+1. Very good. The spells are small and level 1, but because peasants are so bad, they're revolutionary. Absolutely, Bearded Man. That is the best way I could have possibly heard anybody put that. Like, the effect size is massive, simply because peasants are so bad. And, as Moucheron Quipet has noted, we don't hate peasants enough. By the way, have you noticed that Moucheron Quipet made a skeleton? Look, I'm gonna move over here so you can look just at the minimap. Do you notice that this looks like a skeleton? I sure did. In the roads, it looks like a little bit of a skelly face, and that's grinning at us. Maybe that's forewarning us of our eventual doom. If that's the case, so be it, but in the meantime, I'm just going to hope for the best and plan for the worst. Once again, we're going to go into 3 stacks, so that way we can actually deal with these paladins. Let's hope for terrain. Let's see, hope for terrain? I think hope for terrain. Oh gosh. I don't know the best way of doing this fight. But I'm actually going to move my single stacks a little bit over like this. Spread formation? No, I think you still want to be on grouped or go back to grouped anyway. 99. Oh, there's a Crusader in there. Oh, jeez. There's some nice terrain. That's actually good. I think that means that we're going to haste. Haste the big stack. Oop. Run! Where? We're going to take damage. We can't help it. Run to there. Skip to there. Now that's interesting. This might actually be perfect because this will actually slow down, I think, one of these paladin stacks. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it might slow down this paladin stack, which might be useful. No, wait, hold on, because this other one stack can step up, so we're gonna lose to here. Dead. Okay, not great, but it'll work. Oh my goodness, the damage is bad. Oh, this hurts. Oh, this hurts so bad. Oh, so much. We're gonna move to here because we're gonna try to give ourselves as many opportunities at hasting to end this fight as we can. So if we move to here and we get the good morale, we can haste here. We're going to move out of the way. We're gonna move up, and then if we get the good morale here, we're gonna haste again. Didn't happen. So many peasants lost. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Folks, what do you think? Was there a better way to fight that fight? Was there a better way to fight that fight? I think that there had to be. I think that there had to be. 2 stacks of peasants with 3 single stacks, that would have done it. Yeah. I think you still wanted 2 big stacks that could do damage, but I think that you wanted 3 single stacks instead of, I think that using 3 big stacks to try and kill all of them was a pipe dream. It just wasn't very feasible. It wasn't very likely that you were going to get the stars to align to make that happen in the way that we were hoping. I think that you were always best off using 2 big stacks of peasants and then 3 single stacks. So, very sad. That was 100 peasants lost. Folks, we're down to under 300 peasants. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Okay, let's continue on. Furfine, need to go. Have a nice day and enjoy the map. Perfect. I appreciate that, Furfine. We will catch you later. Thank you so much. Math Obsessed. Oh, you vote for the boring magic arrow. I don't think that as a level 1 spell that would be bad at all. That's an excellent choice. Not the one I had in mind, but I think that's an excellent choice. In fact, that might even be better than my choice I thought about. Maybe not. We will see. And then Moucheron Quipet says, I'm personally always happy to see someone say hello in chat. Perfect. I like that. That makes me very, very happy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Phixfox wife says, I like the chat almost as much as I like Fix. Hey, but you're supposed to like me. You don't have a choice. Okay, that's not true. You totally have a choice whether you like me or not. Oh, sorry. A cry of pain leads you to a centaur, caught in a trap. Upon setting the creature free, he hands you a small pouch. Emptying the contents, you find a dazzling jeweled ring. That's going to be +2 to our spell power. We're up to 6 and 4, so our hastes and stuff will last for plenty of time. And I just said the spell that I was thinking of. Let me see if there's anybody else here. No, you went to the stables? I did? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Watch as the paladins get good morale. That would have been the worst, Sante Paulus. Oh, that would have been the worst thing in the world. Oh, so sad. Bearded Man, if it is a skeleton indeed, either it's a skeleton of a tailed creature, or it's a very anatomically incorrect male skeleton. Hey, I don't know if Moucheron Quipet is a... I don't know if he's a medical personnel type person. Maybe he doesn't know what they do look like. I don't know. I'm not here to complain. I just appreciate a good map when I see it. Okay, 75 hit points. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Here, and here, and here, and here. This fight feels straight out of the Great Return. Yeah, Great Return, Great Pursuit. One of them where you're trying to use the peasants against the hydras. Thankfully, though, this time, whereas before we did not have a haste or something to play around with, we certainly do this time. The second skill, or rather the first level spell that I think is just under the value of the haste, by the way, is the slow. I think that if you have the haste or if you have the slow, both are good, but I think you're always going to find that it's going to be multiplicative. The value of the haste is going to be even greater if you also have the slow with you. Like being able to do both, I think actually does matter an awful lot. So, you know, I don't really know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really know. But I believe that if we can find a slow somewhere, I'm going to be exceptionally happy. Watch as we never find a slow on this map ever, just because it'll break the map somehow. Ah, so sad. Okay, we're going to skip dead peasants. We're going to go down. Oh, perfect. A little bit here, a little bit there. Skip, skip, skip. Why are you not going for... Oh, they're going for the hasted stack? Let's do this then. It's going to last forever. You might as well. This guy can't reach, I don't think. Because he's 2 hexes? Yeah, we're fine. Skip, skip. And skippity, skip, skip, and dead. 1 peasant lost, not too bad. Okay, and folks, for the first time we see a red enemy, ZomZom, with many ZomZomZombies. Ooh, 7 defense. That's actually kind of a problem. Is it? No, it's not really a problem. We'll make it work, but not going to be my favorite fight. Although there is going to be a nice opportunity for good luck when we do fight that fight. We will look forward to that very, very soon. And look, he's actually got a green tent behind him. So there are these lifts. It looks like that's going to take us somewhere very nifty in the future. So we're probably going to want to defeat him fairly quickly. Let's clear all this out, and then we will go and fight him. Very good. Very good. And Moucheron Quipet says, you should have attacked the great paladins instead of running back. Always kill whenever you can. They'd reach you anyway. Should have attacked the paladins instead of running back. Okay, that makes sense. I will probably take a look at that as soon as I can next time. Hopefully there's not a next time, but we will see. 343 peasants, my word. That looks like a 2-stacker to me. 2 stacks, single. And 1 more single. Yeah, we'll do it just like that. I think that this is technically faster to do it that way. Okay. Let's step on the magic well, because who knows if that's going to be important or not, and let's pick up a whole swath of these peasants. Attack the Crusader with a hasted stack right away, maybe, and haste another in the second turn. You know what? That probably would have been best, actually. Even being hasted, though, we were always going to be 4 speed, and Paladins and Crusaders are 5 and 6 speed. But you need the haste so that way they can get into range. Huh. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, Math Obsessed. I'm very happy that even with your new parent brain where you're not getting a lot of sleep, that you're still absolutely running circles around me. That does not make me sad at all. It makes me very happy, in fact. So, very good. Yes, yes, very good indeed. Okay, once again, we're just going to skip a couple times because we want to isolate the stacks. In just a second or two, next turn we're going to haste one of these stacks, and then in just a moment we're going to make sure that we can split these other 2 stacks. So let's go haste. I know I just said a lot of hasting and splitting and stacking. It'll make sense in just a moment. I want this guy to go this way and this guy to go this way. Let's see what happens. Why are you like this? There's a new unintended consequence. Are they purposely staying together? I think that they're purposely staying together. Okay. All right. Well, 1, 2. Okay. One way or the other. We're not going to take losses here, but that's just interesting behavior. I wonder if that's a change with the newest patch of FHeroes2. Maybe something I just haven't noticed before. I'm not too sure. Month 1, week 3, day 1. Remember, we have until month 3 to take our enemy's castle. Folks, that is going to be an extra 50 peasants there. It's going to be an extra 40-something peasants there. We're up to 151. Not too bad. Boars is a tough fight. Wolves are a tough fight. Pikemen, not too bad. We can deal with those for sure. 2 instances of luck, 1 and 2. That will be very useful for the upcoming fight. I did not pick up the Tree of Knowledge. I want to wait for a little bit on that. Is the boars, is that worth this magic garden, witch doctor's hut, windmill, and so on and so forth? I don't actually think it is. I don't think that this fight is worth it. I think I have enough knowledge already. So I'm going to bypass the boars. Gotta get the shrine though. The shrine is totally worth it. And for now, I feel like I want to leave these resources. But then again, you might need them later for something I don't really understand. We'll come back to that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the best thing about that. But what I do know is this. When we are the when we are struggling against these big crazy creatures like this, it makes a lot of sense to me to try and do these single stacks, but also have mostly the big stacks here, because we're gonna take some damage. These losses look totally acceptable though. We'll figure it out. Moucheron Quipet, you think I'd give a direct damaging spell? I'm not that nice. Oh, my bad. I will never expect good things from you ever again, Moucheron Quipet. You got it, no worries. Oh, there's a passability issue? I didn't see that. Death Wave, Sante Paulus, Death Wave, Death Wave, Death Wave. Yeah, let's get some of that in the mix. That would actually be great. I would love that. Looks like we have 2 peasants that can reach some wolves. Let's do the damage. We're still going to be slower than these wolves. Oh, no, that's kind of interesting. So you're going to go there. What if we put you here? Fight here. Move you down. Oh, man, if I was right here, if I'd known, maybe I could have done this a little bit differently. I actually hope, no, there's going to be a gap there. I'm hoping that one of these peasants actually gets good morale. They don't. So there, I wanted to make like a little area that we couldn't bypass, but at least we're only going to have multiple stacks of wolves attack that one group there. AI fought that fight better than me. That really grinds my gears. +1 spell power, and then what's this spell? Slow. Hey, there it is. That's the spell I was looking for. Slow, slow, slow. Because now, if I can adjust turn order, folks, I feel like I'm pretty good at playing with turn order if you give me the opportunity. And now that we have that, I think we can do some pretty nifty things. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to clear all this out. We already picked up those peasant hovels. I don't see the reason for picking up the resources. What's the point? Maybe when I pick up a second hero, that hero can spend the time to pick up resources, but for now, I'm not going to pick them up. I just don't see the reason why it's important for me. So I'm going to ignore that for now. We're going to stick with this current strategy of the 3 stack with the singles and go from there. Give it 2 seconds. Gives you 2 seconds to fix that. Gotcha. Oh, for the artifact. The one that was bypassable? Yeah, I'm sorry. The goal is never to break your map, but sometimes it does happen. I'm going to haste here. And then next turn, I'm going to haste one more time. One of these other stacks. Oh, hold on. That has the unintended consequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, of keeping one of these stacks of zombies back, interestingly enough. So then this stack is going to step up for sure. Here. Can't reach here, but I'm going to just be ready to be hasted. I'm gonna haste this stack so they can maybe get out of there before they take too much damage next time. They're gonna kill 1 stack there. And then when I have 2 hasted stacks, we'll do good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not gonna be enough. Gonna have to haste this stack as well. This will work. Oh, Phixfox can't count. Okay, so be it. I've never seen a mutant zombie stack that I didn't like to take a hit from. We're not going to talk about that fight. I didn't even realize how good this was. A Shrine of the Second Circle? This could be nifty. This could be really good. Resources are only there to buy artifacts if they cost something. Oh, thank you, Moucheron Quipet. I appreciate that. I probably put way too many of them there. I'm glad that I noticed the strategy. I'm glad I haven't been using these treasure chests for gold. That it's pretty much all been experience, because yeah, that would have been pretty bad. All right, folks, what do we think? What's this second level spell going to be? My guess is Summon Boat. Disrupting Ray, now that is an interesting choice. Huh, Disrupting Ray. You can cast it multiple times. All of a sudden, knowledge is very valuable. So going through these boars actually might be pretty useful. Knowledge. If you can cast 1 billion casts of your lightning bolt, or rather your disrupting ray, you can bring down some impossibly tough foes. Okay, we're gonna make this work. I'm not sure. That's just an interesting wrinkle. I did not expect a disrupting ray, and I'm gonna have to figure out what the best way to use it's gonna be. But I'm excited to find out. So let's do 44 skeletons right now. Boom. 120 peasants goes down. Yikes. Let's not do that. No. Let's not do that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So here's my plan. We're gonna haste here. If you can reach a peasant, you will reach a peasant. If you cannot reach a peasant, I anticipate that these skeletons are gonna stay out of range. So we're gonna skip, go up, go up, go up. Yeah, I didn't want that. Never mind, they're just coming straight for me. Oh, I did not anticipate that. Did not anticipate that. Stone skin actually matters. 4 attack, 13 defense. That actually does save peasants. Okay. And then I think that you just want to envelop. I am not fighting this as well as I should. It kind of worked. It kind of did something anyway. Mana's not a problem. Like, I'm just not going to worry about it. I think that these guys are just far enough away that stepping up to here, that's going to save at least 1 extra hit. Yeah, that saved at least 1 extra hit. Not great. I should have had 2 stacks. I should have had 2 stacks. Absolute blunder. In the, I think what it is, I think that what's getting my brain waves mixed up is this. With the stone skin, I feel like it's always a good idea to keep your stacks together because you can get your big, strong stack to do a good job with using those new stats from the haste and with the stone skin. Clearly here, you wanted at least 2 stacks of peasants. I think that from here on out, we just have to admit that, bro, you gotta keep 3 stacks of peasants. 3 stacks of peasants is just peak, absolute peak performance. It might feel unintuitive to me, but at this point, I've got plenty of evidence in this scenario to indicate to me that you should always have 3 stacks of peasants. Always. Always? Horde 80 zombies? Maybe not there. But that is definitely the exception and not the rule. Okay. Rise to Ruin is in the chat. Hello, Rise to Ruin. Hey, Fix. Hey, chat. Playing with your favorite unit, I see. Hope you build them a farm for their sacrifice. Oh, my friend. 1 second. A walk across the dry saltwater lake bed yields an unlikely prize, a white pearl amidst shattered shells and debris. These peasants are so pampered. They get to hang out in a sweet little cottage. They get to hang out and tend to their farm. They get a thieves guild and a tavern. The fact that they get a tavern, I don't get a tavern. I don't get to enjoy the tavern, but the peasants do. Didn't quite seem right to me. Does not seem right to me. Oh well, that's okay. I'm sure that they've worked hard. I'm sure that they deserve it. So let's carry on. Pikemen, once again, we're going to prove that the 3 stack is actually better than anything else we could have done. Terrain, negligible. I think that we're just going to go out and fight and just try and do damage. Let's see, 5? I think he's in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's in range. We're going to go to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's going to be fine. So we skip, 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 and there. Oh, well, because that happened, we're going to haste here, defeat here, and defeat here. Very good. 12 peasants lost, not too bad. +1 attack skill. And, maybe more importantly, the minor scroll of knowledge for +2 knowledge. That is nearly 3 additional disrupting rays if it comes down to it. Before you appears a levitating glass case with a scroll perched upon a bed of crimson velvet. At your touch, the lid opens and the scroll floats into your awaiting hands. Very good. Very good. Yeah. If I go through the gems, can I reach there? No, I have to go around the long way. Because of the Witch Doctor's hut, I think that this is going to be worth it. So, 16 boars. Really don't love this fight. Really don't love this fight, but we're going to do it. Okay. Losses look acceptable. I don't think I can do any better. And we're going to go for +1 knowledge. We're going to pick up 500 gold. We're going to pick up the 1000 experience. We are now going to pick up the fairy ring for the +1 luck, and we're going to pick up the idol here as well. I think that if we're talking about the value of luck, the ability to occasionally do double damage, I think that that invites us to try and do one big swipe where we take out tons and tons of zombies in one fell swoop. That's going to be my plan. That is my plan. I think that that is probably what Moucheron Quipet intended in the first place. This ZomZom character is about to have a real bad day. We're going to pick up full spell points. We're going to Disrupting Ray them down to nothing. Yeah, it says we lose. We're going to Disrupting Ray them down to nothing, and we're going to make this work. What if he's got a magic arrow? What if he has a magic arrow? Moucheron Quipet, let it slow, let it slow, let it slow. Oh, the slow outside is really slow. Holy cow, I think it's really slow. If I slow now though, I think that I'm actually gonna be off in a really good spot. I'm gonna wait because I don't know if he's got any spells. If he does have a haste or something, I want to be able to counteract that. No, I'm gonna have to just hope that he has no spells. We're gonna do slow. No spells come out, very good. And now these zombies are crawling. 1 speed, not too bad. That's gonna give me multiple minutes to get some disrupting rays down. We're gonna get them down to 1 defense. And then we're gonna hope that our 340 peasants can do oodles of damage. Let's see how that goes. But ZomZom the Necromancer, 1 attack, 7 defense, 1 spell power, 1 knowledge, poor morale. No spells so far anyway. No spells so far. Time to start with our disrupting rays. There's 1. That's down to 6. And it looks like these zombies are actually coming down the battlefield. Maybe they're gonna leave this big stack of 80 behind. That would actually be really nice if they did. So that way we wouldn't have to worry too much about, you know, extra damage. You know, complications. We're trying to keep this simple. And it looks like, yeah, they are leaving their 80 brethren behind. That's crazy. Did not expect that. Okay. We do want to keep, by the way, we want to keep this peasant alive because this peasant wants to attack the zombies. We're going to have both stacks hasted. We're going to want this stack to get hasted, and probably this one, to take retaliations where we don't want to have them taken. I'm going to do a quick haste. It's going to make sure that we can kill with no problems. There's 1. These ones can go down though. Let's see. This one. Let's go here. We're still gonna take 1. We're gonna take 1 hit of damage. That's okay though. 1 peasant goes down, not too bad. But remember, these are the 2 that you actually need to have hasted. I was just gonna haste that one for a temporary sort of a deal. And then we're gonna do 1 more disrupting ray. We were at 3 defense. We are now down to 1 defense. So we do still have a bloodlust. Ooh, we're gonna want that later. Gonna want that later. Just save it for later, boys. 4 more turns on the slow. Can't curse. We've already slowed them. We can bloodlust ourselves. We can also stone skin ourselves. I will stone skin myself, but in just a second, it's going to be a haste on some of these other peasants. Not this turn, but next. Can you feel the tension? Can you feel it? There's 1 haste. We're going to skip. And then, okay, time to go. Folks, if ever there was a time for us to get good morale or good luck, let it be right now. Our peasants are going to kill 45. We're going to kill half the stack, but if we get hit, we're going to take a bunch of damage. Which is actually the reason why we needed to wait 1 more turn. We needed to haste this stack too, so that way next turn, we can have everything together. Which is better? Do you want stone skin now, or do you want to haste so next turn you don't take a retaliation? Let's stone skin now. Okay, we didn't get the good morale. That's okay. We are going to take some damage. Oh, just smack them. And 339 peasants down to 286. That's still going to be a win. 54 peasants. We could have fought that fight much better. Could we? No, we couldn't have fought that fight better, but we will accept those losses. 1700 experience. And folks, the way is laid bare as we pick up this advanced ballistics. Eagle Eye might actually be useful. Hold on. Hold on. This is important for taking the castle, but this is important maybe if we come across an enemy that does cast spells. What to do? I think that it's still several months until we meet our goal. I'm going to take that for now. Oh, look, stone lifts. Oh, it takes you right there. Okay, I see how it is. We pick up the Green Traveler's Tent, we pick up the Shrine of the First Circle, and an inscription is written on the shrine. Put your crossed arms in front of you to protect yourself from arrows. The ancient wisdom is without equal. Archers, better watch out. Put your crossed arms in front of you to protect yourself from arrows. Oh, is there a shield? Is this a shield spell? That is awesome. So what Moucheron Quipet has done is he's saying he's giving lore behind each of these spells. So for this haste spell, it's like, hey, did you know you can run really fast? And that'll make you go faster. Like, of course, it's obvious. And in this case, it's like, hey, to protect yourself from arrows, little peasants just put your arms in front of you and then your arms get shot instead of your body. Very fun. Moucheron Quipet, I like that. That is a fun little bit of map making flair there. I appreciate it very much. I'm so very glad. Thank you so much. Fun map. Very fun. Okay, we're gonna go through these peasants. Will I go for the Tree of Knowledge? I'm gonna come back for the Tree of Knowledge a little bit later. I'm level 11, so I can already pick up the Xanadu. I will in just a moment. And then we're gonna carry on to the next fight. I think that this shrine is gonna be useful in just taking us through these archers. And then we're gonna have a secondary hero. The secondary hero is gonna make sure things go really nice. Folks, I like the way this map is going. I really do. I truly do. 53 spell points left. It's day 6 right now. Tomorrow's day 7. We're gonna want to hit the stables on the way out. Let's get full spell points, and then by day 1, we'll be to the stables and go from there. Very cool. Okay. Tundar. Hi from Tundar. Hello from the car, Tundar says. He's driving. And love from Mrs. Tundar. Aw, welcome to both of you, and thank you so much. Hope you guys are driving very safely, you and your sweetheart, and having a wonderful time. It's a pleasure to have you here. We will catch you when we catch you. Thank you. Okay, day 7, we'll end turn. We'll pick up fresh horses, go into the castle. 44 additional peasants, because why not? And I don't really know how many peasants there are here. We haven't picked this up since week 1. It's month 1, week 4, day 1. How many peasants is this? 424 up to 451, so it's probably 25 peasants here and here and here. I think that we go through these archers now, and we let a secondary hero pick up all the spare peasants. I think that just makes the most sense to me. So folks, this is one of those times where we're still going to keep these single stacks of creatures, but because we have the shield spell, I think that the shield spell is going to do a lot to make sure that we don't have issues in taking more damage than we ought to. We are going to want to do like this though. Let's see. 2-speed creatures. 2-speed creatures. I mean, okay. Let's do it in the second position, because I think that that's where you really want your peasants to be. This peasant's going to get to go first, and they will cast shield on the big stack. That's going to be just fine. Whoa! That was unexpected. How many archers is this? No, we've got a haste and a shield. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's group formation. I forgot about that. Oh, 4-speed. Oh, 4-speed rangers. That was 24 peasants. That was a lot of peasants. Okay. You gotta cast the shield. And then the haste. And then I don't care what you cast. Oh, goodness. Bad. I wonder if the AI though sent peasant up here, peasant here, and then peasant here, and then this big stack had to then go all the way around. We're not going to do that because we're not going to be silly. Although a little bit of silliness does matter. I don't think we're going to do that so much. Okay. We're going to leave this avenue open. Peasants are going to rush down as fast as peasants can rush, after all. And the shield is actually doing us an awful lot of good. Have you noticed? 6 peasants at a time versus 16, 20. Yeah, we're even going to be able to take out these rangers right now. I think I could actually even use the stone skin just for the additional defense. Should I? 5 attack, 11 defense. You know what? I will. It'll be worthwhile. We'll do that. And let's start to just wreck these rangers. As opposed to before, where we were mentioning that 3 stacks of big peasants is going to be useful. In this case, I think it's the opposite, because if the rangers are able to attack a non-shielded stack, they will. So we just don't want to let them do that. Just not going to let them. I probably could have had like 10 peasants on these side stacks just to make sure that the rangers, or rather the archers, couldn't kill 1 peasant at a time. This is going to save the damage from 1 archer, but not 2 stacks. It'll be fine. 313 peasants remains, 309 peasants remain. And with that, folks, we're going to get out of this fight. So 140 peasants that cost us. We could not have done this fight without the haste. We could not have done this fight without the shield. We could have maybe done it without the slow, but this worked. We probably even could have done a little bit better. Maybe, do you want 2 stacks? No. No, I think that you would have been just fine, though, to have on your end caps 2 stacks of 20. So once again, Moucheron Quipet is giving us a good example of why it's valuable to look at a fight before you even start the fight. and see how it's going to go, so you can actually win the day without major issues. But even though that was costly, I do see that we have some new enemies, faster enemies, tougher enemies, and yet we are also tougher. 8 attack, 10 defense, 10 spell power, 10 knowledge, and we are now going to have another hero that can go around and clear the map for us. So I'm not too upset. One thing I don't know if Moucheron Quipet planned on that I'm going to look for, though, is this. I'm going to hope that this hero either does not have all of their secondary skills, so that way they can maybe get diplomacy, or I'm going to hope that they have diplomacy, and then I will use them to try and get creatures to join me. It sounds crazy, but if I can use diplomacy to win this scenario, not with peasants, Moucheron Quipet, I will absolutely break your map, and I will have no apologies for it. Let's see what we get. In a dazzling display of daring, you break into the local jail and free the hero in prison there, who in return pledges loyalty to the cause. This is going to... Moucheron Quipet saw me coming. This little chess match between Mapmaker and Map Player, Moucheron Quipet has won this round. I'm very glad that you saw me coming. Good job. Okay, all right. We're going to use NHR. NHR is back. Wonderful. NHR is back. And I'm actually going to use them to get rid of some of these artifacts I just don't want. I don't think that the telescope is very useful. The rest of these artifacts are absolutely useful. We're going to move the peasants over. Yeah, we're going to call that good for now. And NHR, their new job is to go and pick up peasants near and far, wherever they may be. There's 51 additional peasants. I'm going to do a single stack right there. Oh, and right there. And then we're going to allow them to continue on their merry way and just see where things go from there. Very good. Very good. Okay, so 51 peasants there, and then Relu shall continue on. Folks, we're coming up on the point where a break is a good idea. We're about an hour and a half into stream. It's always nice when we can take a break here and there just to make sure that Phixfox is tip-top. What we're going to do is we're going to finish out the rest of this week, and I think that we can maybe clear out most of this area here. Yeah, I think we can clear out most of this area, and in so doing, I think we're going to be just fine. We'll be just fine. But the question is this: where do we attack first? Do you want to deal with swordsmen, Medusa, unicorns, nomads, orc chiefs, ogres, veteran pikemen? First off, Shrine of the Third Circle for 21 ogres, that seems super worth it. We've got the wisdom. That seems super worth it. There's a fountain for good luck. I'm going to pick up the fountain for good luck. This is definitely going to be a 3-stack. Sort of a fight. And then the stealth shield plus whatever the third spell might be, I think that's going to be pretty worthwhile. What is that? Okay, never mind. It's a lean-to, just in a place that you can't really reach. Okay, let's fight this fight. Losses look good, terrain looks fine, no ogre lords, so there's not going to be an issue with morale, and there's not going to be an issue with a 4-speed creature amongst all these 2-speed creatures. Oh, look at that. That was very nice. I think that these groups are going to go down now. No, they're all going to stay together. They will not stay together forever, though. So this group is about to go south. I'm going to put this peasant out to where they can hopefully reel some of these ogres in. It's time to start casting some hastes. It's going to be haste here. Go here. I'm going to wait on the second haste. Just a moment. This group is going to get hasted, it looks like. They attack. Very good. 1, 2. Nah, we're going to be able to reach this stack. We are going to take a hit. I don't like that. Unless I slowed? It's going to be 4-speed creatures, so let's just do it like this. We'll go to here, we'll skip, we'll wait, and then we'll kill 5. Mostly 5. Jeez. 5? Mostly 5. My goodness. Did not anticipate that. And then just because it looks like I didn't count the possible damage counters, I'm going to haste this other stack. Yeah, thank goodness that there's not a stack of Ogre Lords here. That actually would have been just the worst. And we're going to focus on one of these stacks of Ogres first. Whichever one comes up close is going to be this one. We're going to be able to kill 4 at a time. How about a Bloodlust? Is that going to do it? Which is better, the Disrupting Ray or the Bloodlust? There, it doesn't matter. Bloodlust, this is +3 attack, this is -3 defense. And so you might as well do the one that's less spell points. You might as well. And that'll kill an extra ogre. That'll save a couple peasants on retaliation. That's not too bad. I'll take it. It's kind of silly how this works, but okay. And a couple skips. And that'll do it. Okay. All right, so we get out of this fight, and the losses look fantastic. We will take the luck, which is excellent. We now never actually have to step on these fountains. Yeah, we don't actually have to step on the fountains anymore. And we're going to pick up this stealth shield. A stone statue of a warrior holds a silver shield. As you remove the shield, the statue crumbles into dust. That's +2 on the defense. And maybe more importantly, we get this Mass Curse. Now that is interesting. Mass Curse. Mass Curse is good in a lot of instances. Medusa, unicorns, nomads. Any enemy is good to curse. Okay, I think that we just had something nifty happen, folks. This 3rd level spell, this Mass Curse, is going to make life go much better for us. I'm not seeing a fight that's immediately going to be the very best thing for us. These unicorns probably going to be very useful there, but still, I'm happy for what just happened. That was a big deal. Very big deal. Okay. Okay. And now where to go next? I mean, Shrine of the Second Circle, that looks too good to pass up. Now that we have the curse, I almost wonder though, this pack of swordsmen's not nearly as dangerous as these orc chiefs. I'm gonna actually go fight these swordsmen just because I think that I might get a nice second level spell, and maybe we get a nice artifact here that'll help us fight that fight even better. We are going to have to use NHR though, to take some of the worst artifacts off of ourselves in just a moment or two. We really are. We really are. Okay, 73 peasants, nice. Here to here to here. Let's do that real quick. Quick little swap into 3. Like so. Single stack, single stack. I'm learning the best way of doing these single stacks, actually. That's maybe the number one thing that Moucheron Quipet's teaching me, is Phixfox, what's the most efficient way of managing your troops before battle? I don't know if I'm doing the best job at it, but so far so good. Rice says, also, this was discussed in a previous stream by someone, but I think Tree of Knowledge gives XP for a full level, not how much or how little XP you have to get for that level. Yes, completely correct. And that was discussed, and I'm very glad for it, because that is information that you need. And that would inform our decision-making process in many cases where I didn't have it before. Like, that is information I need to have. So, yes, correct. It was still worth waiting on that tree, in my opinion, because I thought to myself, well, I'm bound to get up to like level 18, 19, 20 at some point, and then the tree is going to be super useful there. But that doesn't mean that that waiting too long is a good thing. As you're kind of pointing out there is a issue if you do wait for too long, because at this point, who knows when we're going to go back to that tree, right? Who knows about that? Okay, we're going to use the slow. We're going to adjust the turn order here. Bada bing, bada boom, and dead. Yeah, with slow and haste, I feel like I can do anything. You see a silver axe embedded deeply in the ground. After several unsuccessful attempts by your army to remove the axe, you tightly grip the handle of the axe and effortlessly pull it free. That's +2 attack. We've got 1 more slot left and 2 artifacts here. I don't know what to think about that. Experience and cure. That's about the most useless spell I could think of. No, if you get blinded. If you get blinded by the unicorns or petrified by the Medusa, you're gonna want the cure. So that's actually useful. Now I see why that's there. What a fun map. What a fun map. And yes, Rice Ruin, that did make sense. So I like that very, very much. Very good. Okay, let me get caught up on chat because I feel like I'm dreadfully far behind. Moucheron Quipet says, indeed, also this was the discussion. He remembers the discussion about the Tree of Knowledge, so he agrees with that. Santipal says, click the MIN. MIN? Santopolis, what's the MIN? I'll come back to that in a second. Bambi says, so it only matters the level that you take it at, not the XP you have. Correct. So like the difference in experience from level to level, of course it gets more experience necessary to go from level 12 to level 13 as it does from level 1 to 2. But if you have only 5 experience left before you hit level 13, you're still going to get, what is it? Like 3,000, 4,000 experience from the tree. So yeah, it's still worthwhile. It's not lost upon you. You don't have to metagame that hard, which I like. That's nice. I do appreciate that very much. 3 and 3. You know what? I don't know. Rather than send off NHR, I'm going to clear up these 2 fights, and then I'm going to have him take those artifacts. We're going to come back to Orc Chiefs later. Okay, we do want single stacks. Let's do 1 here. 1 here. And go. Wow, bosses look bad. Exactly, Rice Druin says to Vammy. Yep, so Vammy gets it, I get it, we get it, we get it. Love the creative stuff you've been coming out with, mate. Keep up the good work. Yeah, as a map maker, I hope that our map makers understand that they are very much loved and appreciated for the good stuff that they do. So, to Moucheron Quipet, thank you very much. Really, if I don't have great maps to play, I'm sad. So thank you for helping us have great maps to enjoy. Truly, I appreciate everything you do, and I hope that you never stop. And I hope I can be supportive to you in your map making endeavors as well. I think that's also pretty darn useful. We're going to haste this other stack, and it's time to just start doing damage, folks. We can kill 3 Medusa at a time. Let's kill 3 here. Dead. Kill 3 here. Dead. And then this stack, paralyzed? No. Dead. 15 peasants? That went great. Good morale is super good. We will take the 500 gold. We will take the peasants. And we're going to take this artifact in just a moment. And yeah, we're just going to be ready to take the artifacts that are slightly less valuable in just half of a moment. This is day 4. We're up to 203 peasants on this other stack. Alongside the remains of a burnt witch lies a beautiful brooch, intricately designed. Approaching the corpse with caution, you add the brooch to your inventory. Very good. And then 8 unicorns is actually not that bad. I think we actually want 4 stacks. Yeah, I think you want 4 stacks of peasants here. Maybe you want 5. Hold on. How many is 5? That's 100 each. That should be enough to kill. Yeah, it should be enough. We are super strong now at this point. With the attack and the defense, we're doing fine. So let's kill the unicorns. Take their money. And then Roman says, yes, there's even a funny thing. On level 3, it gives more experience than on level 4. Yeah, Roman remembers. I'd forgotten about that until you just mentioned that. But yeah, that was totally a thing. I forgot about that. Huh. Yeah, that's crazy how, I'm not saying it's an exploit, it's just like, hey, this might be something that you'll find useful. Oh no. We decided not to do a haste. Instead, we decided to just tank the damage through a curse, because that would basically eliminate minimum of 14 damage or so. It'll work, all things considered. I think that only saved like 3 peasants though, each stack. Maybe that wasn't the best decision. Whoops, my bad. Okay, gonna have it. No, folks, no. No. This is devastating. This is absolutely heart-wrenching. This is untenable. Folks, as you come upon an ancient artifact with NHR the hero, as you reach for it, a pack of rogues leap out of the brush to guard their stolen loot, there's nothing we can do. There is nothing we can do. We just lost our second hero. First off, I mean, we lose the artifacts, which I guess we lose the tax lane. Yay! So maybe this is going to work out better. But we lose our ability to pick up peasants without using our main hero. Our main hero now has to pick up all peasants because NHR was foolish and said, I will save a little bit of movement points for my main hero and I will pick up this artifact. No. And we simply lose. And we have no ability to rehire a new hero. That's a problem. We have too many artifact slots. We are stuck with these artifacts for the rest of the game. Is this a game-breaking failure on Phixfox's part? I think it might be. I think that this might be game-breaking because at this point, these are the artifacts you have. Buddy, you're stuck with them. You can't adjust this. There's going to be like a holy hammer for +5 attack or something. You can't pick it up. Can't pick it up. Not to mention, again, all these peasant hovels. I'm going to have to devote like a full week's worth of movement to go around and to pick them all up. This +3 attack right there, can't get it. There is another hero over here. After you defeat a horde of black dragons. +4, +5, +4 and 1. Oh, goodness. Heart-wrenching devastation. Folks, usually I try and be upbeat and say like, we'll manage, we'll figure this out. I don't know if we can figure this out. I don't know if we can. That might be too much. That might be the end of this run. Holy kittens. Let me get caught up on chat. Yes, and Steeson says, holy moly, peasants versus skeletons, how ironic, and you win with your massive 300 Spartan-like army. Yes, my peasants have been training. They've been in the gym. They've been getting big. Those washboard abs, they're big muscles, they're strong peasant scythe, sickles, skills. They're doing great. I think at this scale, you need more stacks than less. I agree. I think you're right, Vammy. Steeson says the good thing about peasants and hobbits, wink wink, is that they fear nothing. Very good. I hope I can find some peasants then. That'd be good. Or some hobbits. And Roman says I meant level 6 and 7. Okay, yeah, but still, the strategy still remains that you get more experience that way. Not really due to a bug? Maybe it's a bug. I don't know. You'd have to tell me. Santa Paul says, isn't it weird that humans are the only hierarchical and diversely specialized race in Heroes? Are you insinuating that a pikeman can eventually become a crusader? I don't know about that. You're probably not meaning that. I'm just making an educated leap. Rice Ruin says to Roman, absolutely, which makes the decision when to pick up the tree difficult, but in my case, I grab them ASAP because I may never come back to the area. That's true. Unless it's a 10 gems tree. Oh gosh, we've all had those 10 gem trees. If it costs 10 gems, I don't want it. Maybe in this map I do. Yeah, maybe in this map I do. Rice Ruin says to Vammy, let's see, oh yeah. And then yeah, not the best deal, definitely not for wizards. Vammy says you lost more peasants against the skeletons. LOL. 60 peasants for 80 zombies is pretty good value. Am I that far behind on chat? Yes, I believe so. Santa Paula says, I'm afraid the arrow can still pierce through your armor, through your arm, when the peasants cross their shoulders and get the shield spell. Yeah. Moucheron Quipet says, I tried to make fights that required different stacking strategies. I'm glad you did, because I feel like I'm getting put through a brain gymnasium here right now. So I'm glad you did. And Vammy says, I don't know how you could have saved substantially more peasants. I mean, at least I'm glad we're trying. Sorry, diplomacy isn't allowed. NHR does not have diplomacy, and now he doesn't even have his own life. Interesting. Vammy says someone needs to piece together the Moucheron Quipet cinematic universe. Just because Marvel did it doesn't mean the rest of us can do it. Yeah. I love how DC, the DC universe with their comics, tried to do a DC cinematic universe, and they just completely failed. Yeah, it worked one time. Nobody wants to see the Frankenstein and Dracula and Swamp Thing cinematic universe either. It was a one-time thing. It was really good. Let it go. Vammy says also that NHR and Sorelli were on different sides in the Great Pursuit after all. Oh yeah, so they weren't really friends, were they? Huh. But they became friends now. That's good. That's good. Moucheron Quipet says, yeah, this is the prequel to the Great Return and Pursuit. I'm glad that Moucheron Quipet has thought about the events here. I like that, because in the Great Return, it was Sorelli that was on our side and said, hey guys, trust me, peasants aren't that bad. So this is the map that proves that they're not that bad. Tundar's got the Phixfox friends near and far emote in chat. Love that. They're home. Steeson, Roman, Vammy, Sante Paulus, Moucheron Quipet, so on and so forth. Tundar is saying hello to everybody. Oh, and Sante Paulus says, when splitting stacks, click minimum instead of scrolling through the single peasant. Oh, hold on. Oh, that saves so much time. Thank you, Sante Paulus. Oh my gosh, you've been seeing me scroll through again and again and again. Yeah, you're completely correct. The minimum is what I should be doing. I will do that moving forward. Okay. Can you get peasant stacks to intimidate the enemies and make them run? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not. I think that they're flagged internally, of course, as the weakest unit in the game, and so you have to like double or triple the value of whatever army stack you're trying to intimidate in order to get them to run away. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I've seen peasants in the thousands make enemies run away. I don't think it's going to happen here. And Moucheron Quipet says, thank you, not stopping yet. I have at least 2 other maps in the making for FHeroes2, next one being a co-op one. I love that idea. I love that idea. I'm really excited for the co-op maps to come, so please do that. And for Heroes 3, I'll look forward to that as well. Tendar says, I love my Sandro map, but the lunatic version is incomplete. Bearded Man says a mass haste would be certainly great. I agree with that. Wonderful. And then Santa Paulus, bruh, you messed up with NHR. Tundar says GG. Moucheron Quipet says ARF, the rogue event is something I really wish I could just get out of the game. If you get 1 in the first 2 zones, it's basically GG. Time for an autosave, Math Obsessed says. Tundar says, I doubt Fixie will reload. Terrible loss, NHR, super dead, Bearded Man says. Moucheron Quipet says, I just reload. The Mapmaker would prevent rogues from appearing if they could. Roman says, ouch. Is it truly game breaking? There's a 3rd hero later, but it's pretty bad, yeah. So with the Mapmaker's approval, knowing that Moucheron Quipet agrees that it's pretty bad, I am going to use the reload. So in the future, what that means is that I'm just not going to use NHR to clear up some of these other things. That just makes the most sense to me. And so just to make sure this does not happen again, we will use NHR in the way that's intended, not to pick up artifacts, but to do some other stuff. So thank you, Moucheron Quipet, for letting us know. Yeah, if that's too much of a game-breaking deal for this map, I appreciate the heads up. It essentially negates the need to fight for any artifacts, so it might not be too shabby. A sufficient amount of peasants is enough to fight anything theoretically. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And yes, Tundar, this will be an exception for the reload. And Gus Guitar says, I control click for single stacks. Yes, of course. I'm trying to make sure my mic isn't right in front, and that means that this left hand has to reach all the way around to hit control. So, bit of an error there. I'm going to use that better in the future. So, okay. Folks, I need to take a break. We're 2 hours in. My brain hurts, especially after what just happened there. So I said we were going to get to the end of the week, but after having a devastating moment where we have to do the reload, it's time for me to take a break. So with that being said, there's no real warning here. It's just kind of going to happen. But I'm going to set the timer for 5 minutes. We will come back. Sente Boss, I will consider reading chat at the end of every single week, just so, or every single day, just so that way I don't fall too much further behind. Let me think about that. I think that's a good suggestion. I think I need to suggest that and take it under advisement. And let me get some caffeine, let me eat some snacks, let me go and see a man about a horse, and then we will come back in about 5 minutes. By the way, Morally Unacceptable, thank you so much for the follow. It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, with that being said, folks, I will see you in about 5 minutes. Bye-bye. Okay, well, we are back, and I'm very happy to be back. It's a good time. It's a good day. It's a good, wonderful feeling to be back, and the last 15 minutes just never happened. The last 15 minutes just never happened. We did not lose NHR. We have kept ourselves alive and happy and healthy. There's no issues here. Everything's cool. It's all good. We're not going to make that same mistake, but we are going to have to refight that fight. Bearded Man, by the way, if the animals are embalmed, it's not a zoo, it's a museum, because taxidermy is art. So it's definitely not a zoo. I completely agree with that. Is taxidermy an art? Let me consider that. Immediately, the answer is yes. Taxidermy is totally an art, because have you ever seen bad taxidermy? First off, it doesn't look like the thing it's supposed to look like. Second of all, it doesn't hold together very well. Third of all, you get some random Yahoo trying to put deer antlers onto a groundhog, and you get like a jackalope sort of a deal. Okay, that's kind of art, and it's kind of funny. If you've never seen that, it's actually one of my favorite little bits of taxidermy, where you combine animals that shouldn't really be, and you make a mythical creature. If you haven't seen that before, go check it out. It's actually kind of funny. Okay. So folks, we are back. All right. And thankfully, we're going to be able to just carry on, not because we didn't want to try and persist in the struggle that we were with. Generally, I like to really do my very, very best to deal with the struggles that we have and just handle it, right? In this case, it felt very, very strongly that when Moucheron Quipet says, dude, you definitely need your second hero, we should consider ourselves very, very lucky that there is such a thing as an autosave. I'm going to do the mass curse. I'm going to hit Q. And this is basically the exact same result as we had the last time. Basically, we saved ourselves, what, 40 peasants or so? That seems worth it to me. No problems, no questions, no complaints. And I am going to take Sante Paulus's advice. Oh, can't pick up a full load. Maybe that's why I used NHR, because I had the full load. I'm learning a lot about my thought process here just moments later. Funny how that works. And now we lose to some rogues. That's okay, fine. And then we will bypass this unholy business. But we will take Sante Paulus's advice, by the way, and we're going to try this out where we do our very best to read chat at the end of the day. That way we won't fall nearly so far behind. I recognize that there's a large group of people that appreciate not the sidebar conversations, but they just want to play Heroes of Might and Magic, and they just want to watch Heroes of Might and Magic, and I completely love and respect that. For folks on YouTube, some people definitely prefer not the times where I'm interacting with chat, and they just want the Heroes of Might and Magic too. I get that. I totally get that. I really like chat. I really like spending time with all these nice, high-quality, wonderful people, and so I'm not going to stop interacting with chat. I'm just not going to do that. But I think that there's a good way that we can do a nice balance where we're not getting so far behind and things are not falling to pieces just because Phixfox isn't paying attention, and also we can enjoy some nice Heroes of Might and Magic. I think we can do both. And I think that if we can do both, that we ought to do both. Moucheron Quipet put nothing special and a mandrake and a swampy lake, so I have to go this way or that way. Do we want to go through the nomads first, or is there something nicer over here? Let's have NHR just go exploring a tiny bit. Oh, look at all these peasants. Spell scroll. Oh, folks, something interesting has happened. First off, Sword of Andrin. That's kind of a big deal. Second of all, this artifact is interesting to me. So Moucheron Quipet and any Mapmaker has access to a Shrine of the First Circle for level 1 spells, Shrine of the Second Circle for level 2 spells, and a Shrine of the Third Circle for level 3 spells. You also have a pyramid for access to level 5 spells. There is no way you can get a 4th level spell in a shrine type object in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. However, you can put a 4th level spell into a spell scroll. I am wondering if this is a 4th level spell, and if it is, going through 148 goblins is totally worth it to me. Absolutely worth it to me. Hold on, Alt. So Control is single stacks, Alt brings everybody together, and then Shift just splits the stack. I know how to do this. I have not been using it. I need to use my left hand a little bit more as I'm playing this game. Okay, so call it 150 goblins. I highly doubt that the goblins are going to be in one big 4-stack. Tell you what though, hold on, I got an idea. If I have my big stack of peasants, I don't think that the goblins are going to be in multiple stacks. I think they're going to be just in one stack because they're faster than my 2-speed peasants. And then I'm going to flip the switch on them. I'm going to cast slow, and then I'm going to haste my guys. Yeah, so I'm going to actually hope that by having one big stack that the goblins are also going to be in one big stack. Let's see how this goes. Nope, they did 3 stacks. Ouch. It was worth a shot. Maybe it wasn't the wisest decision I've ever made, but I think it was worth a shot. We're going to do the haste. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go to, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go to here. We are going to slow one of these guys down. We're going to pop these guys in the back of the head. Pop. And oh, look at this beautiful split. Absolutely perfect. Give me a slow and give me a haste, and I can fight any battle in the world. Until dragons show up on the battlefield, and I can't do anything about that. Because, how could you? Okay, so we took out all these goblins, 440 something experience. We're going to go through one treasure chest, and I'm excited to find out what this artifact is here. So we just had a follow. Enkin55, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And Centipalis, do you think they have a dead bear man? Not a bear dead man, but a dead bear man. Like a bear man pig, man bear pig. We are going to do that. I'm not going to be able to have like, because I have a microphone here, I'm not going to be able to provide you with like a lot of fun commentary as I'm taking us on this little zoo trip or taxidermy trip later in the stream. But when we do, it'll be fun all the same. For those of you who don't know, here in my library, there's many wonderful stuffed and taxidermied animals here on display today, and I'm going to take everybody around and show everybody what we have in a little bit. Tundar says, me and my son collected a lot of British snacks for you, but we found an American mystery bag of snacks, and he made a 20-second review for each, and he wanted to send to you. Please do. So so I don't want to share too much, Tundar, because I don't know what you do or don't want me to share with others. But Tundar and his son are doing something wonderful. They are putting together some British snacks that I can try, and they're going to send them to me so I can record my views and opinions on the snacks at the time that I get them. And then I'm hoping that I can then do the same, and I'll send like American snacks to them so they can give them a shot. I'm happy to hear that we've already done a 20-second review from this mystery bag of snacks. I cannot wait for that video. Tundar's son is an aspiring YouTuber, so I'm excited to support them, and I will watch their career with great interest. So looking forward to it. Avatar Hero's here. Hello, Avatar Hero. Welcome to the stream. Greetings and salutations. Greetings and salutations to you. It's a pleasure to have you here. And Santipal says, yeah, sometimes when I watch you on YouTube, I just skip chats. Not a reason not to read chat, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I want to read chat. I'm never going to stop reading chat. And then Ankin55, oh dude, I just found your channel. Love your YouTube videos. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's fun doing these videos, and I love playing Heroes of Might and Magic. So the fact that I get to enjoy quality people and play the game, lovely. Cannot do any better with it. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you find yourself having a really nice time. Avatar Hero does say, by the way, I love taxidermy, especially bad taxidermy. Yeah, we might see, you'll have to let me know if you think that this is good or bad. And for Tundar, I'm having a childless week for the bank holiday weekend here in the UK. It's glorious. We will see about that. Okay, Mass Shield. So Phixfox was correct. It is a 4th level spell. And folks, it is going to be the Mass Shield. Wait, is that a 4th level spell? It's got to be, right? It's interesting that I'm required to use an artifact slot to have this spell if it is a 3rd level spell. I think this has got to be a 4th level spell, though. That just makes sense to me. So we now have a Mass Shield. That's actually a big deal. So fighting this pack of Orc Chieftains is going to be pretty useful for us in the future. And look, 970 Peasants and 149 Halflings. Oh no. But we do have the artifact for the True Compass of Mobility. I'll be very excited for that as soon as I can get that. And we're going to continue on just hoping for the best in this crazy peasant world. It's my world, and all these peasants are just living in it. Do we want to make any adjustments here? I think I like these artifacts. I think I like my heroes. Let's go for this idol. Since it's right here, we do need to pick up some additional spell points. So we're going to go to the Magic Well. I'm going to go for these nomads, and I am going to split up the peasants into multiple stacks. Probably 3 stacks. Yeah, probably 3 stacks. Just makes sense to me. Although we did talk earlier about how it's really valuable to have the different multiple stacks. More stacks is probably better than worse at this point. But because of this terrain, I think I'm okay with this because I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to go for a haste here. We're just going to, let's see, step up to right about here. Kill one stack there. Here. Here. And now this is impassable terrain. This is impassable terrain. It's impassable terrain for a second anyway. Yeah, right here. Oh, very interesting. So dead stack there. Are they going to go all the way around? They will. Perfect. The split is lovely. Folks, the splits work. And so having the single stacks actually does save you quite a bit of struggle. There's some damage there. There's some damage there. And we will take one more instance of damage in just a moment or two. Can't stop that. 9 more peasants goes down. It's a pittance compared to everything else, especially for this mass haste. Mass haste. So now we got the mass haste and the mass shield. Those two spells together actually pair really well when we're considering halflings and when we're considering these lots of greater druids, because you got to do something. And so now I'm really glad I waited on these orc chieftains because we got all the spell points in the world. That's not going to be a problem. Let's pick up the fort for the +1 and we'll clear in this direction because who knows if this shrine of the second circle is going to be very valuable. Let's make sure that we bring everybody together. Boop. And then let's just do our big split like so. And let's make this happen. Orc chieftains, they're going to be 3-speed creatures. They are going to be faster than us, so they're going to get the first bit of damage off. We can't stop it. But with the mass haste and the mass shield, we're going to do the shield first and then the shield first, haste after. Ah, no, hold on. No, because we're going to go from 2-speed creatures up to 4. And so we want to do the haste first, and then we will shield after. That's actually going to be much better for us, and that's going to get us down the battlefield 2 hexes quicker. So that was almost a mistake, but I'm glad that we thought about that. So good timing there. Unfortunately, this tree feels kind of bad, and unfortunately, I did not take myself off a group formation. This would actually have been a time that you would have preferred to have the group formation off, just so that way you could sally forth down the battlefield in a more nonchalant, cavalier sort of a way. But when you have a 1 instance of good morale here or there, well, I think it's still going to work out just fine. Oh, look at this. It's an embarrassment of riches. It's an embarrassment of riches. Oh, it's an embarrassment of riches. Oh my goodness, we didn't even need the shield. We just needed the haste. Who could have predicted that? 10, 3, 5, 2, and 8. Not too bad. Very thrilled for that. And we're excited to pick up this Shrine of the Second Circle in just 1 second. Very good. Tundar, thank you for the resubscription. We got you around for another 3 months. Wonderful, lovely. I'm very much looking forward to having you as long as I can keep you. It's a pleasure to have you, and it's always fun. I'm looking forward to my British goodie bag box. Steel Skin, that's going to be 6 spell points for the Steel Skin. I like that. I like that spell. That's a lot. That's a lot of defense. It's a lot of extra defense. I don't know how valuable the Steel Skin is going to be. I think that the haste and slow are just inherently more valuable, but still, we're happy with what we got. We will take that. And folks, I don't really know what to do with this arena here. We've got 11, 14, and 14. I don't think we're going to need more spell power. Do you want defense or attack? I think you want attack skill. I think we want attack skill. I think we want attack skill. We'll give it a shot. We will see what happens here. I'm not sure whether the attack skill or the defense is going to be better, but I'm definitely going to cast this mass haste. It's not going to make us faster than these guys, but it is going to make me reach here and down here. And if we get 1 instance of good morale for any of these creatures, we're going to be swimming in it. Absolutely swimming in it. We did not get the good morale. That's okay. 11 peasants goes down. Seems like a reasonable loss, and we are going to take the attack skill over the defense skill. You enter into an arena and face a pack of vicious lions. Vammy says that he can handle them. They can handle them if there is a, let's see, if it's between 10 to 19 lions. Thankfully, we handily defeat them, and to the wild cheers of the crowd, we walk out victorious. Impressed by your skill, the aged trainer of gladiators agrees to train you in a skill of your choice. So, attack skill there. Okay, and we pick up a couple more peasants. That's going to be 135 up to 208. That was about 70-something peasants. The peasant stacks are getting pretty big. Multiple stacks of 124. 4 Crusaders. With the mass haste, you can absolutely keep your forces split all the time now. And I think at this point, we are finally good to start taking trees, so we're going to do our best to do that. Very good. Okay, we're going to take some losses because we're not going to be full speed here. In fact, this might be one of those times where slow is more impactful. I think so. No, because if you haste here, then you get 2 stacks of creatures. Actually, all your creatures? Can we all reach? Oh, heck yeah, we can all reach. Yeah, we can all reach. Mass haste is so good. That's so good. That is amazing. Upon your approach, the tree opens its eyes in delight. Ah, an adventurer. I will be happy to teach you a little of what I have learned over the ages for a mere 2,000 gold just buried around my roots. And we will pick up the Eagle Eye. I think that there's plenty of magic wells on this map. So we're not really looking forward to using the mysticism. We are going to take the Eagle Eye because that might be useful. Who knows? Maybe there's going to be a new enemy very, very shortly that we're going to have to handle. And then Sorelu, or rather NHR, is going to grab the free resources wherever they can. And remember that their main job is to go start to pick up peasants. This is probably an extra 300 to 400 peasants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 peasant huts are currently within our grasp, and soon it'll be 34 as soon as we go through these halflings. So NHR, you are going to be very busy in the near future, and that's not going to stop. Okay, that's the end of day 6. So let's take a look back at this. Avatar Hero says, have you seen the guys who motorized dead cats and ostriches? I'll do you one better. I've seen the guy that takes rats and turns them into pencil case holders. Absolutely morbid. Like, it's kind of funny, but also like, dude, just don't. Like, get a real hobby. What, did they put the cat and the ostriches on a skateboard or something? I have not seen that, but I will look into that. That's crazy. A quadcopter cat. Okay, whatever that cat is doing, I'm sure that it does not appreciate being used in that regard after its passing. Santi Paula says, I'm not easily triggerable on dead animals, but this is too much even for me. Yeah, too much. These are very tastefully done. Our little taxidermy zoo here, you'll see that they're all very tastefully done. Although there is one crocodile that's a little bit nifty. You'll have to see that later. After our hero says, Santi Paulus, it's just so wrong in all the ways that you can't do anything else and then laugh at it. Yeah, if it's so crazy, if it's so wild, if it's so absurd, then it becomes humorous. Like if it's only a little bit absurd, then it's not humorous, right? You have to lean into the absurdity in order to bring it from gross and scary all the way back to having it be funny again. It's like a horseshoe. Tundar says, oh, I bet that this was a word of fun pain testing. A world of fun and pain testing. I love the concept for this map so very, very much. Yeah, Tundar, a great map. I'm loving it so far. And Moucheron Quipet indicates some of the things that they've done to make this map so wonderful, including the decorating, a lot of it. Santipala says that the Crusaders watching in horror as you haste hordes of peasants after they took their turns. Just that feeling of, oh no, oh no. And Tundar with the perfect emote there. Yes, let's go adventuring. Those Crusaders went adventuring for exactly 1 turn, and then they were done. I just reminded the peasants, hey, just run. Moucheron Quipet, just tell them to run, and then they'll be faster. Ankin55 says, for a couple of months ago, you made a video that you were worried that we fans are not going to give Olden Era a real chance, but it seems that you've changed the view a little bit after Hooded Horse. What are your thoughts after Gamescom? I personally think that it will be great for us. Been around since Heroes Might Magic 1. Oh my, the years fly by. I will talk while I play. So, something has happened, folks. Something very important. Very importante. I have had the opportunity to play Olden Era. Now, there's currently an embargo on Olden Era. There's a non-disclosure agreement. You can't talk about it. I cannot share with you more than the fact that I have played it, what my thoughts and feelings are, because I want to be very respectful to the game. If you're going to do something of a closed test for the people that have been a part of the Olden Era Discord server for the last however many months, if you're going to do that, then it seems like it's very important to me that I'm a good community member and I don't violate the terms and conditions of that non-disclosure agreement. But I don't think it's against the non-disclosure agreement to say that I simply have played Olden Era. I will tell you this. I think that Olden Era is going to be awesome. Not just okay. I think Olden Era is going to be awesome. I think Olden Era feels like every great Heroes of Might and Magic game I have ever played. I think that Olden Era has the just one more turn quality that made me fall in love with Heroes Might and Magic in the first place. And while I enjoyed my time very, very much with Heroes Might and Magic 5, and I was worried that Olden Era would have too much of that kind of graphical style that Heroes Might and Magic 5 had that I didn't necessarily love because it was difficult to enjoy and navigate. From what I've played of Heroes Might and Magic Olden Era, it's good. It's good. If they released it right now for early access, not for the full release of the game, but for early access right now, it's good. It's really good. So I can't tell you anything more than that. I won't tell you anything more than that. Again, out of respect for the game developers and being allowed to participate in the closed beta, but it's going to be awesome. And I understand, by the way, an old man claiming to be an inventor asks you to try his latest invention, he then hands you a compass. Even though it's not going to be for everybody, because no game is for everybody, right? That's just the way it works. The games, Heroes Might and Magic 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they're not for everybody because, hey, we don't all get what we want, right? We don't all enjoy the games the same. We all have different favorites in the genre, right? Like some people prefer Heroes 2, some people prefer Heroes 3, 5, 7, whatever. And it feels very obvious to me that there are going to be some people that it's just not their flavor, and that's totally fine. Totally acceptable, in the same way that it was always fine before. It's always been fine that people have differences of opinion as far as which game is their favorite in the series. But I truly believe that this is... my expectations are not just met, they are blown out of the water. Yeah. Yeah. So... important to note, I'm not getting paid. I think that I've been so very critical of Ubisoft as a publisher that I don't think that I'm ever going to be a spokesperson for Olden Era. They just wouldn't allow it. They're like, nah, this guy hates our guts. But to be clear and to be fair, Olden Era, like, you know, it's mostly an Unfrozen Studios project. It's got very little to do with Ubisoft as far as I'm concerned at this point. All my indications are that it's got less to do with Ubisoft than does anything else. And Ubisoft has absolutely earned every ounce of criticism that I give them. If you didn't want me to criticize you so harshly, Olden Era, or if you didn't want me to criticize you, Ubisoft, shouldn't have been a jerk and taken my Heroes Might Magic 3 game away because I didn't play it for 6 months or whatever it was. Folks, we're going to attack 970 peasants here. I don't know if this fight is a great idea, but we're going to make this happen. Oh, this is fine. 3 stacks of 300 plus terrain, not to mention we're going to haste. Yeah, we're going to do just fine here. So there's still going to be criticisms. I think that they're still working on the game, and I'm glad that they are. I think that if they just called it good right now, that'd be a problem. The reason why I think that they could release Olden Era to early access right now and be awesome is more about the fact that I know they're going to continue to work on it, and I'm sure that they're going to do a great job with it. So I got no complaints. I got no concerns. Unfrozen Studio, they have my trust. Phixfox, do you trust the FHeroes2 team more, or do you trust Olden Era more, like the Unfrozen Studios? I absolutely trust the FHeroes2 team the most. I've never had such a good experience with any group of developers as I have with the FHeroes2 team. They have been absolutely fantastic. They will continue to be the gold standard for me. And yet, I do believe that the folks at Unfrozen Studios, they have earned a certain degree of care and consideration from me, to where, yeah, I said I wasn't going to judge the game too harshly until I got the chance to play it. And now that I have gotten the chance to play it, I'm happy to report that I like it. I like it very much. And I hope other people enjoy it too. So, those are my thoughts. As unfiltered as I can give them to you, recognizing that there's still definitely more that can be said, that's my unfiltered thoughts as much as I can give them to you. An inscription is written on the shrine. Focus. And imagine you are right next to your opponent and you will be... Do we have teleport now? Surprisingly, it works. Nobody will escape peasants anymore. 2,500 experience. Is that teleport? It's gotta be teleport. Oh, Moucheron Quipet, you're such a funny trickster. I love it. Absolutely love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. Teleport. 9. There we go. Perfect. Okay. That's there. That's there. Okay. And so we've gotten the new teleport spell. That's beautiful. That's lovely. We're going to pick up the gold tent. NHR's kind of far away. I'm going to have them do that, though. We're going to step on these peasant hovels. We're going to get a couple there, and we're going to go on through and make sure that NHR is the one that get the gold tent. Unless, do I need the gold tent here? I do. So we are going to pick that up on our way out. And let's get caught up on chat. Bearded Man says, Fix, you might be breaking the NDA with this one. No, I specifically, so unlike other people, I read the whole NDA. And so what they've indicated is this. They've indicated that nothing that's not been publicly released can be shared. So if it has been something that's already been publicly released in some capacity or shared, then it's not like a leak, right? And simply saying that you have had access to it is not a problem. So that was the way that I read it, and there was no problems in the NDA about that. So for example, the one thing I said was like the graphics, right? Like you can tell, it's self-evident from all of the trailers that they've released and all the gameplay that they've already showed that it is not a 2D style, like with sprite work. It is more similar to the Here's My Magic 5 type deal. So insofar as I'm aware, I'm not breaking NDA. If they want to give me some grief about that, I will. I mean no harm whatsoever. And I'm happy to take my lashes. They should have access. They know they've done a really nice thing. So they've made sure that they have a way to tell whose profile is whose. So it's tied to your Steam account. And so if they want to ban me and if they want to take action against me, they certainly can. They've got plenty of ability to do so. But I don't anticipate that I've shared anything that is against the NDA. But I appreciate you looking out for me. That's important. So I definitely advise that nobody else does anything that could be considered breaking the terms of the NDA. I think that especially they want to make sure that nobody shares things that could be like a work in progress and purport them to be as if they are the finished product. I think that the developers are very, very certain about making sure that they don't do that because they're worried, I'm sure, about the game not being in a finished state, people looking at it, getting the wrong idea about what it is and what people should expect, and then not having the game be given a chance to be successful because other people saw a work in progress and then just wrote the game off as if it wasn't worthwhile. I'm guessing that that's their number one thing, and so I'm not just in keeping with the letter of the law, I think I'm also keeping in with the spirit of the law. Roman says, OMG, my hype for Olden is growing. I appreciate that. Anka55, yeah, I mean, it's like, seriously, like, it's growing. Like, it took a little bit of a hit when they did a delay, because it has to, right? Like, there's no possible way, like, there's no way that delaying a game can't lead to some issues with the hype. But they absolutely have earned it back with me anyway. So, very happy and no regrets on my end. Let's do some peasant manipulation here and there and there and there. And good. And good. Dead peasant. Dead peasant. Dead wolf. Dead wolf. That was some good positioning. 3 peasants goes down for 24 wolves. Pick up the stables. Might as well pick up a couple more of these guys. There we go. 803. Very good. Very good. And then Ankin says, agreeing with you. Normally I play Heroes 2 or H3 Hoda. Just got my NDA playtest, loving it. I would like to say so much, but sorry. Yep, nope. Yeah, would not anticipate that it's a good idea for us to say anymore because, again, if it's not even about like the legality of the situation. It's absolutely about just like respecting the project to me, like respecting what the developers are doing and just respecting what they're doing because it's good. Oh, it's so good. Ubisoft is the owner, but they just let Unfrozen do their thing. I think that's my indication. I think I was a little bit unfair to Ubisoft at one point. I think I said something to the effect of that I haven't seen much by way of like support for the game. To be fair, they did create 1 or 2 of the game trailers, right? So they did that. That's not bad, but I just really wish that they would have done more. Ubisoft could have and maybe should have done even more with that. So just my 2 cents on the opinion. We're about to get destroyed. Oh, we're gonna get blown up. 23 peasants, 25 peasants, 28, 32. Whereas before with the Orc Chieftains and the Halflings, you needed to cast Haste and then Shield. You have to cast Shield right now. Shield is more important than anything else right now. So we do the mass Shield. We step down, step down. We'll take that. That one little bush I wish we could just walk right through it, but we can't. We are still losing 18 peasants at a time. Oh my goodness. Mass haste. Oh, we had teleport. We had teleport the whole time. Is this better or worse? I think that actually, given the way that morale works, I think you might be just as well off to use the mass haste as you are the teleport, but I forgot we had the teleport. Yeah, we were definitely better off using the teleport, huh? Ouch. My bad. Okay, well, we lost our mind for a second. We've made our errors. Took our bruises, took our lumps, fell down, and we got right back up. And here we are, causing major issues to these... I don't know, are druids male or female? I don't really know. I think the elves are canonically males. Oh gosh, look at these losses. But more than that, I couldn't tell you. Well, we survived that fight, folks. But in case you haven't noticed, we went from like 800 peasants down to 500. That's a bit of a loss. Really. I'm not going to step on this sign because it's a little bit out of my way. I think this is like Realm 1, Realm 2, probably Realm 3. Let's step on this observation tower as we're picking up peasants. Up to 600, up to 648. Observation tower. Oh, there's stuff. Jail. There's a jail. Caramelman the Wizard, 50 peasants, no diplomacy. Fizbin misfortune. But this is important, not just because of the peasants. This gives us an opportunity to get the best artifacts again. So, I don't know, maybe losing NHR wasn't that big of a deal, actually. Maybe we could have continued on. I don't know. Maybe we're going to find so many really good artifacts, though, that you did need that adjustment. I don't know. But what I do know is that picking up the holy trinity of movement items here is actually very, very much worth my time. So we're going to go straight for these air elementals, but do note that 6-speed creatures, I think 6-speed creatures are actually perfect for us. I think that 5-speed creatures are actually really a problem, because 6-speed creatures will get most of the way down the battlefield, and then we can use our mass haste to go out and attack them. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Make it happen, Captain. Okay. By the way, nobody's asked, but just in case you're wondering, Phixfox, are you more excited for FHeroes2 getting online lobbies, or are you more excited for Olden Era? I am more excited, and I am looking more forward to FHeroes2 getting its lobbies online. Absolutely, I am. Despite all the wonderful things I just said about Olden Era, I am more excited about FHeroes2 getting online play. Not necessarily competitive ranked play, although I think that they're probably going to do that at some point, but just the ability to play co-op maps like Moucheron Quipet has mentioned. That is something I'm definitely looking forward to. So, in case you're wondering, like, oh no, is Phixfox going to go and play Olden Era and just leave us and abandon us and never play, you know, Heroes Might Match 2 ever again? Oh, my friend. No. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. There's too many good things happening with FHeroes2, and to ignore that would be disingenuous. So I'm still gonna continue to do that. Okay, before I do anything else, let's get caught up. Santipala says, I don't want to be the fun killer, but on a more serious note, I believe that just like with needless cruelty towards animals, respectfully treating the dead bodies kind of reflects our humanity. Of course, it's not the same as human body, but I would react if my kid was playing with a dead animal. So, and I'm glad that you're bringing that up, because that is I suppose it depends. It's an important conversation, and I suppose that it's going to vary wildly where you fall on that spectrum, depending on how you view humanity. Like, do you view humans as the apex predator on the map, in the world, and that we are something of stewards for this world of ours? Because if you have the perspective that we have like something of a sacred trust and like a stewardship over the animals and all creeping things on the land and in the oceans and such, then that's kind of an important thing to note, is that we treat the world not as our plaything, but that we treat that with a certain level of respect. Now, I am not the most hippy-dippy guy you've ever seen. I grew up in a part of the country of the United States where you sometimes have to slaughter your cattle so you can eat. You know, you have to use your horses so that they can work. Like, farm life is tough. That's just kind of the reality of the situation. So, you know, having a meat packing plant or a slaughterhouse not too far away, I mean, that's how you get your food, right? And still, you can take from the earth what you need and be respectful, or you can take from the earth what you need and be disrespectful. Maybe this is along the same lines as the gentleman, it was like a dentist that went to Africa and he shot a giraffe or like a lion or something and everybody was all upset. I don't know. I don't really have an argument about that one way or the other, but I know that there's definitely people in my state who, if you don't bag an elk or a deer during your winter hunting season, then your family is going to be worse off because you did not get meat to fill up your freezer for the winter, right? And so then again, what do you respectfully do with the carcass? To waste it would be wrong. To mount it, I don't know. We'll see. Tell you what, I'm interested in your thoughts after we take a walk around the Taxidermy Museum, and we'll see. I say museum instead of zoo because Bearded Man is correct. It's not a zoo. Tundar says, I look forward to your first stream of Olden Era as you won't be a noob out of the box. I'm pleased that they shared it with you. For content purposes alone, it's a great decision from them. So to be clear, I'm not like some special person with this NDA. If you've been a part of the Olden Era Unfrozen Studios Olden Era Discord for like since April or March of this year, then you have the ability to get your own free Steam key. So I'm not anything special. I think I'm one of like hundreds of people, but I'm glad I've been around for that long that I could get that. So yeah, Bearded Man agrees that teleport is an absolute game changer. Favorite spell too. I wish that we had used it right here. Bearded Man was probably like, no, Phixfox, what are you doing? Stop it. Teleport. The in-yo-face peasants, absolutely. Ugh, I wish we had used that already. My bad. After Hero says, wow, impressive peasant positioning against the wolves. I really did like that. Losing 3 peasants, that actually worked out pretty well with the haste and slows. Moucheron Quipet's like Phixfox, you're not using the teleport. You should have used the teleport. After Hero says, I would say druids sound male and look male in Heroes 2, but in Might and Magic 6, they're female. There you go. Talking about whether the druids that we defeated here, if they were male or female. I don't know. I guess it could be whatever they want to be. All druids I have seen in Asterix and Obelisks were male, Bearded Man says. Were they Gauls? Were they the Gauls? Yeah. Historically rather male. I suppose that's very true to say the Gauls. And then Moucheron Quipet says, you're right, 6-speed creatures are actually easier than 5-speed creatures, and I did take that into account. Wonderful. Fantastic. I'm glad you did. And then Tundar says that Crusaders, Ghosts, Bone Dragons, and Orcs are all females. That's his hot take. You let me know how that goes. I don't have an opinion on that. Maybe it's because all the female druids immigrated to Enroth. Clancy was a druid from Heroes Might and Magic 3. All the females immigrated? I don't know. Maybe. I'd need some lore on the subject, that's for sure. Roman says, bone dragons are definitely women. Women. Look into their sweet eyes. And those curves. Okay. I will tell, don't worry, nobody has to reach out to Phixfox's wife and be like, do you know what your husband said on stream? Don't worry, I will tell her what I said myself. Bone Dragon curves. Okay. After Hero says, sorry to both Heroes 2 and Might and Magic 6, they're both in Enroth. Oh, there you go. Heroes 3 and Might and Magic 7 are Arathia, but yeah, would have been like the Ent wives in the Silmarillion. Where did they go? Where did they go indeed? Okay. Back to the game. I do want these 42 air elementals to go down. It just feels valuable to me. So let's do the 3-stack and then let's do the singles. Like this. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Are they gonna do 4 stacks? They might do 4 stacks. They might do 4 stacks. But probably not 5. Let's do it like this and then hope for the mass haste. Oh no. Ah, they did 3. But I still think I like the idea of being on group formation here as opposed to split. Maybe later that will change, but not right yet anyway. We didn't kill a full stack. That's crazy. Oh, and the train is kind of bad here, isn't it? Oh no, the train is kind of bad here, isn't it? Uh-oh. Okay, we'll kill there anyway. We can kill here, so we'll kill another 6 there. The thing about these elementals though, 57 damage, 22 damage, is that, in case you haven't noticed, 2 to 8 damage, you know what? Hold on. I think that the Mass Curse actually would have been the very best spell here, to make sure that they did only 2 damage instead of up to 8. Yeah, I think that you wanted the Mass Curse instead. Oh, what a fun thing to realize after the fact. You wish you'd realized it at the time, but I'm okay to note that we should have done better and we didn't. Let's do, for a Cyclopes, let's do some single stacks. And fight. 18 still feels like a little bit too many. And 5 speed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here and here. Back. 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Oh no, they killed 2. Not bad. We will take our prize, the boots of mobility, and now we have the very best movement we could possibly have. So Nomad's boots, Traveler's boots, and True Compass mobility. We are going to be up to 3,100 movement points per day, and that's really good because in case you haven't, that's bad. Dragon Slayer. In case you haven't noticed, we're actually getting kind of close. Month 2, week 1, day 4. We've only got a couple weeks left before, you know, before bad things happen to us. We're going to pick up the Peasants. We got to go fight this fight. What's the best way of fighting this fight? Teleport? I think you just want to teleport one big stack of the Peasants, actually. I think you want to teleport one big stack of Peasants right there. Like so. Whoop. And then we are going to retaliate against these 30 Peasants. Let's see, we'll kill 15 here. We'll retaliate here. We'll prevent the damage from these archers in just a moment or two. And then hopefully we can... No, we'll take the retaliation here. Yeah, okay, that'll work out fine. And then these 69 Peasants are still too far away. Oh, but they did get a good shot off on us. 64 Peasants, though. At least we remember that we have the teleport before we fought this fight. Can we upgrade this to it? No, we cannot. 56 Peasants, though. A black dragon will take out a Titan any day of the week. Okay, all right, folks. The Peasant stacks continue to grow, but is it going to be enough? I don't know the answer. I do not know the answer. 14 Magi. I don't think that 14 Magi is worth 2 Peasant huts and some standing stones. I think that fight is way too much. I think that the Xanadu is absolutely worth the 12 Liches, though. I think that the rest of this, you know, 4 attack and Black Pearl and knowledge, I think that's all worth it. I think even this is all worth it. But something about this fight with the Magi does not feel worth it. How many Peasants? A legion. We'll come back to that in a little bit, but 250-something skeletons? Let's do 2 stacks. With some singles. Nope. Singles. Now let's pick up our... Yeah, let's pick up this +2/+2 here for the defense and the attack skill. Okay. 3 stacks of skeletons. It seems like the enemies are prioritizing 3 stacks over anything else. I don't think that that's bad. I don't think that's bad. Best thing to do is actually probably to do a slow here. There's a little bit of terrain there. Go to here, here, and here. They attack, they'll come in close. They do. We cast our mass haste. We'll kill here and here. Like so. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then in just a moment, when the skeletons come into range, we surprise them. We scare them. Boom. Done. No problems. Okay. But yeah, month 2, week 4, day 1. Remember, end of month 3, week 1, day 1. And we got to go through a throng of black dragons. There's no way. You can't do it. You can't. A throng of black dragons? You can't do it. You got to go through a pack of green dragons somehow, I guess. There's no way. I don't see how it's possible unless there's a way down here. Moucheron Quipet, what have you done? What have I done? What have we done? Okay. All right, let's be smart about this and let's lock in. Let's focus up. We got a long way to go still. Roman says, as for the bodies, I know a guy whose classmate was working on a body farm. Yes, a body farm is very interesting. Useful job, but I would never want to work in such a place. A body farm is a place where you stick a person who has donated their body to science and you lay it out just in a field or in the sun or in whatever situation you're trying to examine body decomposition takes place in. For example, a body decomposes differently in a wet cave as it does in a dry field or in a deciduous forest, right? Because all the small microbes and little insects and bugs, temperature, moisture, all these things kind of impact that, of course. And so it's an important job to be able to maintain a body farm, to collect the data, but still, do you want to work there? I don't want to work there. So I agree with you on that, Roman, for sure. Oh, Avatar Hero, I'm glad I explained it the way I did then. Yeah, and Roman explains it very well as well. In fact, he explained it maybe better than me. Research facility, examining how temperature affects decay or maggots grow on. Useful, for example, for police work, but observing decay and making notes, yep, definitely. Cinti Paul says, yes, it's a good point that they have varying weight from culture to culture, but what I mostly had in mind is that empathy towards treating alive or dead animals is shaping our intraspecies empathy. There are exceptions in history, but I believe it to be true overall. Folks, how about this? Are dolphins and orca whales smarter than we give them credit for? And someday, will we be able to communicate with them on a level that, like, you know, maybe we're not the only intelligent creatures on the planet? We're still going to have like a certain moral superiority complex because, hey man, I want to see your automobile, Mr. Dolphin. But still, you know, I mean, could we learn something from dolphins? The wisdom of dolphins. I don't know. But interspecies empathy, that's never going to be a bad thing. If you see a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old like poking a dead squirrel with a stick, yeah, I worry for that kid because there's a lack of empathy there that makes them very callous, and that means that they're more likely to do other things that we find socially unacceptable in society. Ask me how I know about that. No, don't do it. No, not me. No, I meant like another kid with my job I work with. Never mind. Okay, Avatar Hero says, this is such a fun creative map idea. Wish we'd played these types of standard skirmish maps. This is something else. Inspiring. Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely. And it's very, very cool. And I love it very much. Yeah, Moucheron Quipet doing a great job with these maps. And again, I hope that they never stop. We have another observation tower in just a second that we're going to pick up. We're going to keep the mass shield. We're going to keep... Oh boy. Do I really need the spell power? I don't think I need the spell power. We're going to keep anything that has knowledge. We're not going to keep the spell power. For now, this is the way we're going to do this. 5 gems. Very good. Green dragon. Jeez, there's a green dragon guarding the spike shield. You got to have it. I think that the spike shield is just too good. And I think you just have to tank the damage. You just have to tank the damage. There's nothing else you can do. 43 peasants. That's just the cost of doing business. Oh, and there's finally another red hero. Very interesting. I'm going to come to them last because there's still so many wonderful things I can find over here. So we've taken this caramel farm. Let's work our way back up to this mercenary camp, and we'll go around like that and end up over here. But now, at least this way, we came in this direction, picked up the movement points, picked up the town, and then we'll go from there. Gargoyles. I think you just have to tank the damage. 4 stacks. I'll accept those losses. A bit more experience, a bit more peasants, a bit more knowledge. Not bad, not bad. Serenity Pendant. Now, is that a good artifact or not? Immune to the Berserk spells. I don't anticipate that that's going to be good. I hope that Moucheron Quipet just saw me do that and pick up that artifact and is like, ugh. He ruined one of my later puzzles where I berserk his whole stack. Wouldn't it be hilarious if Moucheron Quipet planned everything out to a T, even the issues with, you know, diplomacy or no diplomacy? He saw everything coming, but he didn't see that one possibility of Phixfox picking up a really nice artifact. That would be actually hilarious. Look at that morale. That was great. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're about to cast a mass haste. Right here. And it's going to be, let's see, 8 at a time here. Ouch, not as good as I would have hoped. Yeah, this is not going to be as good as I would have hoped, but we are going to be 4 speed now, so we are going to get not 1, but 2 hits off on these enemies before too much happens. 6 goes down there. And because, I don't know, because we're about to have another chance to do damage 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to kill a stack of 4 instead of the stack of 3. So let's go here and here. There's 8. There's another big stack. Oh, good luck, baby, good luck. Get out of my game, you don't belong. Perfect. And that cost us 22 peasants to fight 40 of these earth elementals. Not too bad, folks. Very excited for that. I need to check chat. AlinaTheGnome raided us with a party of 2 viewers. Hello, AlinaTheGnome. Nice to have you here. Welcome very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. I've noted that you've been here on Twitch and you've been playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and I really like your playthrough because you've been going through the campaigns. Right? I think that you've been going through the campaigns, Alina, and I'm really happy that you have been having a lot of fun with those. So remind me where you're from again. So I'm from America, and I've got my English sort of American accent, but I've noted that you got, is it somewhere from the Eastern Bloc. I'm not sure where you're from, but it's a pleasure to have you here. We've got friends with Heroes of Might and Magic near and far. So wherever you're from, I'm grateful that you get to be here, and I hope that the people that enjoy watching your chat, that they continue to have a really great time spending time with you. So hi there, just finished streaming Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Big smiley face, and yeah, wonderful, thrilled, happy to have you here. So are you done with Heroes of Might and Magic 2? Are you going to keep playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2? Do you like to go to new games or not? I'm just interested to know kind of what you like to do, what your future plans are, because I think that there's always an audience of wonderful people that want to see Heroes of Might and Magic 2 be played and hang out and spend time. But I also understand that some people prefer to move kind of from one game to the next, and they like to play whatever game is fun for them at the time. So want to know kind of what your plans are, and just interested to know what you plan on doing. MikeNinehundred with the follow. Thank you so much, MikeNinehundred. It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome. Just playing this map. This is from, I play with the FHeroes2 game. FHeroes2 is the project, of course, where a group of developers have lovingly restored the game with Heroes of Might and Magic 2. It's got a brand new engine. It's the same game, just with quality of life buffs. It's great. It's wonderful. Can't live without it. I can't play without it. And this is from the FHeroes2 server. This comes from our Mapmaker, Moucheron Quipet. And this is a case where we have to capture the castle Stardew, and we only have a little bit of time to do it. So I am very much behind, and I hope that we can win this scenario. We shall see. So hope you're enjoying yourself, and that's kind of where we're at right now. And I'm trying to play it in chronological order. Oh, and you're from Finland. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was completely mistaken then. My apologies. Thank you so much for letting me know where you are. So you've already played Heroes 1. You're done with Heroes 2, and now you're going on to Heroes 3. Tell you what, I'm very excited to see your exploits in Heroes 3. I would definitely not consider myself to be an amazing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 player. I enjoy the game very much. I respect it. I love it. But I think that there's a lot more that I could do to be really, truly good at Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So I'll be excited to see you do fantastic with that. Folks, this fight is a little bit tough. 6, 12, 18, call it 23 of these Hydras. The 4 stacks I think are appropriate. I think I would have been better off having 2 stacks though. We're gonna take some serious retaliation damage, and there's not a lot of terrain that we can really play with. There's really not a lot of terrain we can play with. We're gonna do a haste. Skip. And we are just in range. We can kill 6 right now, and I think that this Hydra can actually attack us if we don't slow them. So we're going to slow them down to a crawl, 1 speed, and anywhere where we can kill 1 full stack of Hydras, we're going to continue to do that again and again and again. Like here, dead Hydra, perfect. Maybe, I don't know. Let's try and get these Hydras to have 1 go that way and 1 go that way. Okay. That was not Phixfox being clever. That was just Phixfox like getting a little bit lucky with the way that the positioning worked out. A haste to slow. If I can manipulate turn order and speed, we can get out of these fights and save us a lot of damage. That felt pretty good. That might be one of my all-time favorite fights. That might actually be one of my all-time favorite fights. Like, that just felt smooth as butter. Oh my goodness, that felt good. We'll have to see. I don't know. I have no idea. We'll have to wait and see in the future. If we're able to find a better fight than that. But we are going to trade out the Serenity Pendant for now. These rogues are going to get obliterated. I'll accept the losses. And we will go for +4 defense, and then a little bit of gold, a little bit of experience, through some peasants' huts, and we're going to quickly be on to the champions. And I'm going to assume that Caramelman's going to take the artifacts in just a moment or two. So, very good as we continue on in this game. 26 champions. This should be a case where, let's see. Yeah, they should get into range. We should haste, and we should just be able to kill them. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. The terrain might make it a little bit tougher to do that than I would have hoped. Let's go here. Let's go here. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get, unless we get good morale right now. We do not. We are going to take a little bit of damage. Can't be helped, though. We're going to hit Q in the battlefield. 32 peasants goes down. We will pick up the attack skill here. And then before I leave, I'm going to just plan on this adjustment here to pick up 1 final artifact slot. And we'll continue on the way as NHR picks up peasants, and avoids wolves because we're scared of wolves, and on to a new day. Okay, MikeNinehundred, Alina is actually doing a weirder run of chronological narrative order. Oh no. Oh no, MikeNinehundred. That's actually, so chronologically, so Heroes 1 is still first, and then Heroes 2, Heroes 3, and then Heroes Chronicles, like with Tarnum, and then Heroes 4? Help me understand, help me know, help me figure out where the change is, because yeah, chronologically, that is important to know that there are some differences there. I'm excited to see kind of how this goes, so we'll find out. Okay, I gotta get caught up in some other chat as well, though. Let's see. Oh, Tundar says, is the Sword of Andrin guarded by ghosts? No, maybe? Hold on, where was it? Over here? That looks like Master Swordsman. Yeah, that's Master Swordsman with their blue plume, so that should be pretty manageable of a fight, I think. So I'm looking forward to that one. That should be okay. Roman says, some spiders are surprisingly intelligent, and with a special joystick you can teach pigs to play Pac-Man? What? Pigs can play Pac-Man? Okay, but here's the question. Can they play good? Can they play it well? I love that recently Tetris came back in style. I think it might still be in style. It might be in and out just that quickly. I don't know. But all the young kids were like, oh, Tetris, I'm so good at this. And all of the 30, 40, and 50-year-olds who like grew up on Tetris, we just come out of the woodwork. We're like, oh, huh, 60,000 points. That's a pretty good score, kid. Here, can I try? I don't know if I've ever played Tetris. And then we just smash them. These kids thought that they knew how to play games. No. We are the original gamers, and Tetris was the original game. So these kids, they don't even know what hit them. Gotta put your son to bed? Okay, we'll catch you around later, Avatar Hero. Wonderful. And then Berserk immunity does not sound worthwhile. Yeah, so right now we've definitely put that onto, not NHR, we've put that onto Caramelman. If it turns out useful later, I'll feel bad that I didn't use it. But for now, I'm going to assume it's not going to be too bad for us. Just to at least have it. So we'll see about that. Santipaulus continues, there are quite intelligent rodents and birds too. Pigeons are among the most stupid birds I've ever seen though. I mean, what makes them stupid, right? Like, because I've heard that too, that pigeons are just not very bright. I mean, what's their deal? Come on, like, I've never seen, let's see, what makes them dumb is really just my question, because I don't know. I can't think of a single example. As far as I'm aware, they eat the food that you give them. They just kind of fly around populated cities. And didn't pigeons used to be used for communication? Homing pigeons? Is that a different breed of pigeon than your common pigeon? Perhaps, I'm not sure. As you are walking along a narrow path, a nearby bush suddenly bursts into flames. Before your eyes, the flames become the image of a beautiful woman. She hands out a magnificent sword to you. And Roman reminds us that FHeroes2 is Heroes 2 with quality of life improvements and a smarter AI. Don't forget about that. Yes, I definitely do agree with that. That is pretty important there. And Alina continues on, I first played Heroes 2 when starting the chronological adventure, so I'm still awful at it. No worries, been there, done that. But FHeroes 2 is amazing, even if the AI is too smart for its own good. Too smart for its own good. What a good way of putting that. I really, really like that. And AlinaTheGnome, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate having you here. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure having you here. I appreciate your energy. It's a good energy. The fight was insane. Thank you so much. Yeah, that turned out pretty well with the hiders there just a moment ago. Tendar says, I really think you can beat a pack of green dragons. You think? You think? I think I have to. I don't think I have a choice. I'm gonna have to. I will have to. We will see. Oh, and MikeNinehundred, Descendants from the Price of Loyalty is first. You're completely correct. You're completely correct. I had not even thought about that. Yeah, it is before the events of Heroes Might and Magic 1. Brilliant. I love that. I love that. Well done. So good idea of like knowing the game well enough to like figure out what should come first, and then having a good time for the rest of us as we can enjoy the chronological value there. Good, good. Kind of the same time as the first Tarnum Adventures and Chronicles. Okay. Second is a campaign from Heroes Chronicles, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, there we go. There we go. And I'm vaguely familiar. I'm only vaguely familiar, unfortunately, with the Chronicles, with Tarnum. You think that by now I would have played it? I just haven't. I apologize to Lord Shadowwing and to many people. There's so many things that I want to play and I wish I had time for, and I just haven't found the time. And unfortunately, like, Like Sandra the Peasant Killer has a wonderful Heroes of Might and Magic 4 map that I want to play, and I haven't gotten to it yet. I just haven't gotten there yet. I feel horrible because I don't want them to think that I don't care, because I do, right? But then I also say stuff like, hey, I'm trying to make my guides for the different factions, and I want to get those completed before Olden Era comes out. And you know, it's just trying to balance everything. I wish I was better at it. I wish I had more time. Unfortunately, these days, it feels like I've only got 1 or 2 days to really make good things happen. And maybe the worst part about my time constraints is that there are days when I absolutely have time. I absolutely have time where I could play or I could do a video, but I don't have the energy at the end of the day. And if the choice is between me spending time with my kids or doing a video, if I already don't have enough time to make a video or like energy, like my kids deserve the very best. So if they're not getting their time and attention, they deserve the very best of me. Work sometimes just takes a bit more out of me than I'm embarrassed to admit how much work takes out of me. That's just life though, right? Like we have life. We have stuff that we have to deal with. Oh no! We are on group formation. Oh my goodness, we're on group formation. Folks, we are on group formation, and I realized at the last possible moment. You know what the problem is with group formation against liches? That. Congratulations, you played yourself. Vammy says the group formation strikes again. You see, if you catch me on the wrong day, then that is just devastating. If I'm in the right mindset though, that mistake doesn't ruin my life. And that's okay. You know, like sometimes like it's really nice that we can laugh at ourselves. I'm grateful that I don't have to take myself too seriously all the time. Because what are you doing? I am just gonna teleport right on top of you again. You do realize that, right? What? 163 to, oh actually no, don't teleport this group because this group is gonna stop the liches from running away in that direction. You want this group to teleport right there. Are these liches just going to try and scatter to the 4 winds? I want to see what they do when they realize that I'm going to haste in just a second. The walls are closing in. What are you doing? Okay, mass. Okay, well, as bad as this fight was, the liches were... Okay, so Phixfox outsmarted himself, and now the liches have outsmarted themselves. These losses, I am grateful to get away with as few losses as this. What's that, 70, 100, 110, 112 of the peasants? That could have been so much worse. I'm so happy for that. Oh my goodness. And we will recoup about another 70 peasants there. My goodness. Xanadu, thank goodness it's worth it. What a crazy thing. Ugh. Vammy says, played yourself? No, I think you're playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2 on the FHeroes2 engine. Oh, and I'm glad we are because that's a really fun time. Okay. Roman says, I have to update the Discord meme. I have seen it for the 3rd time. I'm very glad that you're updating the Discord. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Speaking of Discord type stuff, I do think that like a highlight reel, I think it's time, folks. I think it's time I watch through all my old videos, which by the way, there's like a couple, I don't want to say 1,000 hours, 245 videos on YouTube currently, 245 videos times, assume it's like a 2-hour playthrough minimum. There's at least 800 hours, probably 800 to 1,000 hours of footage I could go through at this point. I can guarantee you that there's some real highlight reel worthy moments. We just have to find out what they are. So I think it'll be time that I actually start to do a little bit of work there. I'm probably gonna watch myself on ×2 speed because ain't nobody got time to watch 1,000 hours, right? I literally just discussed how I don't have time to do the stuff I want to do. So you would think that wouldn't be a problem, but Here it is. Okay, good morale. Good morale. Hey, we did it. Good morale. Good morale again. Good morale? That's okay. We did our best. I'm still pleased with the effort that our peasants did and just running really fast. 35 peasants goes down, not too bad. Oh, Caramelman, you're so slow. Please catch up. I don't think I really need... I do need the spell points before my next fight, but I don't think I really need this Minor Scroll of Knowledge anymore. I might risk it and have Caramelman try and pick that one up, because now they have at least 2 heroes. I think it's not too bad. Then again, I might just borrow some peasants and then go do that, just in case I get attacked by rogues again. Could you imagine if it happens 2 times? That's just bad luck. That's just bad luck. Bearded Man replies, by the way, in regards to birds and bird brain type activities, talking about pigeons are notoriously bad at nesting. They will put 5 twigs on a porch and lay eggs on it. That is really bad nesting, actually. Yeah, so they're dumb, and they're not even good at being good birds. Like, good birds should definitely do that a little bit differently, shouldn't they? Going back, Tundar says, me and my son enjoyed the SNES Mario Kart and N64 Mario Kart as our holiday resort had no internet. That's so fun. I love that. I love that so much. It was a really cool blast from the past, and he enjoyed it. Well, not the SNES one. That was too hard. I've heard people theorize, and maybe I've even said this on stream at some point, that it would be really interesting if you were a gamer parent and you wanted your kid to appreciate games, and so you forced them to play games chronologically. It's like, kid, if you want to play the new Baldur's Gate 3, I'm going to force you to play Baldur's Gate 1 and then Baldur's Gate 2, so that when you get to Baldur's Gate 3, you actually appreciate how good it is. Like, maybe it's the same idea that you would require somebody to go watch all the old black and white movies before you let them watch modern cinema, just so that way they could actually appreciate how good they are. Now, to be fair, there's an argument for whether or not movies have gotten better or worse over time, but at least that way the kid actually has a decent frame of reference for whether something is quality or not. So, anyway, fun that you're kind of doing that with your kid and you're getting them acquainted with the older versions of some wonderful games. I love that. Roman says, I am from Poland, and I will definitely visit Romania one day. While in Germany, I have neighbors from this country, very nice people. Oh, good, perfect, perfect. And that was talking about, it's the weirdest little jump from one game to another. Alina said, I originally was a big Heroes 3 fan. You weren't wrong, though. I am from Romania, so def Eastern Europe. Okay, gotcha. Perfect. You said Finland, and I was not sure where exactly you were from, but yeah, it's my American geography, not so good. I hope to improve very soon. But yeah, glad you're getting to jump from game to game. Very good. I have, have been to Poland a few times, though, Alina continues. Going to Finland, and I love it. Booked a few stays there. It's amazing. Oh, someday I would love to get over there to Europe, and I'd love to see so many wonderful people. I hope that the chance comes. I will let you know if I do. Phixfox meet and greet everywhere we go. Travel by train. We'll make it happen. One day, we have to stream the Chronicles, Roman says. We will do it. We will absolutely do it. You got it. MikeNinehundred continues, amazingly, Heroes 1 is number 13 in the campaign list order. It gets super weird how mixed up the chronology is. Yeah, and then eventually when you add Olden era to it, I'm not sure exactly how much of a prequel it is, but it's definitely a prequel. And then assume that you add all the Might and Magic series on top of that, yeah, it gets pretty wild. Pretty wild indeed. The new game is right in the same initial period. There you go, talking about Olden era. Yep, that makes sense. And then Santa Paulus mentioned, as far as other birds go, other birds often snatch the bigger morsel of bread and just fly away, leaving the pigeons with the crumbs. Pigeons also do not know how to crack a nut by throwing it from the air or under a car wheel. Okay, throwing it from the air, that makes sense to me. I would expect a bird to know that. I don't think I would expect a bird to know to throw a nut under a car tire. Maybe I'm not giving birds enough credit for how smart they are. That's kind of interesting. Huh. I'm learning a lot about birds here today, can you tell? And group formation. MikeNinehundred continues, yeah, that's the icing on the cake. Olden era is around the time of the Descendants campaign in the timeline. Very funny how that works. I like this. I'm so glad you both came here. MikeNinehundred and Alina, thank you so much for being here. I'm having a fun time with you. I appreciate this very, very much. And as Tundar says, Fox friends near and far. Folks, we have Fox friends near and far. Wherever you're at, if you like Heroes of Might and Magic, we're having a real good time. So, Vandy says, thanks for the raid. Glad to see a fellow Romanian who loves the game. There you go. Fox friends near and far. My day is better. See, this is what I mean, folks. This is what I mean when I say that I can't tell you with words how much I appreciate you all, but I really, truly do. Month 2, week 2, day 1. And we gotta get somewhere down here, probably? I don't know if we're gonna make it. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Okay, so we got 2,000 peasants? Hold on, can I do this fight? I have to, don't I? Do some single stacks. You got teleport, you got haste, you got slow, you got unlimited supplies. Unlimited supplies of spells. And you got beautiful terrain. We're gonna win this fight. It's just like, it's weird. It's so strange. This is so weird. This feels so uncomfortable because this is so many peasants. But if we spread this out just a little bit, we're gonna be okay. Like here, we're gonna kill 610 peasants easy. We're doing 1,800 damage with these peasants. Against a 1 defense creature, we are not quite maxed out at max damage, but we're pretty close. Pretty close. We're gonna back off. I want one person to go that way and the others to go the other way. So let's do it like this. Skip. So now you have to go all the way around or all the way around there. Choose your path. I don't really care, but either way, you will come to me when I'm ready for you to be handled. Like so. Okay. Oh. Skip, skip, skip. Back. Skip, skip, skip. Skip. Back. And now you go back down. Perfect. Good, good. Okay. This is slightly annoying how long this is taking, but... 9 spell power. Tundar with the GG. We lose 121 peasants. We lose 121 peasants because we ran out of our speed at the exact wrong second. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't think I had to. 121 peasants. This was not the fight to lose any peasants, folks. It was not necessary. There was no need for this. We're still gonna kill this whole stack, no problem, but that was not necessary. Can I get a Resurrect true? Anybody? Okay, that is 69 peasants there. Nice. That is 147 peasants. 225. And folks, we picked up 286 peasants total from those 4 farmhouses. So ultimately, we still gained peasants for sure, but that did not feel good. That hurt my heart in a way that I'm having trouble describing. Not good. Not good at all. Okay, how about this? I mean, 2 more peasant hovels. I'm gonna go finish off these mages really quickly, but the way I'm gonna do it is this. We're gonna pull everybody together, we're gonna split off, and we're going to adjust this. I just want stacks of probably 30 on the edges. Yeah, probably just stacks of 30 on the edges here. Just to make sure that the magi don't run away. We're gonna win, but just not my favorite fight. 473. You say I'm gonna lose 473 of my peasants. I don't think that this fight is worth it. 13, 17, 17, high morale. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do the teleporty maneuver to right. I think you wanna do it right here. And then we're gonna haste in just a second. We're gonna kill 4 here. Definitely kill 4 there. We were gonna kill 4 anyway, but... And now we got these 2 stacks of 30 that are gonna try and make these magi run. Good. I'm gonna teleport one more time here. And these stacks of 30 are closing the gap to prevent these creatures from running. 6 speed. 5 speed. They could just attack, will they? They do not. And now I think I just do the mass haste, because then I can... Oh, I thought I could reach. Nope. Oops, my bad. Good morale? Nope. But maybe they're gonna Nope, they do take one more bit of damage. Okay, not my favorite fight, but we went from 400 peasants lost down to 110. That's not too bad. And then we're going to pick up, looks like 90, let's see, 60 peasants there, and then up to 200 there, not too bad. Overall, again, it was a net positive, and now later, other heroes can come through and add to our peasant count later. Still, just not my favorite fight. Not my favorite fight. Did we pick up? It was a new week, so we just still need to pick up these peasants, don't we? 60? 60 is actually pretty good. Okay. Alright, we gotta get this guy. There's a cool spell here, there's some stuff here. And we got a couple weeks, 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks. We are low on time. We might find out later that we thought we were smart, we thought we were clever, but we just never were. I don't know what to do here. Kind of want that +3 now, but I'm sure that there's going to be other artifacts soon. Because we just picked up the magic well, I'm just going to save all of my scrolls of knowledge for later. So that way, every time we step on a magic well, I'm going to bring those back into my main hero and get back up to the full spell points. Right now it's 170 out of 120, so not too bad. Skully, level 15, 5 attack, 5 defense, 15 spell power, 1 knowledge, 20 vampire lords, 15 vampires, 20 mummies, 5 bone dragons, 150 skeletons. That's a fight right there. You got 3 flying creatures that are going to come and attack you immediately. You've got 2 ground-based creatures. We're going to have to figure this out in just a second, but for now, let me get caught in chat. What a fun fight. Okay. A blunder on your part, Phixfox. Bearded man, I can always count on you to make sure that I'm aware that it was a blunder. That's one of my favorite things about you, actually, because truly, you help make sure that I'm like, hey, Phixfox, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. That was totally not good. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, bad. There's been some bad stuff recently. How many ghosts could I beat? Tundar? I'm guessing I could beat 20. I don't think I could beat more than 20 ghosts. I think 20 is about as many as I could beat. Yeah, 20 ghosts is probably as many as I could beat, because I think the ghosts against peasants are going to get out of control. Even with my high defense, 21 defense, I still think it's too much. Really bad, really bad. Not enough, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's for sure. Tundar asks, 10, 20? 20? I think 20. I'm very curious. LOL might run a bunch of tests later for curiosity's sake. In case you do want to run your tests, I'm currently at 22 and 20 and 900 peasants. Let me know what you think. Slows might be impactful. Haste's not so much, but we do, for your testing purposes, have the mass haste, which could be useful. We do have the steel skin, I suppose. I think that you'd want the mass haste and maybe a couple slows here and there. Anyway, yeah. Why not get max spell points and dump all the knowledge? We just did that. Perfect. I'm glad that we're on the same page there. Why not dump the movement artifacts? Because I do want them by the end of the day, and unfortunately I think that this guy's just going to be too slow. Caramelman is not a bad hero. Any hero is better than no hero, but I think it's just too slow to actually catch up and then give the artifacts back at the end of the day. Do you want 1 stack of peasants or do you want 3 stacks? I think that we've determined that 3 stacks are the best. And if 3 stacks is the best, then 2 single stacks on top of that's useful. We're about to take a lot of damage, but the 3 stacks should be able to deal with the vampires and the vampire lords, not the bone dragons though. Not the bone dragons. Although we can slow the bone dragons. No, we can haste. We can haste the peasants. Skeletons are first. So skeletons and bone dragons both have 4 speed. So if we haste the peasants on turn 1, after all the flying creatures have gotten to us, then we should be able to go before the bone dragons get to go twice. Okay, let's make this happen. Says we're gonna win. I agree, but not my favorite fight. We're losing 72 peasants. 127 peasants. Animate dead. 56 peasants. 15 spell power. So he's got the 1 Animate dead. That's crazy. Thankfully, our single stack is going to take this retaliation. What do we think? Do we haste? I think we haste. Because we already talked about it. It's going to be better to help us be at least faster than these bone dragons in a second. We're going to kill 2. We're We're gonna kill, what, do you want to kill 3 bone dragons, or do you want to kill 20? You're not even gonna kill all the vampire lords. There is 400 HP worth of bone dragons here. There's 400 HP worth of bone dragons here, and you're gonna do 437 damage. Kill the 3 dragons. And then we're gonna kill all of the vampires here. Leave the single stack peasant alive for later. What later? I don't know, but something later. And then I suppose I could steel skin myself. How many vampires do I kill? I kill 9. What if I just disrupting raid? 23 attack, 11 defense. But right now we're killing 9. They're gonna make less come back alive if you kill more now. Let's just disrupting raid. We go from 9 up to 10. It wasn't that big of a deal. Might have been better off trying to save the peasants. I don't know. We'll see. And then 4-speed creatures against 4-speed creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to leave the peasant right here. Skeletons come in. That's going to give us the opportunity to get this first shot off. Bada bing, bada boom. Here. And here. At some point you just have to brawl. And he runs. The cur. The cowardly dog. How could he? Did he have artifacts? Did I miss out on really good artifacts? What the hell am I gonna do with that? All right, whatever. Okay. All right. Yeah, animate my dead peasants. Vammy says, haha, Sante Paula's, lol. Well, folks, even though we didn't get a really nice artifact, we did get through that enemy. And maybe that's all that matters. The clearing of the ancients, it is here where peasants from old times perfected their skills. Soon nobody will be able to stop you. 5,000 experience, an orange tent. We've got a little bit of space for this artifact, an elaborate scroll with vellum stuff on it. What is the spell going to be? Let's see if we can find it. It's the mass slow. Mass shield and now mass slow. Mass slow is pretty good. Mass slow is pretty good. It would turn them into zombies, Bearded Man says. That's 15 times the hit points. You know what? If we got 1 bone dragon, I think that this map all of a sudden becomes super winnable with Animate Dead. That's crazy. That one spell, if you have one single, any undead, anything, I think that all of a sudden you become a monster on this map. That's crazy. Okay, that was about 70 peasants right there. That was a bunch. Hold on, let me do it like this. That was about 70 peasants there. That's about 65 there, or 74 anyway. Up to 158. A little bit more coming. And I really need these heroes to... Oh, these secondary heroes, they've got such an important job. There's 240-something peasants over here. You don't have time to wait. There is no time to wait. 233 up to 301. Xanadu. Tree. Defense. Defense. Xanadu. And we are back to this point. Do we need to trade off any other artifacts before we go? There is a well here in the center where we're going to come out of, so I do want to make sure that these artifacts go back here. We will trade back in just a moment. The crystal ball, it does matter. It does matter. We will catch up in just a moment with these other artifacts, but for now, Relu's going to go and get started with that. Full spell points in just a second, and then hopefully Caramelman can actually follow him and take those artifacts back at the last possible moment. Okay. Alright, we continue on, folks. The game is afoot. The game is a chase. Sean Connery is one of my all-time favorite actors. Something about Sean Connery just makes me just feel so happy. Just knowing that... Do you know how you get? Do you know how you get them? I forget what movie that's from, but... Sean Connery, what an actor. Had quite the prolific, like absolutely prolific discography. Do you call it a discography? I guess you wouldn't call it a discography. He had a great list of movies he did. He did good. Did good. But here's the question. Do you prefer the mini works of Sean Connery, or do you prefer the mini works of Tim Curry? Now that is a real question, and I don't know the answer. And I don't think I can tell you how to answer that question for yourself. I think that, like, that is a real toss-up there, because Tim Curry had some absolute bangers. That guy, oof, nuts. And yet, Sean Connery was James Bond. So, I don't know what to tell you. Do not know what to tell you. Okay, we gotta keep these troops split. I'm guessing for 2 or 3 stacks of green dragons. Let's just do this. This is not gonna be fun, but we gotta make this happen. Oh look, it's not gonna be too bad. We'll make this happen. Okay. Behind on chat. We're just gonna look at this for a second. Yeah, Vammy. Oh man, the map doesn't even look halfway done. The bonus that we have right now is that this terrain is horrible. I'm forced to kill 1 red dragon. What the heck? Dragon Slayer this stack, so they do max damage. The map is not even halfway done. Yes, I completely agree. However, the nice thing is that we are also much faster than we were in the very beginning of the game, because we've got the 3 movement artifacts. So yes, it's bad. Is it the worst thing that ever happened to me? Maybe. It's not good, I can tell you that. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how many Cyclopes this was. Oh, I lost my head. I got busy talking and I stopped paying attention. Oh no, this is not good. You need single stacks. You need 1 big group and you need single stacks, and you need to do the runaround. You need to do mass slow, that's for darn sure. You need to use this terrain to the very best of your ability. They're still gonna get to go 3 speed. You're gonna be 4 speed in just a second. You're gonna have to evacuate with the mass haste, like so. Winnable? Oh no. I think you go to here. I think you go to here, so that way some go that way and some go that way. Perfect. But you really want, I mean, how many can we kill? So you're gonna want to do the mass curse, that's for darn sure. Disrupting rays is a maybe. So right now we can kill 12 at a time, but we don't want to get hit by this big sack. So this group right here needs to go back, and there's 100 peasants less here, so they're not gonna kill a full stack. We do have teleport. We can evacuate with teleport. Get the stack of 300 out of the way. Let the stack of 415 just brawl it out. We'll kill 12 here. 415 down to 387. Not too bad. Not as bad as it could have been. Okay, we kill a little bit there. And now I have a choice. Do you want to kill 19? You can Disrupting Ray. They're already cursed. You can Bloodlust yourself. You could Steel Skin to just tank the damage. 12 and 24. You can just tank the damage. You're gonna have to brawl it out at some point. Losing 19 peasants at a time, I can handle that. That's not great, but I can handle that. 5 more turns for the Cyclopes. And now it really doesn't matter which stack attacks, except this one's got the Steel Skin. So we're gonna do a Disrupting Ray once, maybe twice. There's 1. We're gonna kill 11. Bloodlust. Let's just do the Bloodlust and try and get out of this fight that way. Bloodlust is better than the Disrupting Ray, because technically I think that if we get Good Luck, then it's even better that way. We're gonna kill 12. With the Good Luck, we got him. The game is not great because Phixfox is perfect. The game is great because, I mean, that was a great fight. That was a great fight. There was a lot I could have done. Like, it left a lot to be desired. There was a lot I could have done differently, but that was a great fight. Let's not do that again. I've only got a couple of days left. I got to finish this map. I have to finish this map. But I'm out of time. Former Captain of the Guard admires your quest and gives you the enchanted swordbreaker he relied on during his tour of duty. Very good. I don't think that these artifacts are worth it. Arc Magi, you're gonna take too many losses. You stay far, far away from them. Don't even look at them. Don't breathe on them. Don't let them breathe on you. Ooh. And then let Caramelman get to the observation tower. And then we'll take a look, and I'll let everybody look around before I do anything else. Jeez, I hate you. I don't think we can fight that fight. The losses are too bad. Oh, a throng of ghosts? You're kidding me. A throng of ghosts? No. I'm scared. I'm officially scared. I'm scared. Okay. If only teleport worked on Heroes 2. Yeah, it's called Dimension Door. Moucheron Quipet says, to be honest, I didn't really know what to do with that fight, so it's a bit of a mixed dish. It worked out fine. I liked it. Tundar says, it's looking mad hard, this map moving forward, but fascinating to see it unfold. It's looking really nice. Santi Paulus, you are dead. Ah. And the Bearded Man says, not dead. Unalived is more proper in our modern times. Yeah, definitely, that's for sure. And then, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, geez, I'm way behind. A real modern language would be that you're skibbity cooked. Boy, am I skibbity cooked or what? I am skibbity having a real bad time. I'm skibbity scabbity-bow. Okay, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Are we almost at a new break? We're gonna get to the end of this week and I might have to take a 5-minute break again. Because clearly, if I'm saying skibbity boo again and again and again, something's broken up here and we need to refocus. Okay, pull it together. We got this. Surely Moucheron Quipet thought about that. Surely it wouldn't slip by, maybe. Oh, I missed a mercenary tent. This one? Got that one. This one? I missed a mercenary camp somewhere. I might not get it. At this point, I think the time is too much. Roman did test it, by the way. 25 ghosts is beatable with your stats. Is a throng of ghosts beatable with my stats? Please let me know. I need to know. Thank you for checking, Roman. That's very important knowledge. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mammy says, I should make an equation that tells you how many peasants can kill how many ghosts, given your attack skill and defense skill. Feels complicated, but also it'll be good prep for my calculus courses I'm starting next month. I'm very excited for you to do that calculus. I hope that you have to test that out, and I hope that you get an opportunity in your class to actually do something with that. I think that would be lovely if your teacher was like, what is going on here? And you're just like, just trust me. It's great. Just trust me. Tundar met Sean Connery during the filming of Tomorrow Never Dies. The same day, saw him at the red carpet in Leicester Square for the premiere of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and he remembered me when I met him outside of the M15 building a few hours earlier. He was my hero growing up. That is so cool. I love that. The fact that he remembered you. If I was a celebrity though, I think what I would probably do is I'd probably be like, oh yes, of course I know you. Like maybe you would say that to everybody. He didn't do that to you though, especially because it was that same day. By the way, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, underrated movie. It was totally campy. It's not serious. If you expect it to be like a serious movie, you're going to be very disappointed. It's not a serious movie, but it is serious fun. And then Bearded Man says, it might be hard to include morale and luck into the equation, plus spells. As soon as you have to figure out spells and stuff, I mean, that changes every single fight, every single time. Group formation versus not group formation, that does matter as well. So, but he was visiting the set for the Pierce Brosnan movie, and I was bunking school that day. I'm glad that your teacher someday can look back and be like, I knew that Tundar was being silly. I knew Tundar did that. I don't know if that's actually going to happen or not, but I think that's funny. Okay, do I really want NHR the Wizard to go through this fight? No. I can get from here to here in one day, or I can spend 5 days to get back over here. Is it worth the losses you're going to take with the wolves? I think it has to be. Maybe we take the luck. Maybe we take the tree for gems. Sure, why not? We'll pick up a couple more peasants. We'll go through these wolves. And yeah, we're just going to lose some peasants. I think we're going to do 2 stacks, though. 2 stacks, single stacks, bada bing, bada boom. And then what to do here? Swordsman for a +5. I mean, +5 attack. So good. +5 attack here is so good. Gotta have the spells. We got room for 1 artifact. I'm gonna leave these. Legion of Peasants should be very doable. In fact, the Legion of Peasants is more doable than any of these other fights, I think. But you do need to make sure you have 1 in singles. 150 spell points. Come on, baby, hold together. 1k each. I think we kill 1k each. Is it 1500? It's 1950. I don't think we do that much damage. We do have the terrain to play around with though. That's lovely. Split this around. Okay, good, good. Let's start to do... Let's see, you can't Disrupting Ray, but you can buff your Peasant stack. So you can do a Bloodlust. You can do a Steel Skin. Bloodlust is a for sure, but it's only gonna last for 3 turns. 1, 2. Let's put this stack right here. Skip, skip, skip. Why are you? Not good. Don't do that. Not good. You're not supposed to do that. That was not the goal. 2 more turns. We'll do the haste. Uh-oh. What? We'll do the haste. There we go. Do we kill 1900? We kill most of these. We kill most. I think it's worth it to back off for 1 more turn. We'll cast the Steel Skin and then we'll attack. Okay, so Steel Skin, just to make sure we minimize all losses. Good morale's not bad. We do need to do the Bloodlust 1 more time up here. Let's do the Bloodlust, because 3 attack skill does matter. Actually, does it? Hold on, we've got 28 attack skill versus 1 defense. Yeah, it does matter. Oh, we killed this whole stack though. That wasn't... Oh, we didn't kill the whole stack. Oh no. How many peasants did we lose on retaliation? 30? How did we do so much worse that time? I'm so confused. Okay, and by the way, we do need to do something else. We're gonna haste this stack right here. I should have done this a moment ago. Because now this stack is gonna be the fastest stack. We're bloodlusted, we're here, we're gonna take this retaliation. There's 3 peasants. We're only killing 1600, that leaves 400 peasants remaining. 65, okay, so we get out of here with 144 peasants lost. 6k experience, but we're gonna get many peasants here, so up to 547, 637, a little bit here, a little bit there. We are up to a grand total of 863 peasants. This doesn't feel like a lot. A farm, but not bigger. I can feel the icy cold fingers of death closing in on me. Oh, there's a battle garb of Andrin right here. Well, not a battle garb, but like the breastplate of Andrin through a horde of Crusaders. That's kind of interesting. I think we can do something there. Okay. 1 more second. And then all the luck into the equation. Vammy says that would be neutral by default, so treat them as such, I guess. I guess that makes sense. Well played, AlinaTheGnome. Whew. Thank you. I appreciate that. So far, it's going okay. It's going okay. We're still alive. I don't know if Moucheron Quipet thinks that this is winnable at this point, though. I'm curious to see if the map is still winnable while being behind in numbers. Yeah, I'm definitely behind in numbers. So if it's possible, we're going to find out. Bearded Man, Bearded Man says, a throng of ghosts. A thronged. It's wrong. It seems like an interesting mathematical problem. Can you beat ghosts? 175. There's no way. We can't beat the ghosts. Do you have to beat the ghosts? Do I have to beat the ghosts? 175? Bambi says, that was certainly not what I was expecting to hear from Phixfox on stream. You'll have to remind me which part that was. Maybe beatable. I can beat 75 without stack manipulation and spells. Tundar says, he said my name. Sean Connery said your name. That's amazing, Jake. I love that. I love that so much. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, so yeah, he totally remembered you. That's awesome. That's cool. I love that. It's so cool. Yay, someone else who liked the movie. Oh, good. AlinaTheGnome does like The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Good. I thought it was just so fun. It was so fun. I liked it. But yeah, 100 to 250 ghosts. A small throng may be beatable. 175 is right in the middle. High side of middle. Oh, dear. It's crazy how peasants can snowball, but downward once you start losing them. Yes. I'm also short on time. With 1,000, I can definitely beat 100 ghosts. But I don't have that many. 24, 28, I might need to get a sword. I might need to get a breastplate. I think that the breastplate's actually better than the sword because you gotta just tank the damage. Gotta tank the damage. I don't know if this is winnable at this point anymore, folks. Maybe more with tactic. I'm not good enough to find all the passable tracks. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and get these peasants to the front. losses. We didn't have grouped formation on. The curse of grouped formation strikes. Again. This time in the opposite direction though. A little bit strange. Okay, okay. What about this? Let's go here. Let's go here. Oh, do you attack? I think you have to. You have to take your good morale where you get it. Even though that puts you in a place where you're gonna get attacked a lot. Oh, that's not good. 39, 70 peasants at a time. I mean, we're gonna win. Oh, we're gonna win. But oh my goodness. Are we gonna win? I don't know. Win a bowl. Killed 5 wolves there. Oh goodness. And all this time of bringing these peasants to the front, that's 200 peasants that we needed that we just don't have anymore. We're gonna recoup a couple of them, sure, but that month of the wolf was maybe the worst month that could have happened. Month of the 6-speed creature, month of the greater druid. This reminds me of that time we were playing Colossal Caverns and we got month of the greater druid and it completely destroyed us. Because there is several of these peasant huts that we're just not gonna get because of time. And also because now there's some guardians. Not good, not good. Okay, fear not, we shall not lose our heads. Although we shall remember that we do need you to come back so you can take an artifact off of us. 121 Master Swordsmen. I think that we have to win this fight. We'll have 2 single stacks here. We're going to use teleports and hopefully terrain to just, terrain to beat people one at a time. I think the 861 can actually kill one full group. I hope. I think. First off, mass slow because yes, of course you do. And actually, I think I can. I think I can. I wasn't hasted. We slowed down to 3 and then we weren't hasted. So we went 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's an error. And what's worse is this, it's an unforced error. Like, it's one thing entirely if stuff happens. That feels bad when stuff happens because, oh my gosh, stuff happens, right? It feels worse when the error happened just because you weren't paying attention. Like, there's errors that I can forgive myself for, or like if it was a calculated risk, but then those ones, like, and it's only 44 peasants. Phixfox, it's only 44 peasants. Like, yeah, it's only 44 peasants, but when it comes right down to it, peasants are all I have. When it comes right down to it, peasants are all I have. So you gotta treat them like they're gold because they are. There's nothing more valuable than a couple of peasants. Maybe we didn't get these peasants before? I feel like we did. Week 6? Let's kill a couple wolves to avenge our brethren. Ugh, even that's bad. Okay. Oh, and we just have the 1 stack on too, huh? Wolves are not gonna get slowed enough. They're still gonna be able to reach pretty much. With mass slow. 3 speed? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Maybe they can't reach us. Good. Haste. We kill 1. We go into here. Good. Positioning in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is so easy. You just have to teleport wherever you want to go. Positioning is not hard. Who says positioning is hard? Super easy. Okay. And so we lost 2 peasants. 1 peasant with the wolves there. 52 Crusaders, still super winnable. Although, let's see, 52. Is it going to be 3 stacks of Crusaders? I think that at this point, I just want to keep with my 1 single stack. It feels really bad, but I think you just have to play it this way. 52. It's nice to know that we're going to win even without nice things happening for us, but thankfully we just got terrain. Like, thankfully there's terrain here. Okay, so it's gotta be the mass slow. We'll put this little nugget right there. This guy's gonna go to the corner, trying to drag some people to the south. Looks like he might be able to do that. Gonna haste senior fast guy right now. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put this guy right here because I do want these guys to step up in just a second. Remember, we got the teleport as needed. With the slow and the haste, we're now faster. Okay, that's actually not too bad because that gives me an opportunity to bloodlust. 33 versus 12. Okay, there's one. Nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna end up taking some damage one way or the other here, unless. If I teleport over there, I think that this guy's gonna get caught up on the rocks, and this guy might go here. So let's actually just try and pick off this one guy here. 1, 2, 3. Go there. I'm gonna take him out first thing in the morning. Yeah, that might be just enough space. Yes, that's just enough space. Perfect. Okay. Infinite spell points. 7 turns left on the slow. We killed 10. Very good. No good morale from the enemies. Teleport. Terrain is good. Luck is acceptable. I'm happy for it. Okay, and now we just have to scurry around 5 more turns. We're gonna get them caught up on this rock again. Oh no, can you reach? 33 peasants we didn't need to lose. 33 peasants that we did not need to lose. Counting is hard. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more teleport from here to right about here. So this guy should go down and this guy should go up is the plan. And then with 1 bit of terrain and 2 bits of terrain, that should be enough, I hope. Perfect. Okay. 33 peasants, all things considered. Could be worse. 35 peasants. Okay, we'll take that. And for that, for our troubles, we gotta get over here to right there. Let's pick up the +1 attack. Let's go to here, and then first thing in the morning, we're gonna get artifact slots off of us. Can you feel the heat? Can you feel the pressure? Like a diamond getting crushed in the depths of the earth. We're getting better. We might lose this scenario, but we're definitely going to be better. We're going to be a better Heroes Might Magic player at the end of this map. Which is good, which I'm very happy for. Okay, we will have 2 more weeks though, by the way, because it goes week 2 into week 3, week 3 into week 4, and week 4 into the beginning of week 1. So we're still doing okay. We still got 2 more weeks. We can make this happen. Roman says, with more tactics, yeah, with more tactics and tricks, we might do better. Tundar says, taking that first strike from the ghosts is tough. So I'm excited to see how that fight goes. Me too. I'm excited to find out too. That'll be great. Moucheron Quipet, I increased most stacks of creatures in the last area in the previous patch because when you had 1,000+ peasants and mass slow, it was way too easy. Good to know. Good to know, Moucheron Quipet. I'm very glad to hear that you made the map more difficult. It's like by the time I got to the map Eruption, and at that point Moucheron Quipet was like, nah, it's too easy, we need to increase the time frame on it. And then I'm like dying. It was great. Moucheron Quipet says, but it looks like this is a different story when you have less. I think so. I think so. Imagine changing mechanics, Sante Paula says, so that when you take retaliation at the same moment, you attack, not after the attack. That's actually a really good point. That would make... I think that there are some Heroes games that do that though, right? Where it's not attack retaliation, it's attack and retaliation at the same time. Like the defender is accurately, in real time, they are defending themselves. So if that was the case, then yeah, we'd get absolutely obliterated there. Crusaders watching a legion of peasants teleporting around them and killing one by one. They're just peasants, take them out. No, not these peasants. Truly. Avatar Hero says, think of the frustration of being outrun by peasants. Hey, Moucheron Quipet told them to just run faster. So everything's going great. Everything is working as intended. As intended. Okay. Crystal Ball, we're going to keep that for now, but soon, very soon, I might not be having that. Mass slow, mass shield. I don't see a mass shield fight coming up soon. So for now, we're going to let go of that. And I don't want to let go of any stats, but I'm going to let go of the +2 attack, just so I have 2 slots. Just in case. This Titans are just not worth it. They're too tough. The damage you take is not worth the pluses. Breastplate of Andrin increases our defense by 5. You come upon a sign. It reads, "Here lies the body of Andrin. Bow and swear fealty, and you shall be rewarded." You decide to do as it reads, or says. As you stand up, you feel a coldness against your skin. Looking down, you find you are suddenly wearing a gleaming, ornate breastplate. Very good. Okay. Well, at least there's going to be like 300 additional peasants here. That can't be too bad. It's got to be kind of worthwhile. We are about to lose our stables bonus first thing in the morning here with Relu, but it's just going to have to be the way it is. At least we got pretty good stats. I do need to stop by this magic well, though. I have to. You have to stop by the magic well, because if you don't... Yeah, if you don't stop by the magic well... you might find yourself in a position where with a couple more spell points you could save hundreds of peasants, and that's too valuable. 66? We're only gonna lose 66? Does that sound right? We could probably save more. Could we? Maybe not. This one, Griffin, might just stay put. Maybe we slow him. We just slow the one for the 3 there. Take our damage. And then when the time comes, we'll eventually jump on him. You can't fly across the entire battle map when you're slowed. So, that saved us a couple of peasants anyway, just with 6 spell points. 49 peasants, okay. Holy Hammer. Guarded by a Titan. Okay, but I am going to teleport on top of you. I'm going to spend the 9 spell points to save 27 peasants. 3? Yeah. Yeah, you better believe it. It's very satisfying. Holy Hammer plus 5. Critically important. I don't think that any of this matters. Well, Steel Golems, we can beat them. We should beat them. Peasants here. Up to 862. Experience. Knowledge. Steel Golems. Let's give ourselves just a couple of single stacks. With the terrain, we easily win this fight. Not even a problem. This guy's gonna go south. Yep, correct. Good. I don't know if I can kill 45 with 900. I think I can. Yeah, I think I do. So we're just gonna go to right here. Skip, skip, skip. Just in case, though, I'm gonna Bloodlust now. Skip, skip, skip. One more time. One more time. Da-na-na-da. It's time to celebrate. Okay, we did kill 45, so I take a great amount of solace in that. The rest of these peasants just need to scatter. Just stay alive. It's not like I don't like to lose one peasant where I don't have to. But the goal is now to try and get these golems to split. Okay. Here, will one go up and one go down? Why are you chasing this one guy? What are you doing? Why are you like this? Who hurt you? I think that they're actually chasing that one peasant. Why are they doing this? They're totally, that's exactly what they're doing. So you're gonna go up, you're gonna go down. What? Somebody's cooking the books. This is not making any sense to me. I'm not a smart man, but I do know BS when I see it. There we go. That's about right. Okay, do we kill 45? We do. Cool. Well, thank goodness for small miracles and big bits of terrain. 4 peasants goes down. We're gonna have 1,000 peasants by the time we get to here, because the champions shouldn't be a problem. Peasants we should just obliterate. But the problem is it's month 2, week 3, day 2. We got 14 more turns to go, and there's still like a third of the map to go, maybe a little bit more than half, a little less than half. Okay, we're just gonna push through this for the next 2 turns or so, because I think that I can do some nifty things here. You've got to get down here, though. How many peasants do you think are here in a farm but bigger? 62 archers. I think that we do fight this fight. Yeah, for sure we do. It says 390 something peasants lost. Don't care. We just got to step right onto the... They're too fast. We're gonna take so much damage from the archers. Unless we get good morale right here. I need good morale. I'm not asking, I demand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and so he can't get around and block up the path. We have to kill here. Yeah! So, I'd like to point out that it's times like these that every ounce of my gamer rage and like the thing that is inside of me that gets fueled, like that continues to push me to be a better player, those are the moments that are under the surface. You don't get to see those moments all the time, but that right there, that bit of good morale is the reason that Heroes of Might and Magic is so fun. That was a good moment. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do this. We'll do that. And yeah, we're gonna take some losses, but we did not take the damage from 62 archers. So I feel great. I'm gonna haste, because I don't like your face. I'm gonna kill all you peasants. Get the hints. 20 peasants lost. And so it cost us 20 peasants to pick up 78. Not that good, but I'm happy that we have. What the heck? Apparently in other regions, goblins use boars as mounts instead of eating them. Moucheron Quipet. Are you doing the Heroes 3 moment there? That's funny. I like that. Okay, note this. 25, 25, 40, and 15. So we do have enough information on our enemy now that they're still going to be a really tough fight. Will we have enough to defeat them? I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out. How far am I away from the next level? Pretty far away. I don't think that picking up experience is that useful anymore. But I am going to pick up, I don't know, are 9 titans worth it to kill for +2, +2, +2, +2, and +1? It's basically +3 right here of each. Is it worth it? It's definitely worth it here, but you want to split your peasants into 4 stacks so that way they rush across the battlefield and then you haste. Oh, they did 5 stacks this time. Good for them. I'm very proud of them for learning. So we will take a little bit more damage than we'd like to, but this will work. Whoop. Dead. 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 Okay, that's great. That's a good moment. I don't think this guy's too slow. He can't pick up all these peasants for me, and I need to pick up all these peasants. I don't think that the trolls are worth it in the same way that these Archmagi are worth it, except I don't care about the stats, but I do care about the sheer forces. I think it might be worth it to defeat the trolls. Yeah, about 1,200 peasants. I think it'll be worth it, because you're going to get another 140 peasants from these 2 peasant huts. The whole question is are you going to lose more peasants than you gain? I think it's going to be okay. Even right there, it looks like it was okay. So, all right. You do need to do the shield first on turn 1 and then the haste on turn 2. Gotta be smart about that. So let's do the mass shield. It's in a spell scroll on the other hero. I forgot about that. Okay. Well, that makes our decision much easier, actually. Or does it? Do you mass haste everybody, or do you teleport one guy now? I think you actually teleport one guy now. I think you teleport to right there, and then next turn you haste? I don't know, actually. I have no idea what's best. Again, because of the good morale, it makes more sense to use the mass haste. I think we're going to use mass haste next turn. That's what we're probably going to do. If we don't get mass haste here, then I'm correct. Good, good. And the fact that he ran away is really nice, actually. One more teleport to here. Oof. Okay. And dead. We'll catch you on the flip side. Oh, and the trolls just decide that it's... they've seen my teleporting tricks, and they recognize that it's over for them. They just might as well make their final stand. Very fun. Okay, so that was actually not nearly so bad of a fight as we thought it would be. And we're going to be able to maybe actually use Caramelman to get over there. And then we'll be prepared for this final fight. Wasn't it just 175 ghosts? They picked up 25 ghosts in a week. Oh, that was crazy. This was 175 ghosts one turn ago. That's insane. That does not feel fair at all. That doesn't feel fun. I'm here to have fun. That wasn't fun. That sucked. Okay, let's go back. Roman says, what are the numbers? 1,100 peasants with 30 attack and 30 defense can take down the 200 ghosts. Well, thank goodness, because that's what it's going to be in just a second. Heroes 4 does have the mechanic for same attack and defend at the same time with the retaliations. And then of course the question is how many peasants do you lose against these 200 ghosts? And it sounds like the math is indicating it's going to be about 300. So we're going to see about that. AlinaTheGnome, OMFG, definitely too tired to think. You looked so familiar and I didn't know why. Probably because I've been binging your vids on the Descendants campaign. It's okay, I got there eventually. Yay, I'm so happy. You know what? If I don't have a beard, Alina, then I don't look like the same guy. So don't worry about it. Like, don't feel bad. Most of the time, I don't even know. Like, if I have no beard, I'm impossible to figure out who I am. So no worries. I am happy that we eventually got there. That makes me happy. We do have another, like, 200 peasants in the rear here. Let's do this. Let's do a swap. You need these artifacts? No, these are all kind of bad. And then let's go to here. And let's go over here. So we got 1,300 peasants. It's pretty good. It's pretty okay. I suppose I could, let's see, I could get rid of boots for a turn just to fight the ghosts. No, we're not gonna do that. It's not gonna work for me. Like, it makes sense for the short term, but by the time that, like, these other heroes are too slow, they're not gonna be able to catch up to me by the next turn. I'm gonna lose too many movement points. So we have to fight this fight with 1,500 peasants, and we're gonna do it in two stacks. We're gonna do it in 2 stacks. 3 stacks? 3 stacks. 5 stacks? 5 stacks. And folks, with 34 attack, 33 defense, and about 1,300 peasants, we're gonna fight 200 ghosts. This is not advisable. I repeat, this is not advisable. No singing in the library, don't tell me what to do. No, you're totally right. Like, I feel bad because I'm kind of loud, but I've never had a complaint. And like, I've asked the librarians, I'm like, is it okay? Like, I kind of get a little bit animated in there. They're like, yeah, we've never had a problem with you. So, you know, they're actually, okay. I think I mentioned before that we might do something where Phixfox shares all of his YouTubing knowledge with the local kids, and we do like a little bit of a workshop, like an idea of like, hey, so you want to start doing YouTube videos, and I show them all the free software I use and like how to use some of it. That class might be happening sooner rather than later. And if it does happen here through my local library, I'd like to record it so that way you can all get to enjoy it. I think that'd be kind of fun. Okay, Vammy says slow one of them, or that. Yeah, the good morale worked really well, so that was fine. Blood morale, so good. Peasant on peasant violence is coming. Oh boy. Oh brother. Moucheron Quipet did put the boars, this tip, boars in Heroes 3. That's kind of funny. I like that. That was really fun. Goblins like them too. Math obsessed dead. He wrote goblins though. Yeah, they're pretty much there. A French mistake. Sure, of course. Don't ask me to spell anything correctly in French, that's for sure. Next turn you teleport a second guy? Yeah. Stack growths are insane in Heroes 2. 14%. So 14% is my understanding through Ghost Planet 1.1. It would be cool if in the future the Mapmaker could actually determine what kind of growth they want on their map. I think that would be a really nice thing for the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 map makers. I think that'd be good. Oh, you did have a beard, only shorter hair. There you go. It was the shorter hair that got you. At this point, if you see the headband, it's me. 14 to 16%, bit of a randomization. We'll see. Could also be -1 + 1, so neutral armies of 1 unit can randomly grow or not. That's true. That's true. Okay. We're currently on group formation. We got all of our peasants. We're having a real nice time. We're gonna fight these ghosts. We're gonna win. And the losses look totally acceptable. Okay, folks, let's see how this goes. There were videos where I was bald with no beard. People were asking, who are you and what did you do with Phixfox? It was a look. It wasn't a very great look, but it was a look. And it's funny, I remember that video because there were, my dear sweet wife, there was like pictures for the family, and her mother cried because I went from normal hair to short hair. My poor dear sweet mother-in-law, she's a sweetheart. I really enjoy my in-laws. They're absolutely lovely, wonderful folks. But that was a little too much more for her than she could handle. I don't know the best thing here. If you do the combo of the haste and the slow, you are eventually going to be faster than the guys, the ghosts, but it's going to take 2 turns. I don't think that this fight is going to last for another turn. There's 3 stacks of ghosts, essentially. And so they're all going to get their damage off. And they're all going to be down to like 3 speed, maybe 2 speed. I think it's 3 speed they're all going to be down to. One way or the other, they're going to be faster than me. That's the point. And they are going to be able to attack me. So I think I might as well actually just steel skin this stack right here. We're going to attack here, take the retaliation. It's going to be good. 490 something. They're unfortunately stuck, killing 6 ghosts here. With good luck. Very good, very good. 79. Do you want to kill 79 ghosts? I'll kill 63. I guess I can. And then, I don't know, this stack of 423, it is my biggest stack. Well, not my biggest stack, but I'm hoping that they'll do pretty good. 1 stack of 30 goes down. Nice. The ghosts attacked a stack that hadn't yet retaliated. Oh, that feels so good. If they attacked and I had 90 ghosts to deal with no retaliation, that would have been horrible. Folks, it cost us 250 peasants. Not great. Not great, but not bad. We will take it. And with that, folks... Oh no, I can't pick up the artifact because I don't have room in the artifact slot. This is a Battle Garb of Andrin though. Max luck, max morale. Pretty good. I've got 1,600 movement points. I'm gonna spend a couple to go back. I'm gonna drop off the crystal ball at this point. I'm gonna go back just so I can do this. I may be able to get this other hero back to me before it really matters. And folks, there's a pyramid. That's lovely. Helmet of Andrin increases the hero's power by 5. And now, the 3 Andrin artifacts magically combine into 1. And we've got all the stats, all the luck, all the morale. And we're gonna kill a couple wolves. What did the wolves ever do to you? Hurt my feelings. That's what they did. So, currently, we're gonna leave this area with about 1,300 peasants. Maybe a couple more in just a moment. We're gonna hand off this one final bit of artifact. Do you really need this anymore? Do you need the crystal ball? I don't think you need the crystal ball anymore. I don't think you need the crystal ball anymore. I'm going to save an artifact slot for now, just in case I find something that's really important, but I don't think it's necessary. At this point, you're going to fight every fight that you can, and that's just the way it is. The tomb is where... This tomb is where resting the peasant kings who ruled the Val... Sorry. What? Okay. This tomb is where are resting... There we go. This tomb is where are resting the peasant kings who ruled the world, or at least this valley in the past. Their power will allow you to cheat death itself. So, Resurrect True? You're kidding me. It's gonna be Resurrect True. It's gotta be. By the way, Moucheron Quipet, your English was fine there. Because it was on separate lines, I struggled to, like, conceptualize what was going on there. So, not your fault, my fault. Okay, I am gonna do the mass slow because then these gentlemen won't be able to reach me. Kill 1 stack here. 1 stack over here in just a moment. We only lost 50 peasants that first time, so it's not too big of a deal. 13 peasants at a time there. We're gonna do the haste. Stabby, stabby. And this will be fine. Yeah, the losses are gonna be acceptable. We went from losing 50 peasants down to losing 48. Okay. All right. And now I understand. Now the knowledge is actually critically important. Folks, we got Town Portal. We've also got Resurrect True. 800 peasants at a time. Can we do it? I think we can. I think we can. I think we can do it. 2,000 gold, +1 attack. We are to the center. And we gotta pick up these stables today, and then we'll pick up the magic well first thing in the morning, folks. Is this gonna be enough? 190 spell points, is that gonna be enough? I don't know the answer, but at this point, there's nothing we can do but go and find out. Nothing we can do but go and find out. Okay. So, This is why it's nice to game when you live in the woods. The deer won't come complaining. Do you game in the woods, AlinaTheGnome? I love that. Oh, so there's been a couple of times where I've considered getting Starlink so I could stream from home. If I had Starlink, I would absolutely go camping with my kids, and we would just play. And then at night when they were in bed, I would totally just do Starlink and stream Heroes of Might and Magic. That'd be lovely. That'd be lovely. Ah, I hope that that's what's going on with you, because that sounds great. Ghost started at 90. Okay, and so then they grew up to 175, 200. Oh, that's bad. Have we ever seen a beardless Phixfox? Sounds cursed. We've seen it. It's definitely cursed though, Sante Paulus says. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, we are so dead. All these ghosts going absolutely cray-cray, but we fought the fight, we won it, we made it happen, and now I think that with the Resurrect True, I can now understand how we can potentially beat a throng of black dragons. We just can't lose to them on turn 1. I understand that now. The undead is undead. Oof, big stats, baby. Moucheron Quipet says, you'll definitely want to drop the movement artifacts and the crystal ball for the black dragon fight. And what comes after? Okay, so that's actually really good information. Thank you, because this is my last chance to do that before it really costs me a lot of movement points. So I'm going to go to here, I'm going to go to here. I will drop the movement artifacts because I trust your opinion. Of course I do, you're the Mapmaker. Huh. Oh, I probably need the mass shield spell. Can you reach? Yeah, he's not too far away. Yeah, let's put that on for now. Spell power is actually important. Again, white pearl is actually important again. And there's that. My heroes are close enough, maybe they can help support. We'll have 2 slots for now. We'll see about that in just a moment or two. But hopefully we're gonna have enough stats and space left over in just a moment or two. Nami says, nope, the Dimension Door teleports out of the Inferno. We'll see. Peasant King, by the way, Sante Paul says, we are the Peasant King, clearly. Not these guys, but one of the guys. Would you rather be King of the Peasants or the very worst of the angels? You let me know. I still struggle at English sometimes, but you're doing your best. No, I'm so sorry. Your English was great there. It didn't make sense because of the way it was broken up. So it's fine. Time to hire an editor. Yes, absolutely. For all of us, because we just need to outsource some of our struggles in that way. Yeah. But AlinaTheGnome does live in the woods. Starlink is the bane of my existence, honestly. Oh, gotcha. High altitude woods or low altitude woods? Mammy asks. I'm also interested to know. Okay, and I am going to move over the mass shield for now. I am going to put over the spell power and the white pearl just for this fight, because that is going to be a little bit more peasant recuperation. And so we got 1 slot left over for now. With 36 attack, 33 defense, 20 spell power, and 20 knowledge. Folks, I think I'm just going to try and tank through Resurrect True, 1,000 peasants at a time. Do 134 freaking black dragons, though. Do I not just lose round 1? This is what I'm going to do. I've got a jail up here, so if I need to, I can actually do some other fun stuff later. Oh, look, there's more stats. Archer houses? You're kidding me. All right, let's do this. We lost. We're losing 300 peasants at a time. Okay. We started off with 1,500, call it. We are currently down to 900 peasants. So I think that we are obligated to do a couple of things. We're going to lose 300 more peasants in just a second, but we are going to be able to resurrect true 1,000 peasants. I think you need a steel skin now. I think you need to Dragon Slayer after. I need steel skin, resurrect true, back and forth and back and forth. Steel skin now. You'll save a lot of peasants that way. We're going to retaliate against these black dragons in a moment. Good luck is nice. We killed 17 black dragons there. Good. And this is really good because we only have 1,300 peasants, but we're not getting the full brunt of the damage from all these creatures. So we're going to resurrect true now. There's 1,000 peasants. We're up to 1,300. We'll go 13 dead dragons here. Another group is going to come up. Can't stop that. Okay. We could Dragon Slayer, or we could just try and take the damage. Is it worth it to spend 6 points? I think it is. I think so. Kill 8 here. Okay. Very good. Animate dead. Rats, it has no effect. Resurrect true. Hey, there we go. Okay, up to 1371. So we're gonna get out of this fight with no losses. That's for sure. Well, no losses. We might accidentally retaliate against one of the dragon stacks. So we want to try and keep a stack at 11 dragons. That's kind of the goal, is to keep it at exactly 11 dragons. Or 12. So that way they attack, we retaliate. Oh, never mind. We can kill 12. We're going to do a Resurrect True. Kill. With the good luck. We're not going to lose a single peasant. Get the hints. Get the hints. 40,000 experience, a throng of black dragons defeated, you pick up the +1, even the mighty black dragons can't resist you, soon the entire world will acknowledge the might of the peasants. Lovely. Very lovely. That felt good. And so we shall continue on our way. There's no point in waiting. We do pick up a new hero. This is going to be the baker's wife, the sorceress. No diplomacy, but she does have boots. 333 peasants. I'll do that for now. And you know what? She's going to be able to take these boots off of Sir Relu in just a moment or two. Let's have him put the boots back on. A second. Oh, we already took a drink. Whoops. So we got 119 bits of stuff remaining. And we don't have the crystal ball. We want to put that back onto this gentleman. We'll send everybody over there. Whoop. There we go. Whoop. Whoops. And let's just have this guy go down as far as he can. Baker's wife, let's see if we can clear all this out. Lots of wolves yet again. So we're probably going to pick up all these forces and just see if we can do one final fight. Can we reach over here? We might not be able to reach over there. I think we can reach over here though. No. Oh, it's all just for show. Whew. Apparently half the map is just meant for show, because otherwise I'd be going wild and crazy. Saying to myself, how can I get over there? Because there's nowhere I can walk through. There's not like there's a hole. Baker's wife, your job is to go to the hole. Moucheron Quipet, I see what you're doing, and I appreciate very much all that you do. I guess I'm going to go back to the magic well. We're going to want to make sure that we have full spell points for this final fight. Time is not that big of a deal at the moment, I don't think. I think we're okay on time. So we're going to go here. I'm going to trade over the thing there. Full spell points. Let's go down to here. She's going to take the crystal ball. And then as we step on this, look at this coward with his army of weaklings. He really intended to replace his peasants with them? Pff, I'll become lord instead of the lord and king of the peasants. Yes, I shall. Observation tower, but more importantly, I can step here now. What is on this hole? You really hoped, Moucheron Quipet, you really hoped to find something inside this hole, but in the end, maybe it was all about the journey, not the destination. Also, the view from here is breathtaking. So there's fun things out here, but I do not believe that we can actually make it to this area. This looks like just the kingdom that our final enemy had to deal with. So I suppose month 2, week 3, day 5. We have to be back here. We have to be back here in time. 42, 32. Up to 60, up to 10, to 10. You know what I suppose I could do? Is I could try and use the Battle Garb of Andrin to clear out as many peasants as possible. Now that the hard part's done. It's week 3. Next week will be week 4. Basically, I've got 9 days. How many of these peasant hovels can I pick up in 9 days? Final fight, you can get all the knowledge. All the knowledge artifacts right here. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. But he's got 25 attack, 25 defense, and 40 spell power. The 40 spell power is really kind of concerning. I'm gonna do something you don't see me usually do, folks. I'm gonna save the game. I'm gonna say this is Phixfox. I'm gonna fight the fight because if I can win right now, I wanna win right now. I don't wanna spend 2 weeks or a week and a half picking up all these other creatures. I don't know if I can win the fight or not. The thing is this. This is, if I lose, I'm not gonna consider this a loss only for this reason, is because usually I wouldn't do this, but I want to try, for the sake of being on stream, I want to try and save you 15 to 30 minutes of time. So we're going to fight the fight. If we can win, great. If we can't win, rats, that's sad. But we'll do what we can do. Because we have Resurrect True, we're staying in one big stack. We still got the good stats. Let's see how this goes. Oh no, we lost. We didn't even lose a little bit. We lost a lot. That's bad. Oh, and do note, we just lost 1,000 all at once. Holy cow. What? Okay, all right. That's not good. That's what you get when you finally have a hero that's got 25 attack and 25 defense that you're trying to deal with. That's hilarious. Okay, so clearly we can't fight this fight right now, although I suppose we could split our stacks into 5. The problem with me doing that is that I do want to make sure I can like survive. Hold on. If I was to fight this fight, you got 2 ranged creatures and a 3rd creature that can attack you, so you have to have at least 4 stacks. You have to have at least 4 stacks. Or 450. But even if you have that, I think you're still going to lose. Because you can't rely on the Resurrect True like you did before. Ideally, how would this go? How do you win this fight? Hold on. How do you win this fight? How do you win this fight? Because you're taking a bunch of damage because your attack and your defense is not good enough anymore to deal with these creatures. If I could get over here, I'd be doing great, but I don't think that you can. I don't think you can get over here. I don't think that there's like a way to slip through like trees or something over here. You just have to use the Peasants, and I don't see a lot of additional stats I can pick up. Like, I think I've been pretty dutiful in picking up stats. I can pick up this. That's +3. And you can pick up all these Peasants. But ideally you'd have like 2 stacks of Peasants. You would be able to like teleport 1 into the base to deal with some of the ranged creatures. But if you do that, you're still going to have goblins and skeletons that are ready to come get you, so it almost makes you want to deal with the sprites when they come out, and then just tank the damage from the 2,000 centaurs and halflings. How to do this fight? What other spells do we have? So Resurrect True, you're going to need that for sure. Curse, you know, it's not bad. The problem with the Mass Slow is that it's not going to make you faster than the enemy, so that with that is going to make you faster, but that takes 2 turns. You're going to be dead by 2 turns. Mass Shield, you're not going to get to cast that until the beginning of the 2nd week, and so really the first spell I feel like you got to cast, maybe if you have, hold on, let me think. If you have enough Peasants in a 1 single stack, when the sprites come out, if you can survive that and you get the chance to cast Resurrect True, then you can kill the sprites, and then you just have to deal with the ranged damage from the centaurs and the halflings, and then you can just stay ahead of the curve with the Resurrect True. How many Peasants would you need? I'm going to fight this fight again just because I want to see what the damage looked like. I want to see how close I am. I want to see how close I am. So 1,800 Peasants is basically what we have right now. And that's, so you lose 1,000 here, and you lose, I didn't see that before it happened. I gotta try that again. I guess I could split it up so I could actually read it. We're doing some math here, folks. We're trying to figure this out. Because you're gonna take, it's like 1,000 damage there. Yeah, 1,000 damage. 1,700. Okay, so you got to have multiple stacks. Like, you have to have multiple stacks, because if you have one single stack, it's just going to be too much, because the 1000 damage from the centaurs plus the 900 damage from the sprites plus the up to, let's just call it 2k damage from the halflings, like you're not going to get 4,000 peasants in the next week and a half. It's just not going to happen. So you're going to have to split your peasant stacks. Okay. And so at this point, if I'm attacking, I'm killing a couple of your sprites, not many, 359 worth. So really, it feels like you want to get into the castle, but if you do, if you get into the castle, you have skeletons and goblins waiting for you. And so then I think that your best bet is actually to kill the sprites as best as you can, resurrect a stack, you know, like this one or something. Attack. You're gonna lose a full stack there again, and you see, and then already you're in trouble because the centaurs are gonna kill one full stack and the halflings are gonna kill one full stack. So you're not getting ahead. And the sprites, they're not going to be able to attack you, and you just beat them through attrition. Dead and dead. You're not going to be able to beat them through attrition. You basically have to have. It's not going to work because it's not going to work. You have to deal with the damage from the. You have to deal with the damage from the centaurs. You have to be able to tank the damage from the centaurs, and they're going to do about 1,000 damage. Halflings have a big range of damage. You could get lucky. In theory, you could have a fight where they do minimum damage, and they do less than 1,000 damage, but we've seen them consistently do about 1,700 damage. Sprites were doing 700. Yeah, and there's no way we're going to get 5 stacks of 700. Although, well, centaurs are going to go first. Could you set it up to where you have the right amount of forces? Like you stagger it? To where you have just a little bit more peasants in one stack than the centaurs can do damage-wise, and so then you have one peasant remaining? The problem at that point is that you're still going to take an absolute beating from the peasants or the centaurs and the halflings from afar, and then eventually you're going to get overwhelmed because the goblins and the skeletons are going to eventually get into the mix. And while it'd be a great idea to like teleport behind them back into the castle, it sounds good, doesn't work because you're not going to be able to cast 2 spells at the same time. You're not going to be able to teleport and then resurrect through a stack. So you can't do a single stack. As I'm trying to figure this out, let me see about a double stack. What about a double stack? Nope, that's a triple stack. We don't do that. Actually, hold on. A triple stack actually, nope, not horrible. We'll just call some single stacks just for funsies. Because then the sprites might not be able to kill one full triple stack. Might not be able to. Okay, well, but that's the problem. You have to, yeah, if everybody's killing one full stack, then there's just no chance. Although, well, I guess you could resurrect through any of these stacks. Yeah, but again, then you're dead, and then you're dead anyway. You're gonna lose a single stack here on the retaliation, because you're only going to kill 600 there. We just don't have enough peasants. And everybody in chat, I haven't read chat for like 10 minutes, but everybody in chat's like, yeah, Phixfox, I could have told you that. I could have told you that you needed more peasants. I just don't think that there's enough peasants on the map. I don't think that there's enough peasants on the map. I just don't. Not right now. We cleared out most of this. We cleared out a little bit of this. Is +3 stats gonna do it though? I mean, that's only 15% reduced damage. That's only 15% reduced damage. Because in the numbers that we're talking about, we already have the advantage in damage and attack, like attack skill and defense skill. We've already got the advantage, 36-33 versus 25-25. So any additional stats is only going to reduce the damage that we take by 15%. Okay, I'm gonna read chat. And what I've decided at this point is this. We are gonna have to go back and we're gonna have to get as many of these peasants as possible in the short amount of time we have. Meaning we do actually need the movement artifacts. We need those back, like yesterday, here and here and here. So that way we can cover a lot of ground. And we're gonna do our very best to make this work, get our stats up, get as many forces as we can, and then we will decide where to go and what to do. So right now we actually want to keep Battleguard Vandrin. We want to keep everything else that is attack skill or defense skill. We want all the knowledge over here. Everything with knowledge. Spell power can stay over here for now. Reason being is because knowledge we're going to need to stop off at the well before we finish this whole thing off. But attack and defense skill, we can always get the very best artifacts on at the last possible second. So, compass? Yeah, we need the compass. That's going to go in place of this. Okay. All right. All right, let's settle in, folks. It's going to be a little bit of logistics, but I'm glad that we checked just to see if we could maybe fight the fight before. Just not confident that we can. Okay. Crystal ball here, fine. Artifacts here, not necessary. It's all here, and it's all right here. And if there's one artifact that we haven't picked up yet, it's this legendary scepter. The knowledge here. I don't think the knowledge is going to be that useful. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's going to be useful because you're going to want the knowledge before you hit a magic well, so you have an extra 50 spell points. Maybe you take the wizard staff for +5 spell power, maybe you don't. But you're not going to know until later anyway. We want to go to a farm but bigger right now. We're going to have to make enough space in our artifact slots for 3 artifacts. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4, I guess. So there's the 4 artifact slots we need. Here's the boots, and we still have some pretty good stats, so we can actually deal with the titans and such. We're going to do our escape to a farm but bigger. We have saved, so we don't need to do anything else. A farm but bigger, and folks, we've set our plan. Now I'm going to read chat. And so if other people have other suggestions, they're good suggestions. This was a moment where I didn't want to do or allow any backseating on this, just because I wanted to make sure that I was giving this my very, very best without any additional input. So thank you for your patience. Let's make this happen. Okay, let's read chat. Take some ones. Nah. Didn't work. Yeah, Tundar likes the map making from Moucheron Quipet. I agree. And Roman says, we already discussed internet prices on stream. Yeah, but East Internet rules in that regard. Yes, they do. Absolutely. Okay. Sarakin apparently gave Moucheron Quipet the idea, by the way. He indicated, like, what if we thought it was possible to do a map with only tier 1 units? And I'm very glad we got there. Okay, so we made it. Dead goblins and skeletons that killed tons of peasants looking down at black dragons right now. Sante Paulus is admitting that these black dragons here, they could not stand against me, but these little goblins and these skeletons, yeah, they absolutely are better than these black dragons. They're like pitiful. Pitiful that these black dragons couldn't handle this Phixfox character. Ha! After Hero says, I totally agree with, without being a drag here, the lore in Heroes 2, we gotta check it all the time. Absolutely. These areas are decoration only. Okay, I'm glad we have that confirmation. And then a hole. Yeah, I saw the hole. I see the hole. I looked at it. Tundar says this map should be a prequel story versus the elementals where they create the dragons and manage the humans. OMG, this map could and should be worked into the official game. Hey, at some point they got the opportunity to do that. Absolutely. Tundar agrees though. 9 days. Yeesh. OMG cooked. Omega Loss says Avatar Hero. Close fight. Kappa says Math Obsessed. Tundar with the Phixfox friends near and far. Moucheron Quipet does believe that we might be outnumbered. We're still going to give it a shot from this point on, but we're going to give it a shot. Rogues, I do see the rogues over here, but they are also inaccessible. They are not part of the official map, which is good to know. I'm going to need like Math Obsessed is like, you're gonna need like 51 peasants, lol. And then he reneges on that and says, oh, 5k. Tundar says, about 3k. I think that 3k might be actually the closest number. I think 3 to 5k is probably what makes this good. I just don't know how I could have saved another 3 to 5k. Holy cow. You gotta be really efficient in this map if you're gonna win, I think. And then, talking about Finland and how beautiful it is. Outside of the water, I don't think that this is anything but decoration. Come on, finish the map. Winnie Morrow's pixel are alive. You need to be done in time to raid them. Yes, I do. Oh my gosh, I do. So we're gonna give this a shot as quickly as we can because I do want to raid them. I absolutely do. And AlinaTheGnome is loving the Netherlands and Finland. Wonderful, wonderful, great. Why not 4 single peasants? Well, I don't think that the 4 single peasants works with the 1 big stack because the 1 big stack is still gonna get killed. Yeah, I still think that we just need more peasants because at some point you're gonna have to survive. You just need. I think you just need more. So, for reference, Moucheron Quipet had about 2,900 peasants on the test run. Ouch, absolutely. Wow, Tundar says that there's 4 Heroes Might Magic 2 streamers live at once. That's pretty nifty. I like that. And all right, I'm officially caught up on chat. Alrighty, ignoring some of the sidebar conversations, I'm now officially caught up on chat. Okay, so let's make this happen, folks, because if we are to lose, I would have it be such an end to be worthy of remembrance. So there's no reason to stay here. There's no mage guild or any reason to get additional spell points. We're gonna head off in this direction. So there's the end of one of our turns. We're gonna fight these titans. And remember, this is all about picking up stats. I think that the teleport here is the best move because it's going to eliminate a lot of damage here, especially because we have the Resurrect tree now. Heck, you know what I just realized? If you're going to do this map for yourself in the future, knowing that there's a Resurrect tree on the map later, you definitely want to avoid fights like this just so you don't have to deal with it. Like, that just makes sense. So, just in case you're wondering, Phixfox, what do you think I should do in the future? Avoid these fights until later. We're going to do the haste. Can I reach? Barely. Very good. Because yeah, all these other fights, these fights I avoided before, there's no reason to avoid them now. You're just gonna win. And you're gonna win without losses, which is even more important. Here. And one more Resurrect True, that should be back up to full. 1,700, perfect. Okay, so no losses, good. Scepter, good. +1/+1/+1, good. Going up here. Even these Arc Magi, not gonna be a problem. We're going to restart because we have to fight the fight, but not a problem. I'm guessing that the Arc Magi run out of shots. I guess that you lose 600 peasants because they kite you to death, and then they run out of shots. That's hilarious. We're going to make this fight go much better than that, but geez, holy cow. Okay, so dead Arc Magi. And once we haste, they're still going to be pretty darn fast. Maybe I should just do one more teleport down to here, so I can stop 2 of them. There. Good luck. Very good, very good. Does this guy run or does he attack? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I guess I gotta keep teleporting. It's gonna be the best way for me to catch him. Thank goodness for teleport. Oh my gosh. Funny enough, in this fight, I don't think I am gonna be able to lose 0 forces. I will do a haste in just a second, because maybe I can reach there. In fact, it's just slow. 3 speed, do you run? I'm gonna step right on top of you. I'm not gonna. I didn't resurrect true. It's 77 peasants. Okay, alright. Dang it. Oh, F off. Piss off. There's a Titan guarding this artifact. I'm so mad. Okay. But we got all the spell points in the world. So the point is that at this point we shouldn't lose any forces. Here, there, and good. Okay, we'll take the +5. We'll take the +5 here. Another level. We've picked up all these other stats. Except for the treasure chest. I don't think that we're gonna be able to get to that though. We just recently cleared out all of these. peasant huts. So I think that we just now need to go back to Relu Farm. And we've got 81 spell points left. We should be fine. This guy's got to go help. Because he can maybe clear out some of these close by peasant huts, just like these ones in the area. I don't want to spend my time going north into this area. I need to go over here where I haven't been for a moment. Let's see, you need to be up here at my last possible stop for water. You too. Okay, moving on. It's day 7, so we got one more week after this. Come on, baby, one more week after this. Peasants, peasants, peasants. Peasants. Okay, good. And I'm actually going to send all the artifacts over to her. All the good ones, anyway. Let's see. He does want the boots, speculum, and crystal ball. We already know what the fight's going to be. That's not really consequential at this point, but maybe he can pick up a couple more of these peasants in this area before anything crazy happens. Let's stay here overnight for these stables, but not here. Let's continue on. Go, go, go. Okay. Final week. There's only 1 week left before the enemy army arrives. We don't have time to hang around anymore. I agree, Moucheron Quipet. Oh my goodness, I am so very well aware that this is not the way that I would like this to be, but this is the way it is. Thank goodness we have 4 heroes who can actually assist in this endeavor, because if we did not, we would absolutely be in trouble. Let's go here, here. Yeah, all these peasant huts, we're only up to 49. We're not getting nearly enough here. I suppose we can pick up this artifact real quick. Watch as rogues leap out of that area and destroy us. Oof. Very fun. Okay, you're asleep. Back to here. I think that there's a couple of peasants over here. We're up to 2k though. And climbing. 2k and climbing. Okay, nice there. Here. And here, up to 80. It's not going to be enough, but we're doing our very most due diligence in this regard. Okay. It's day 3, and I think that we have to be like here by day 5, give or take. So I don't think we got much time left. I think that this might be our last day for a big pickup before we have to just call it. I guess we could get these artifacts. We talked about how important they could be. I think that the spell power is actually more important than I originally gave it credit for. So we're gonna go to here in Caramel Farm. Help grab some of these. One's over here, here, day 3, back to day 4. I don't think I got time to pick up any of these. 126, it depends on how many this one gives me. 141, it's actually a couple. We've got to get, that's a Cyclopes. Oh, and I can't reach this artifact. It's worth 130 something peasants just for the Cyclopes, I think. Let's do group formation. Let's go right here. Let's fight him. Yes, we'll fight. I'll accept the losses. Okay. We'll go right here because Sir Relu's got to grab this and go because we have just only a few days left. Up to nearly 300. Time to let go of the boots, I think. Not all of them, though. Yeah, not all of them, though. And I will see if I can grab 66 more peasants here. Very good. Back up to Relu Farm, Caramelman. Just gotta get to here. I'm just gonna play this very safe. I think it's quite reasonable to believe that I could do a little bit better. But for now, hold on, let's go to this farm over here. I don't know if I got the peasants, 22. It's not a lot, but at this point, every little bit. 66, okay, nearly 2,500. We're over 2,500 peasants. Our stats are meh, but we do have stats. We will pick up, let's see, do we need luck? No, we got the battle garb, everything else is fine. We got stables. And as we go down to here, wait, hold on, are there any artifacts we need still? No, not here, not here. Yes, and then she's got all of the combat stats. So, let's do one trade right here. And we're going to give over everything that has value with knowledge, and then we're going to get rid of everything with knowledge, and we're going to go just for pure offensive and spell power stats. So this is correct. No issues there. Back off. Full spell points. This is going to give us 340 spell points, folks. So our final number we've capped out at is 340 spell points. Not too bad. I'm going to have her step up and out. The baker's wife, that is. And then only offensive, like White Pearl, the spell power is nice, not good enough. You definitely want the breastplate. You definitely want the sword. You definitely want to get rid of this in favor of that. So spell power over that compass, not useful anymore. Let's go for mass shield, mass slow. Jeez, mass slow might be good. The problem is I don't know. +4 knowledge, not useful anymore. There's a +2 for the spell ring. There's a +1/+1 in attack skill and defense skill for the spiked helm. There is +1 attack and 2 +1 defenses. A +2 to attack. +1/+1 is probably the best out of all these. It's also fairly useful there. That's fairly useful there. Okay. So I do think that we want the mass slow. I don't know if mass shield is going to be valuable or not. I have no idea. Is mass shield going to be more valuable than... Let me arrange these. Let's see, here. 5, 3, 3, 3. It's more valuable than that. That's more valuable than that. Spiked shield is right about here in value. Gotta get rid of the foremost scroll of knowledge, so I think we're going to get rid of that for the +1/+1 as opposed to the +2 spell power. +1 attack, +1 defense, I think is more valuable at that point. And the only reason for the spell points, let's check the spell points. How many? We got 2,500 peasants, 2,600 peasants. And right now we're only resurrecting 1,550. So the spell power is actually useful to help resurrect more peasants. Do you want an extra 2 spell points and not be able to cast mass slow? The problem is I don't know how good mass slow is going to be. I think that we're going to leave the mass shield behind for now. But if we lose the fight, we might trade the mass shield out for the spiked helm, because the +1/+1 might not be as good as the value from that. So for now, folks, we've given ourselves a little bit of wiggle room. We're going to end turn right up here. And so in that way, we have done 15-20 minutes of good-hearted efforts in getting ourselves built up. Castle Stardew is in sight. We're going to hit end turn. And here on day 6, folks, we're going to finally make this effort to just win the game. Just got to win the game right now. All we got to do is win. That's all we got to do. We just got to win. Got to win. There's a place in Romania called Roman in Romania. It's a tongue twister. Brain doesn't work right now. Okay. I'm not going to read chat. I'm too focused on this fight. Hookity does say, it's not fair for them, but I hate peasants with all my force. I just hate having my moving points be reduced by so much. I completely agree. And I'm glad that we're going to win this scenario, and hopefully we win this scenario, and hopefully we never have to come back. Not because the map is not great, but because it's an exercise in patience. And I don't know if I got the patience anymore. We will see. Okay. Cast view artifacts on them, instant win. Easy. We will see. Folks, it's a new day. I am going to have the single stacks of peasants all around, but with 2,585 peasants, 40 attack, 37 defense, 31 spell power, 21 knowledge, this is actually a really excellent hero, and our stats are about 5 attack better and 5 defense better than it was before. Our stats are great. We got all maxed out, as good as we possibly can do it. If we can't win this fight here, I'm going to call it, and I'm going to say that we lose. But this is going to be the final fight. Let's see if we can make this happen. Oh no, we lose. I am going to give myself an opportunity to try a single stack here versus having a... You survived the first salvo. Did you see that? I am going to give myself the opportunity to try this fight with 2 stacks instead of 1 stack. Right there, did you notice something? We survived. We survived that first bit of damage. That is crazy. Okay, so you got to use your single stack here for sure. Gonna have to resurrect True here for sure. We're gonna kill all the sprites. I think we want to stay away from these goblins. By the way, normal morale, normal luck. And I think that we're going to want to teleport in next turn. How much damage did the halflings do this time? The peasants did minimum damage. They only did 871. Compare that to that time they did 1700. Now, part of that's because we got better defense now than we did before, but do we survive all this now? I don't think so. So we're going to step back. Make sure that the goblins and the skellies are hopefully wanting to attack us. Okay, we got 36 peasants. That's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. We might want to have some, yeah, a double stack might be a good idea so you can balance, throw things back and forth. Maybe not. And so at this point we could do like a mass curse and try and make sure the halflings always do minimum damage and the centaurs, so that way our resurrect trues actually matter. Because right now they can only kill 2 stacks. The goblins are coming, but if we stay away from them, I think you actually do want to do the mass curse. Let's do the mass curse. Let's back off. Stay alive. Just stay alive. This is our big stack. Keep them alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, stay away. Stay alive. I forgot about the turrets. That's actually bad. But now they're cursed. Can they kill 1,500 peasants at a time? The goblins for sure can. Halflings are doing 449 damage. Centaurs are doing... They're only killing... The ranged creatures are only killing 500 damage worth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gotta step up to here. We gotta stay right there. Do not move. Now the goblins can't reach you. Oh no, they can reach. No, oh no. Can I just tank through the damage? I don't think I can tank through the damage. Resurrect True. Everybody's cursed though, except for the skeletons. Skeletons are gonna obliterate you if you're not careful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Skeletons are gonna get into you. So this fight's over. Yeah, this fight's over. Because the skeletons and all these creatures are gonna do so much. Skeletons are not cursed. Yeah, skeletons kill you in just one go. But we're closer. We are much closer. We're gonna win this fight. I think we can totally win this fight. Whoa, hold on. Wrong game. Autosave. There we go. Okay, we can totally win this fight. This is totally winnable. But this time I am gonna do it like this. We're gonna do a couple of single stacks like this, but we're gonna do 2 stacks of 1,200. The reason I'm thinking about it in this term is that I can resurrect 1 full stack for 1,500. But then again, let's see. Hold on. Let me do 1,550 here. Let me do a couple of stacks of like... No, I think you still want them right here. But I think you want some side stacks of like... One stack of 500, 1 stack of 2K. That's not going to help you though. You gotta get that curse off maybe round 1. You know what? You might want to just get the curse off round 1. Let's try that again, actually. We're doing some work here. We're tinkering. What? Because I've been in the lab with the pen and the pad trying to get this dang label off. I ain't having that. This is the millennium of aftermath. There ain't nothing after that. Okay, so you gotta do the curse. For sure. I don't know about have to, but it sure helps. Oh, but if you don't resurrect true here, then you can't kill the sprites. So the curse sounds good, doesn't work because you really want to kill 999 sprites, like right off the bat. And here you only kill... That was good. I'm not saying that 128 sprites remaining is good, but we basically doubled our damage there. That's pretty okay. Because you're going to take... Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Resurrect true. But the skeletons this time are way too far back. Do you want to lose your final single stack of peasant? I don't think you do. I think you leave that as an insurance policy. 1, 2, 3, 4. You gotta kill the sprites somehow. Because they're gonna continue to attack you, even though you're about to take a blood damage from these goblins. 500 peasants. Kill couple, 61 remain. Not too bad, not too bad. Gotta get the first shot off on these skeletons, but you gotta continue to resurrect true through the damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Stay alive. We're gonna get the first shot off, maybe, maybe not. Hold on, hold on. This could work, this could work. 5 HP, 3 HP, 600 something skeletons. That's enough. I mean the skeletons are outside of the wall. We're gonna get our damage off. We're gonna kill one of their big damaging stacks. Folks, we're gonna do it. Folks, we're gonna do it. Folks, we're gonna do it. Oh, that was excellent. Teleport was a mistake. Oh. Okay. Let's try it again. but you can. I feel like we're so close. I think we're gonna win. I think we can make this work. Not here because we gotta have the single stacks. So we're gonna hit Q. We're gonna do it again. But oh. I think that this is actually doable, though. This is totally doable. Although that last time we did get the good morale, that was like insane. So, I mean, you can't rely on that every time, which kind of feels bad. Okay. Yeah, I just feel like that's still the best bet, though. So let's give this a shot one more time. 3 hours later. If I'm still here 3 hours later, I want somebody to like come to where I'm at and shake me vigorously and say, Phixfox, give it up, man. This just isn't working. Okay, so we've decided Mass Curse is still the play. Attack here. Attack here. This feels familiar. Good luck. Okay, alright. Perfectly fine. This is all good things. All good things. And then this guy's gonna go down this time. He's gonna go south. You can't kill everybody. 1, 2. Okay. Resurrect true. 1, 2, 3, 4. So gotta go south. Far corner. I think I'll just I gotta get the first damage off the goblins. I don't think that the sprites are that 1, 2, 3, 4. I think you'd much rather stay away from the goblins for one more turn than deal with 128 sprites, thankfully. We're up to 2k. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't reach the goblins. The sprites are annoying, but and what, just tank the damage? And just, I mean, 1,000 skeletons, they're not cursed. They're going to do 2 to 3 damage. The skeletons do the most damage out of anybody but the halflings. And you can't reach them. You can't tank the damage from all these guys. I would have to get good morale right here. If I can get good morale here and I can get this first shot. Okay, so all you gotta do is get good luck and good morale at the exact right times and you will win the game. That's all it comes down to, folks. Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is not a skill-based game. It's all about luck. It's all about luck. My point exactly. It's all about luck. All right, and so we've won this. This feels a little bit greasy to win this way. I think that we all agree that this is not like the way you should win. But at this point, centaurs are killing 500 peasants at a time. We know the centaurs are doing 500 damage. We know the halflings are doing 449. But I do want to kill the halflings first because they have so many less HP. 26, but 5 HP versus 3 HP. So we are now going to teleport into the base. You can't kill me all the way. We're going to get the damage off. We are going to win, but it took us multiple attempts. This was not what I would call a clean fight. This was not a clean win. Oh goodness. There was no slow. For some reason I thought that they've been slowed this whole time. They are not. That's bad. But we are now up to 1,800 peasants. We've still got our one little insurance policy over here. And try as you might, you will not be able to bring down my full stack. The curse is definitely what did it. It was the most important spell, not in this entire game, as the Resurrect Tree was clearly the most important spell. But folks, we were able to slow the enemy's offensive capabilities down just a little bit. And now finally, Lord of the Valley Knight is not going to be able to say sayonara to Phixfox. Folks, it ultimately cost us 3 peasants, but we killed 1,000 centaurs, 1,000 skeletons, 1,000 sprites, 1,000 goblins, and 1,000 halflings. It doesn't feel like a clean win, but we did get through it. So, with that being said, major event, red player's been vanquished. We have defeated this castle. We are the owners of Stardew Castle. We are ready for the enemies that Moucheron Quipet said would arrive on the end of day 1 of month 3. And with that, we will bring this scenario to a close. And my brain feels absolutely mished and mashed and crazy. So, Moucheron Quipet, excellent map, well done. As a person playing your map, I loved this. This was great. I'm very glad it's done. I'm happy that it's over. It's fun that it's over. So, don't go anywhere because, folks, even though this is the end of the game, remember, we are going to go on our little tour of the different taxidermied animals while we're here. And remember, I don't have a microphone, so I'm not going to be able to speak while we're doing it, but I'm just going to show you some of the cool little animals and stuff. And then when we come back in here, we will get right back to making sure that we can go and raid our dear friends in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 community. But for now, I will claim victory. I will be grateful to be out of this scenario. I'll get cut up on chat, and then we'll go on our little field trip. Raiding of the Black Dragon, 55 days, base score of 145, 319. That doesn't make it into my high scores. It does. That makes it into my high scores. And I'm absolutely going to claim this. Sometimes it feels bad for me to have to use a reload to win a scenario. I am just happy I could win that one. And I'm not going to be ashamed of completing Peasant Revolt in 55 days on expert difficulty. So, with that being said, let me get caught up on chat and we'll go from there. Lots of great recommendations in chat, by the way. Like, lots of great recommendations. Maybe the best recommendation was from people like Tundar, who say, good luck, you know? Thank you so much for the good vibes from everybody. Avatar Hero saying, so close, and Tundar talking about one stack. Fukudi with the big LOL. The moment where I was like, folks, we're gonna win, and I get crushed. That was a good moment. Even though we lost, that was a really good moment. Should have gone for the centaurs, maybe? Yeah, I think you're right. Fukudi recognizing that the sudden realization just set in for me was great. Good moment. Centipolis recognizes, yep, the teleport was a mistake. Ultimately, this was super fun. And the idea with the shield does disappear once the stack dies. And so for that reason, I didn't want to really steel skin myself or shield myself. It didn't feel like it was the right spell. But maybe I'm not seeing it clearly. There's probably other opportunities that could have worked. Ultimately, Math Obsessed, I think, is right. The curse. Yeah. especially because the skeletons were too strong. Being able to get the good morale and taking out the goblins and the skeletons in one fell swoop, not having to take any damage from the skeletons, that was critical. And if we had gotten good morale at some other point, but not right then, it just would have been a loss. Just would have been a loss. But Vammy, yeah, the curse on the halflings was critically important. Multiple stacks, I wonder, I may come back to this just so I can play this scenario again at the very end here, just back to this save, so that we can determine whether or not it's possible with multiple stacks to get a better result. Because I think that that's a worthwhile question. I don't know the answer, but we're gonna have to wait and find out. Phixfox father worked at NWC. That's incorrect. But I like the idea, Sante Paulus. They pre-coded unbelievable luck for Phixfox, and the FHeroes2 team replicated that. Maybe my favorite comment of all time, possibly. This is the way. Good luck and good morale. Good luck and good morale. So GG's all around. Avatar Hero, Math Obsessed, Tundar, Vammy. Thank you to all of you for being here. It was a truly special fight. AlinaTheGnome, thank you so much for being here. Wonderful people, and I appreciate the raid. I appreciate the time. GG's all around. Moucheron Quipet again. Great map. Well done. Well done. Okay. All right, folks. With that being said, we're going to go on a little bit of a field trip. Now, I'm going to try and make sure that we do not end up showing off people that don't want to be on camera. I'm just going to show you the animals real quick. I'm just going to take my laptop. one for you guys, because like that was really fun for me. Yeah, that's absolutely in the library. So yeah, I could read chat while we were doing that. Is it a great library? It's a great library. And the fact that they're able to bring this kind of stuff in is like super cool, super impressive. And I love very, very much that people are making this available for young kids, adults, everybody. I think it's awesome. So love it very much. Happy that everybody got to kind of go on that. So deers, bears, hopefully I appreciated, who was it? Saw the little Phixfox, math obsessed, saw my little Phixfox brethren in there. I like that. And yeah, the big crocodile was absolutely insane with the antelope or whatever in its mouth. Pretty cool stuff. Good taxidermies. I think it was not too bad. Hopefully, by the way, just so we all know, people thought I was absolutely crazy. There's like, it's packed in here. I tried not to show people, but it is absolutely packed in here. And people think that I am absolutely freaking insane for bringing my laptop around and showing people all these animals. So that's okay. You guys are worth it. I appreciate you all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to show you off this library. Okay, with that being said, thank you everybody so very much for the time. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Do me a huge favor. And as always, you know what's coming next, right? Okay. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care. Stick around, we're going to go and raid some of our friends in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Until that time, my name is Phixfox, and I'm out. Peace.